So, I mean, rewinding back to MOOCs, is there lessons that you've, speaking of kids these days?
There you go. That was a transition.
That was fantastic.
All right.
Exactly.
I'll edit. I'll fix it in post.
Yeah,
That's Charles's favorite phrase.
Fix it in post?
Fix it in
We'll
post.
fix it in post. It's all when we were recording all the time. Whenever the editor didn't like something or whatever, I would say, "We'll fix it in post." He hated that.
Yeah.
He hated that more than anything.
Because it
which,
was
of course-
Charles's way of saying, I'm not going to do it again. You're on your own for this one.
But it always got fixed in post.
Exactly
Anyway.
right. So, is there something you've learned about? I mean, it's interesting to talk about MOOCs. Is there something you've learned about the process of education, about thinking about the present? I think there's two lines of conversation to be had here: is the future of education in general that you've learned about, and more presciently, is the education at times of COVID.
Yeah. The second thing in some ways matters more than the first, for at least in my head, not just because it's happening now, but because I think it's reminded us of a lot of things. Coincidentally, today, there's an article out by a good friend of mine, who's also a professor at Georgia Tech, but more importantly, a writer and editor at The Atlantic, a guy named Ian Bogos. And the title is something like, Americans will sacrifice anything for the college experience. And it's about why we went back to college and why people wanted us to go back to college. And it's not, greedy presidents trying to get the last dollar from someone. It's because they want to go to college. And what they're paying for is not the classes. What they're paying for is the college experience. It's not the education. It's being there. I've believed this for a long time, that we continually make this mistake of people want to go back to college as being people want to go back to class. They don't. They want to go back to campus. They want to move away from home. They want to do all those things that people experience. It's a rite of passage. It's a identity. If I can steal some of Ian's words here, and I think that's right. And I think what we've learned through COVID is it has made it, the disaggregation was not the disaggregation of the education from the place, the university place, and that you can get the best anywhere you want to. Turns out there's lots of reasons why that is not necessarily true. The disaggregation is having it shoved in our faces that the reason to go to college is not necessarily to learn. It's to have the college experience. And that's very difficult for us to accept, even though we behaved that way, most of us, when we were undergrads. A lot of us didn't go to every single class. We learned and we got it, and we look back on it and we're happy we had the learning experience as well, obviously, particularly us, because this is the kind of thing that we do. And my guess is that's true of the vast majority of your audience. But that doesn't mean I'm standing in front of you telling you this is the thing that people are excited about. And that's why they want to be there, primarily why they want to be there. So to me, that's what COVID has forced us to deal with. Even though I think we're still all in deep denial about it, and hoping that it'll go back to that. And I think about 85% of it will. We'll be able to pretend that that's really the way it is again, and we'll forget the lessons of this. But technically what will come out of it, or technologically what will come out of it, is a way of providing a more dispersed experience through online education and these kinds of remote things that we've learned. And we'll have to come up with new ways to engage them in the experience of college, which includes not just the parties or the whatever kids do, but the learning part of it, so that they actually come out 4 or 5 or 6 years later with having actually learned something. So I think the world will be radically different afterwards, and I think technology will matter for that, just not in the way that the people who were building the technology originally imagined it would be. And I think this would have been true even without COVID, but COVID has accelerated that reality. So it's happening in 2 or 3 years or 5 years as opposed to 10 or 15.
That was an amazing answer that I did not understand.
So
it was passionate and
shots
meaningful,
fired.
But I don't know. I just didn't. No, I'm not trying to criticize it. I think I don't think I'm getting it. So you mentioned disaggregation. So what's that?
Well, so, the power of technology, that if you go on the West Coast and hang out long enough, is all about, we're going to disaggregate these things together, the books from the bookstore, that kind of a thing. And then suddenly Amazon controls the universe, right? And technology is a disruptor, right? And people have been predicting that for higher education for a long time, but certainly in the
So is this the sort of idea like students can aggregate on a campus someplace and then take classes over the network anywhere?
Yeah, this is what people thought was going to happen, or at least people claimed was going to happen, right? That,
because my daughter is essentially doing that now. She's on one campus, but learning in a different campus.
Sure, and COVID makes that possible, right? Or COVID makes that
legal,
all but avoidable, right?
but
But the idea originally was that you and I were going to create this machine learning class, and it was going to be great, and then no one else would be the machine learning class everyone takes, right? Yeah. That was never going to happen. But something like that,
But I feel like you didn't address that. So why isn't that? Why?
I don't think that will be the thing that happens.
So the college experience, maybe I missed what the college experience was. I thought it was peers, like people hanging around.
A large part of it is peers. Well, it's peers and independence.
Yeah, but none of that. You can do classes online for all of that.
No, because
definitely
we're social people, right?
So when we take the classes, that also has to be part of an experience.
It's in a context, and the context is the university. And by the way, it actually matters that Georgia Tech really is different from Brown.
I see, because then students can choose the kind of experience they think is going to be best for them.
Okay. I think we're giving too much agency to the students in making an informed decision.
Okay.
But yes, they will make choices and they will have different experiences. And some of those choices will be made for them. Some of them will be choices they're making because they think it's this, that, or the other. I just don't want to say, I don't want to give the idea.
It's not homogenous.
Yes, it's certainly not homogenous, right? I mean, Georgia Tech is different from Brown. Brown is different from pick your favorite state school in Iowa State. Okay, which I guess is my favorite state school in Iowa.
Sure.
But these are all different. They have different contexts, and a lot of those contexts they're about history, yes, but they're also about the location of where you are. They're about the larger group of people who are around you. Whether you're in Athens, Georgia, and you're basically the only thing that's there as a university, you're responsible for all the jobs, or whether you're at Georgia State University, which is an urban campus where you're surrounded by 6 million people. And your campus, where it ends and begins, in the city ends and begins, we don't know. It actually matters whether you're a small campus or a large campus. I mean, these things matter.
Why is it that if you go to Georgia Tech, you're like forever proud of that, and you like say that to people at dinner, like bars and whatever, and if you if you get a degree at an online university somewhere, you don't. That's not a thing that comes up at a bar.
Well, it's funny you say that. So the students who take our online masters, by several measures, are more loyal than the students who come on campus, certainly for the master's degree. The reason for that, I think, and you'd have to ask them, but based on my conversations with them, I feel comfortable saying this, is because this didn't exist before. I mean, we talk about this online masters and that it's reaching, 11,000 students, and that's an amazing thing. And we're admitting everyone we believe who can succeed. We got a 60% acceptance rate. It's amazing, right? It's also a $6,600 degree. The entire degree costs $6,600 or $7,000, depending upon how long you take. Dollar degree, as opposed to the $46,000 it costs you to come on campus. So that feels, and I can do it while I'm working full time, and I've got a family and a mortgage and all these other things. So it's an opportunity to do something you wanted to do, but you didn't think was possible, without giving up 2 years of your life, as well as all the money and everything else in the life that you had built. So I think we created something that's had an impact, but importantly, we gave a set of people opportunities they otherwise didn't feel they had. So I think people feel very loyal about that. And my biggest piece of evidence for that, besides the surveys, is that we have somewhere north of 80 students, might be 100 at this point, who graduated but come back in TA for this class for basically minimum wage, even though they're working full time, because they believe in sort of having that opportunity, and they want to be a part of something. Now, will Generation 3 feel this way? 15 years from now, will people have that same sense? I don't know. But right now, they kind of do. And so it's not the online, it's a matter of feeling as if you're a part of something, right? We're all very tribal.
Yeah.
Right? And I think there's something very tribal about being a part of something like that. Being on campus makes that easier. Going through a shared experience makes that easier. It's harder to have that shared experience if you're alone looking at a computer screen. We can create ways to make that.
But is it possible?
It is possible.
That's the question. Is it still is the intuition to me, and it was at the beginning when I saw something like the online master's program, is that this is going to replace universities.
And it won't replace universities, but
like, where is it? Why?
Because it's living in a different part of the ecosystem, right? The people who are taking it are already adults. They've gone through their undergrad experience. I think their goals have shifted from when they were 17. They have other things that are going.
Right.
But it does do something really important, something very social and very important, right? You know this whole thing about don't build the sidewalks, just leave the grass, and the students will, or the people will walk, and you put the sidewalks where they create paths. This is kind of a thing.
That's interesting. Yeah.
There are architects who apparently believe that's the right way to do things. The metaphor here is that we we created this environment. We didn't quite know how to think about the social aspect, but we didn't have time to do all the social engineering, right? The students did it themselves. They created, these groups. Like on Google Plus, there were like 30 something groups created in the first year because somebody had used Google Plus. And they created these groups and they divided up in ways that made sense. We live in the same state, or we're working on the same things, or we have the same background or whatever. And they created these social things. We sent them t-shirts, and we have all these great pictures of students putting on their t-shirts as they travel around the world. I climbed to this mountaintop, I'm putting this t-shirt on, I'm a part of this. They were a part of them. They created these social environment on top of the social network and the social media that existed to create this sense of belonging and being a part of something. They found a way to do it, right? And I think they had it scratched an itch that they had, but they had scratched some of that itch that might have required they be physically in the same place long before, right? So I think, yes, it's possible, and it's more than possible, it's necessary. But I don't think it's going to replace the university as we know it. The university as we know it will change. But there's just a lot of power in the kind of rite of passage and kind of going off to yourself. Now, maybe there'll be some other rite of passage that'll happen.
Right, that's the
that'll
question.
Drive us somewhere else.
You can separate. So the university is such a fascinating mess of things. So just even the faculty position is a fascinating mess. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's stabilized itself. But like, why are the world-class researchers spending a huge amount of time of their time teaching and service? Like, you're doing like 3 jobs.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's maybe an accident of history or human evolution. I don't know. It seems like the people who are really good at teaching are often really good at research. There seems to be a parallel there, but like, it doesn't make any sense that you should be doing that. At the same time, it also doesn't seem to make sense that your place where you party is the same place where you go to learn calculus or whatever.
But it's a safe space.
Safe space for everything.
Yeah, relatively speaking, it's a safe space. Now, by the way, I feel the need very strongly to point out that we are living in a very particular weird bubble, right? Most people don't go to college. And by the way, the ones who do go to college, they're not 18 years old, right? They're like 25 or something. I forget the numbers. The places where we've been, where we are, they look like whatever we think the traditional movie version of universities are. But for most people, it's not that way at all. By the way, most people who drop out of college, it's entirely for financial reasons, right? So, we're talking about a particular experience. Yeah. And so for that set of people, which is very small, but larger than it was a decade or 2 or 3 or 4 certainly ago, I don't think that will change. My concern, which I think is kind of implicit in some of these questions, is that somehow we will divide the world up further into the people who get to have this experience and get to have the network and they sort of benefit from it, and everyone else, while increasingly requiring that they have more and more credentials in order to get a job as a barista, right? You got to have a master's degree in order to work at Starbucks. And we're going to force people to do these things, but they're not going to get to have that experience. And there'll be a small group of people who do, who will continue to, positive feedback loop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I worry a lot about that, which is why for me, and by the way, here's an answer to your question about faculty, which is why to me that you have to focus on access and the mission. I think the reason, whether it's good, bad, or strange, I mean, I agree it's strange, but I think it's useful to have the faculty member, particularly at large R1 universities where we've all had experiences, that you tie what they get to do and with the fundamental mission of the university and let the mission drive. What I hear when I talk to faculty is they love their PhD students because they're reproducing, basically, right? And it lets them do their research and to multiply. But they understand that the mission is the undergrads, and so they will do it without complaint, mostly, because it's a part of the mission and why they're here. And they have experiences with it themselves, and that it was important to get them where they were going. The people who tend to get squeezed in that, by the way, are the master students, right? Who are neither the PhDs who are like us nor the undergrads. We have already bought into the idea that we have to teach, though that's increasingly changing. Anyway, I think tying that mission in really matters, and it gives you a way to unify people around making it an actual higher calling. Education feels like more of a higher calling to me than even research. Because education, you cannot treat it as a hobby if you're going to do it well.
But that's the pushback on this whole system, is that education should be a full-time job. right? And like it's almost like research is a distraction from that.
Yes, although I think many of our colleagues would say that research is the job and education is the distraction.
Right, but that's the beautiful dance. It seems to be that tension in itself seems to bring out the best in the faculty, or like the ones I've done.
But I will point out two things. One thing I'm going to point out, and the other thing I want Michael to point out, because I think Michael is much closer to sort of the ideal professor in some sense than I am.
Well,
you're the platonic sense of a professor.
Yeah, I don't know
Michael
what he
is
meant
the
by that, but
platonic
he is a dean, so he has a different experience.
I'm giving him time to think of the profound thing he's going to say.
That was good.
But let me point this out, which is that we have lecturers in the College of Computing where I am. There's 10 or 12 of them, depending on how you count, as opposed to the 90 or so tenure track faculty. Those 10 lecturers who only teach, well, they don't only teach, they also do service. Some of them do research as well, but primarily they teach. They teach 50%, over 50% of our credit hours. And we teach everybody, right? So they're doing more than 8 times the work of the tenure track faculty, more closer to 9 or 10. And that's including our grad courses, right? So they're doing this, they're teaching more, they're touching more than anyone, and they're beloved for it. I mean, so we recently had a survey. You do these everyone does these alumni surveys. You hire someone from the outside to do whatever. And I was really struck by something. You saw these really cool numbers. I'm not going to talk about it because, it's all internal confidential stuff. But one thing I will talk about is there was a single question we asked our alum. And these are people who graduated, born in the 30s and 40s, all the way up to people who graduated last week, right? Last semester.
Okay, good.
Time flies.
Yeah, time flies. And there was a question. Name a single person who had a strong positive impact on you, something like that.
I think it was special impact?
Yeah, special impact on you. And then, so they got all the answers from people, and they created a word cloud. Those clear word cloud created by people who don't do word clouds for a living, because they had one person whose name appeared 9 different times, like Philip, Phil, Dr. Phil, but whatever. Yeah. But they got all this. And I looked at it and I noticed something really cool. The 5 people from the College of Computing I recognized were in that cloud. And 4 of them were lecturers, the people who teach. 2 of them relatively modern. Both were chairs of our division of computing instruction. One retired, one is going to retire soon. And the other 2 were lecturers I remembered from the 1980s. 2 of those 4 actually.
By the way, the 5th person was Charles.
That's not important. The thing is, I don't tell people that, but the 2 of those people our teaching awards are named after. Thank you, Michael. 2 of those our teaching awards are named after, right? Yeah. So when you ask students, alumni, people who are now 60, 70 years old even, who touch them, they say the dean of students. They say the big teachers who taught the big introductory classes that got me into it. There's a guy named Richard Bark who's on there who's known as a great teacher. The Phil Adler guy who I probably just said his last name wrong, but I know the first name's Phil because it kept showing up over and over again. Famous
Adler is what it said.
Okay, good. So
but different people spelled it differently, so he appeared multiple times.
Right. So he was clearly a professor in the business school. But when you read about him, as I went to read about him because I was curious who he was. It's all about his teaching and the students that he touched. Right. So whatever it is that we're doing and we think we're doing that's important, or why we think the universities function, the people who go through it. Yeah. They remember the people who were kind to them, the people who taught them something, and they do remember it. They remember it later. I think that's important. And so the mission matters.
Yeah. Not to completely lose track of the fundamental problem of how do we replace the party aspect of universities.
That's right.
Before we go to what makes the platonic professor, do you think, what in your sense is the role of MOOCs in this whole picture during COVID? Should we desperately be clamoring to get back on campus, or is this a stable place to be for a little while?
I don't know. I know that it's the online teaching experience and learning experience has been really rough. I think that people find it to be a struggle in a way that's not a happy, positive struggle, that when you got through it, you just feel glad that it's over, as opposed to I've achieved something. So, I worry about that. But, I worry about just even before this happened, I worry about lecture teaching, as how well is that actually really working as far as a way to do education, as a way to inspire people. I mean, all the data that I'm aware of seems to indicate, and this kind of fits, I think, with Charles's story, is that people respond to connection, right? They actually feel, if they feel connected to the person teaching the class, they're more likely to go along with it. They're more able to retain information. They're more motivated to be involved in the class in some way, and that really matters. People.
You mean to the human themselves?
Yeah.
So, but can't you do that actually perhaps more effectively online? Like you mentioned, science communication. So I literally, I think, learned linear algebra from Gilbert Strang by watching MIT OpenCourseWare when I was in Drexel. Like, and he was a personality. He was a bit like a, tiny, in this tiny little world of math, he's a bit of a rock star, right? So you kind of look up to that person. Can't that replace the in-person education?
It can help. I will point out something. I can't share the numbers, but we have surveyed our students, and even though they have feelings about what I would interpret as connection, I like that word, in the different modes of classrooms, there's no difference between how well they think they're learning. For them, the thing that makes them unhappy is the situation they're in. And I think the lack of connection, it's not whether they're learning anything. They seem to think they're learning something anyway, right? And in fact, they seem to think they're learning it equally well, presumably because the faculty are putting in, or the instructors, more generally speaking, are putting in the energy and effort to try to make certain that what they've curated can be expressed to them in a useful way. But the connection is missing. And so there's huge differences in what they prefer. And as far as I can tell, what they prefer is more connection, not less. That connection just doesn't have to be physically in a classroom. I mean, look, I used to teach 348 students in a machine learning class on campus. Do you know why? That was the biggest classroom on campus. They're sitting in a theater. They're sitting in theater seats. I'm literally on a stage looking down on them and talking to them, right? There's no... I mean, we're not sitting down having a one-on-one conversation, reading each other's body language, trying to communicate and going on. We're not doing any of that. So if you're past the third row, it might as well be online anyway, is the kind of thing that people have said. Daphne has actually said some version of this, that online starts on the third row or something like that. And I think wow. that's not, yeah, I like it. I think it captures something important. Yeah. But people still came, by the way. Even the people who had access to our material would still come to class.
I mean, there's a certain element about looking to the person next to you.
Yeah.
It's just right. Like their presence there, their boredom, and like when the parts are boring, and their excitement when the parts are exciting, like, and sharing in that, like unspoken kind of, communication. Like in part, the connection is with the other people in the room.
Yeah. Watching the circus on TV alone is not really. Have you ever been to a movie theater and been the only one there at a comedy? It's not as funny as when you're in a room full of people all laughing.
Well, maybe you need just another person. It's like, as opposed to many. Maybe there's some kind of...
Well, there's different kinds of connection, right?
And there's different kinds of comedy. Well, in the sense
as
that...
we're learning today.
I wasn't sure if that was going to land. But just the idea that different jokes... I've now done a little bit of stand-up. And so different jokes work in different size crowds too.
No,
right?
That's true.
Yeah. Where sometimes if it's a big enough crowd, then even a really subtle joke can take root someplace, and then that cues other people, and it kind of... There's a whole statistics of... I did this terrible thing to my brother.
So when I was really young, I decided that my brother was only laughing at sitcoms when I laughed. Like he was taking cues from me. So I purposely didn't laugh just to see if I was
right.
Did
you laugh at non-funny things?
Yes.
You really want to do both sides.
I did both sides. Yeah. And at the end of it, I told him what I did.
Oh, that's
He was very upset about this.
Yeah.
And from that day on...
He lost his sense of humor.
No. Well, yes. But from that day on, he laughed on his own. He stopped taking cues from me.
I see.
So I want to say that, it was a good thing that I did. But
yes, you saved that man's life.
Yes, but it was mostly mean. But it's true, though. It's true, right? Yeah. That people... I think you're right.
But okay, so where does that get us? That gets us the idea that, certainly movie theaters are a thing, right? Where people like to be watching together, even though the people on the screen aren't really co-present with the people in the audience. The audience is co-present with themselves.
By the way, on that point, it's an open question that's being raised by this, whether movies will no longer be a thing because Netflix is audience is growing. So it's a very parallel question for education. Will movie theater still be a thing?
Right.
In 2021.
No, but I think the argument is that there is a feeling of being in the crowd that isn't replicated by being at home watching it, and that there's value in that. And then I think
but
it scales better online.
But I feel like we're having a conversation about whether concerts will still exist after the invention of the record or the CD or wherever it is, right?
They won't.
You're right. Concerts are dead.
Well, okay. I think the joke is only funny if you say it before now.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
We'll fix it in
3
post.
years ago. It's like, well, no, obviously,
I'll wait to
concerts are still a
publish
big
this until we have a vaccine.
No, we'll fix it in post. But I think the important thing is
Fix the virus post.
concerts changed, right?
Concerts
First off,
changed.
movie theaters weren't this way, right? In like the 60s and 70s, they weren't like this. Like blockbusters were basically what Jaws and Star Wars created blockbusters, right? Before then, there weren't. Like the whole shared summer experience didn't exist in our lifetimes, right?
Yeah.
Certainly, you were well into adulthood by the time this was true, right? So it's just a very different. It's very different. So what we've been experiencing in the last 10 years is not like the majority of human history, but more importantly, concerts, right? Yeah. Concerts mean something different. Most people don't go to concerts. Anymore. Like there's an age where you care about it. You sort of stop doing it, but you keep listening to music or whatever and da. So I think that's a painful way of saying that it will change. It was not the same thing as it going away. Replace is too strong of a word, but it will change. It has to.
I actually like to push back. I wonder because I think you're probably just throwing your intuition out.
Oh,
it's possible that concerts, more people go to concerts now, but obviously much more people listen to, well, that's dumb, than before there was records. It's possible to argue that if you look at the data, that it just expanded the pie of what music listening means. So it's possible that like universities grow in the parallel, or the theaters grow, but also more people get to watch movies, more people get to like be educated.
Yeah,
so,
I hope that is.
Yeah, and to the extent that we can grow the pie and have education be not just something you do for 4 years when you're done with your other education, but it be a more lifelong thing, that would have tremendous benefits, especially as the economy and the world change rapidly. Like people need opportunities to stay abreast of these changes. And so I don't know, I could that's all part of the ecosystem.
It's all to the good. I mean, I'm not going to have an argument about whether we lost fidelity when we went from Laserdisc to DVDs or record players to CDs. I mean, I'm willing to grant that is true, but convenience matters. And the ability to do something that you couldn't do otherwise because of that convenience matters. And you can tell me I'm only getting 90% of the experience, but I'm getting the experience. I wasn't getting it before, or wasn't lasting as long, or it wasn't as easy. I mean, this just seems straightforward to me. It's going to change. It is for the good that more people get access. And it is our job to do two separate things. One, to educate them and make access available. That's our mission. But also, for very simple, selfish reasons, we need to figure out how to do it better so that we individually stay in business. We can do both of those things at the same time. They are not they may be in tension, but they are not mutually exclusive.
But there is a particular possible catalyst in this time we live in, which is for really kind of raising the question of gain-of-function research for the application of making viruses more dangerous, is the question of whether COVID leaked from a lab. They're sort of not even answering that question, but even asking that question it seems like a very important question to ask to catalyze the conversation about whether we should be doing gain-of-function research. I mean, from a high level, why do you think people, even colleagues of mine, are not comfortable asking that question? And two, do you think that the answer could be that it did leak from a lab?
I think the mere possibility that it did leak from a lab is evidence enough, again, for the hypothetical, rational national leaders watching this simple PowerPoint. If you could put the possibility at 1%, and you look at the unbelievable destructive power that COVID had, that should be an overwhelmingly powerful argument for excluding it. Now, as to whether or not that was a leak, some very, very level. I don't know enough about all of the factors in the Bayesian analysis and so forth that has gone into people making the pro argument of that. So I don't pretend to be an expert on that, and I don't have a point of view. I just don't know. But what we can say is it is entirely possible for a couple of reasons. One is that there is a BSL-4 lab in Wuhan, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I believe it's the only BSL-4 in China. I could be wrong about that. But it definitely had a history that alarmed very sophisticated U.S. diplomats and others who were in contact with the lab and were aware of what it was doing long before COVID hit the world. And so there are diplomatic cables that have been declassified. I believe one sophisticated scientist or other observer said that WIV is a ticking time bomb. And I believe it's also been pretty reasonably established that coronaviruses were a topic of great interest at WIV. SARS obviously came out of China, and that's a coronavirus, so it would make an enormous amount of sense for it to be studied there. And there is so much opacity about what happened in the early days and weeks after the outbreak that's basically been imposed by the Chinese government that we just don't know. So it feels like a substantially or greater than 1% possibility to me, looking at it from the outside. And that's something that one could imagine. Now we're going to the realm of thought experiment, not me decreeing this is what happened, but if they're studying coronavirus at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and there is this precedent of gain of function research that's been done on something that is remarkably uncontagious to humans, whereas we know coronavirus is contagious to humans. I could definitely, and there is this global consensus, certainly was the case, 2 or 3 years ago when this work might have started. Seems to be this global consensus that gain of function is fine. The U.S. paused funding for a little while, but paused funding. They never said private actors couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. It was just a pause of NIH funding. And then that pause was lifted. So again, none of this is irrational. You could certainly see the folks at WIV saying, gain of function, interesting vector, coronavirus, unlike H5N1, very contagious. We're in a nation that has had terrible run-ins with coronavirus. Why don't we do a little gain of function on this? And then, like all labs at all levels, one can imagine this lab leaking. So it's not an impossibility, and very, very level-headed people have said that, who have looked at it much more deeply, do believe in that outcome.
Why is it such a threat to power, the idea that it'll leak from a lab? Why is it so threatening? I don't maybe understand this point exactly. Like, is it just that as governments, and especially the Chinese government, is really afraid of admitting mistakes that everybody makes? So this is a horrible mistake. Chernobyl is a good example. I come from the Soviet Union. I mean, major mistakes were made in Chernobyl. I would argue for a lab leak to happen, the scale of the mistake is much smaller, right? The depth and the breadth of rot that in bureaucracy that led to Chernobyl is much bigger than anything that could lead to a lab leak, because it could literally just be. I mean, I'm sure there's very careful security procedures even in level 3 labs, but I imagine, maybe you can correct me, all it takes is the incompetence of a small number of individuals,
or even
one individual on a particular a couple weeks, 3 weeks period, as opposed to a multi-year bureaucratic failure of the entire government.
Right. Well, certainly the magnitude of mistakes and compounding mistakes that went into Chernobyl was far, far, far greater. Yeah. But the consequence of COVID outweighs the consequence of Chernobyl to a tremendous degree. And, I think that particularly authoritarian governments are unbelievably reluctant to admit to any fallibility whatsoever. And there's a long, long history of that across dozens and dozens of authoritarian governments. And to be transparent, again, this is in the hypothetical world in which this was a leak, which again, I don't personally have enough sophistication to have an opinion on the likelihood, but in the hypothetical world in which it was a leak, the global reaction and the amount of global animus and the amount of, the decline in global respect that would happen toward China, because every country suffered massively from this, unbelievable damages in terms of human lives and economic activity disrupted. The world would in some way present China with that bill. And when you take on top of that the natural disinclination for any authoritarian government to admit any fallibility and tolerate the possibility of any fallibility whatsoever, and you look at the relative opacity, even though they let a World Health Organization group in, a couple of months ago to run around, they didn't give that WHO group anywhere near the level of access that would be necessary to definitively say X happened versus Y. The level of opacity that surrounds those opening weeks and months of COVID in China, we just don't know the outcome.
So can we talk about this kind of research and what's actually done and what are the positives and negatives of it? So if we look at gain of function research and the kind of stuff that's happening in level 3 and level 4 BSL labs, what's the whole idea here? Is it trying to engineer viruses to understand how they behave? You want to understand the dangerous ones.
Yeah. So that would be the logic behind doing it. And so gain of function can mean a lot of different things. Viewed through a certain lens, gain of function research could be what you do when you create, GMOs, when you create, hardy strains of corn that are resistant to pesticides. You could view that as gain of function. So I'm going to refer to gain of function in a relatively narrow sense, which is actually the sense that the term is usually used, which is in some way magnifying capabilities of microorganisms to make them more dangerous, whether it's more transmissible or more deadly. And in that line of research, I'll use an example from 2011 because it's very illustrative and it's also very chilling. Back in 2011, two separate labs, independently of one another, I assume there was some kind of communication between them, but they were basically independent projects, one in Holland and one in Wisconsin, did gain of function research on something called H5N1 flu. H5N1 is, something that, at least on a lethality basis, makes COVID look like a kitten. COVID, according to the World Health Organization, has a case fatality rate somewhere between 0.5% and 1%. H5N1 is closer to 60%, 60. And so that's actually even slightly more lethal than Ebola. It's a very, very, very scary pathogen. The good news about H5N1 is that it is barely contagious. And I believe it is in no way contagious human to human. It requires, very, very, very deep contact with birds, in most cases chickens. And so if you're a chicken farmer and you spend an enormous amount of time around them, and perhaps you get into situations in which you get a break in your skin and you're interacting intensely with fowl who, as it turns out, have H5N1, that's when the jump comes. But there's no airborne transmission that we're aware of human to human. It just doesn't exist. I think the World Health Organization did a relentless survey of the number of H5N1 cases. I think they do it every year. I saw one 10-year series where I think it was like 500 fatalities over the course of a decade. And that's a drop in the bucket. Kind of fun fact. I believe the typical lethality from lightning over 10 years is 70,000 deaths. So we think getting struck by lightning, pretty low risk. H5N1, much, much lower than that. What happened in these experiments is the experimenters in both cases set out to make H5N1 that would be contagious, that could create airborne transmission. And so they basically passed it, I think in both cases, they passed it through a large number of ferrets. And so this wasn't like CRISPR. There wasn't even in CRISPR back in those days. This was relatively straightforward, selecting for a particular outcome. And after guiding the path and passing them through, again, I believe it was a series of ferrets, they did, in fact, come up with a version of H5N1 that is capable of airborne transmission. Now, They didn't unleash it into the world. They didn't inject it into humans to see what would happen. And so for those two reasons, we don't really know how contagious it might have been. Mm-hmm. But, if it was as contagious as COVID, that could be a civilization-threatening pathogen. And why would you do it? Well, the people who did it were good guys. They were virologists. I believe their agenda, as they explained it, was, much as you said, let's figure out what a worst case scenario might look like so we can understand it better. But my understanding is in both cases it was done in BSL-3 labs. And so potential of leak, significantly non-zero, hopefully way below 1%, but significantly non-zero. And when you look at the consequences of an escape in terms of human lives, destruction of a large portion of the economy, et cetera, and you do an expected value calculation on whatever fraction of 1% that was, you would come up with a staggering expected cost for this work. So it should never have been carried out. Now, you might make an argument if you believed that H5N1 in nature is on an inevitable path to airborne transmission, and it's only going to be a small number of years, A, and B, if it makes that transition, there is, one set of changes to its metabolic pathways and, its genomic code and so forth. One that we have discovered. So it is going to go from point A, which is where it is right now, to point B. We have reliably engineered point B. That is the destination. And we need to start fighting that right now because this is 5 years or less away. Mm-hmm. Now, that'd be a very different world. That'd be like spotting an asteroid that's coming toward the Earth and is 5 years off. And yes, you marshal everything you can to resist that. But there's two problems with that perspective. The first is, in however many thousands of generations that humans have been inhabiting this planet, there has never been a transmissible form of H5N1. And influenza has been around for a very long time. So there is no case for inevitability of this kind of a jump to airborne transmission. So we're not on a freight train to that outcome. And if there was inevitability around that, it's not like there's just one set of genetic code that would get there. There's all kinds of different mutations that could conceivably result in that kind of an outcome. Unbelievable diversity of mutations. And so we're not actually creating something we're inevitably going to face, but we are creating a very powerful and unbelievably negative card and injecting it in the deck that nature never put into the deck. So in that case, I just don't see any moral or scientific justification for that kind of work. And interestingly, there was quite a bit of excitement and concern about this when the work came out. One of the teams was going to publish their results in Science, the other in Nature. And there were a lot of editorials and a lot of scientists are saying this is crazy. And publication of those papers did get suspended. And not long after that, there was a pause put on U.S. government funding, NIH funding, on gain-of-function research. But both of those speed bumps were ultimately removed. Those papers did ultimately get published, and that pause on funding ceased long ago. And in fact, those two very projects, my understanding is, resumed their funding, got their government funding back. I don't know why a Dutch project's getting NIH funding, but whatever, about a year and a half ago. So as far as the U.S. government and regulators are concerned, it's all systems go for gain of function at this point, which I find very troubling.
Now, I'm a little bit of an outsider from this field, but it has echoes of the same kind of problem I see in the AI world with autonomous weapon systems. Nobody in my colleagues, friends, as far as I can tell, people in the AI community are not really talking about autonomous weapon systems, as now U.S. and China full steam ahead on the development of both.
Right.
And that seems to be a similar kind of thing on gain of function. I've, have friends in the biology space, and they don't want to talk about gain of function publicly. That makes me very uncomfortable from an outsider perspective in terms of gain of function. It makes me very uncomfortable from the insider perspective on autonomous weapon systems. I'm not sure how to communicate exactly about autonomous weapon systems, and I certainly don't know how to communicate effectively about gain of function. What is the right path forward here? should we seize all gain of function research? Is that really the solution here?
Well, again, I'm going to use gain of function in the relatively narrow context of what we're discussing. Because you could say almost, anything that you do to make biology more effective is gain of function. So within the narrow confines of what we're discussing, I think it would be easy enough for level-headed people in all of the countries, level-headed governmental people in all of the countries that realistically could support such a program to agree, we don't want this to happen because all labs leak. I mean, and an example that I use, I actually used in the piece I did with Sam Harris as well, is the anthrax attacks in the United States in 2001. I mean, talk about an example of the least likely lab leaking into the least likely place. This was shortly after 9/11, for folks who don't remember it. And it was a very, very lethal strand of anthrax that, as it turned out, based on the forensic genomic work that was done and so forth, absolutely leaked from a high-security U.S. Army lab. Probably the one at Fort Detrick in Maryland. It might have been another one, but who cares? It absolutely leaked from a high-security U.S. Army lab. And where did it leak to? This highly dangerous substance that was kept under lock and key by a very security-minded organization? Well, it leaked to places including the Senate Majority Leader's office, Tom Daschle's office. I think it was Senator Leahy's office, certain publications, including, bizarrely, the National Enquirer. But let's go to the Senate Majority Leader's office. It is hard to imagine a more security-minded country than the United States 2 weeks after the 9/11 attack. I mean, it doesn't get more security-minded than that. And it's also hard to imagine a more security-capable organization than the United States military. We can joke all we want about inefficiencies in the military and, $24,000 wrenches and so forth, but pretty capable when it comes to that. And despite that level of focus and concern and competence, just days after the 9/11 attack, something comes from the inside of our military and industrial complex and ends up in the office of someone, I believe, the Senate Majority Leader, somewhere in the line of presidential succession. It tells us everything can leak. So again, think of a level-headed conversation between powerful leaders in a diversity of countries, thinking through, like, I can imagine a very simple PowerPoint revealing, just discussing briefly things like the anthrax leak, things like this foot and mouth disease outbreak or leaking that came out of a BSL-4 level lab in the UK, several other things, talking about the utter virulence that could result from gain of function and say, folks, can we agree that this just shouldn't happen? I mean, if we were able to agree on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which we were, Bioweapons Convention, which we did agree on, we the world, for the most part, I believe agreement could be found there. But it's going to take people in leadership of a couple of very powerful countries to get to consensus amongst them, and then to decide we're going to get everybody together and browbeat them into banning this stuff. Now, that doesn't make it entirely impossible that somebody might do this, but in well-regulated, carefully watched over fiduciary environments, like federally funded academic research, anything going on in the government itself, things going on in, companies that have investors who don't want to go to jail for the rest of their lives. I think that would have a major, major dampening impact on it.
If you were to kind of look back at 2020 and maybe broadening it out to future pandemics that could be much more dangerous, what kind of response, how do we fail in a response, and how could we do better? So the gain of function research is discussing, the question of we should not be creating viruses that are both exceptionally contagious and exceptionally deadly to humans. But if it does happen, perhaps through natural evolution, natural mutation, is there interesting technological responses on the testing side, on the vaccine development side, on the collection of data, or on the basic sort of policy response side, or the sociological, the psychological side?
Yeah, there's all kinds of things. And most of what I've thought about and written about, and again, discussed in that long bit with Sam, is dual use. So most of the countermeasures that I've been thinking about and advocating for would be every bit as effective against a zoonotic disease, a natural pandemic of some sort, as an artificial one. The risk of an artificial one, even the near-term risk of an artificial one, ups the urgency around these measures immensely, but most of them would be broadly applicable. And so I think the first thing that we really want to do on a global scale is have a far, far, far more robust and globally transparent system of detection. And that can happen on a number of levels. The most obvious one is, just in the blood of people who come into clinics exhibiting signs of illness. And we are certainly at a point now with relatively minimal investment. We could develop in-clinic diagnostics that would be unbelievably effective at pinpointing what's going on in almost any disease when somebody walks into a doctor's office or a clinic. And better than that, this is a little bit further off, but it wouldn't cost tens of billions in research dollars. It would be, a relatively modest and affordable budget in relation to the threat. At-home diagnostics that can really, really pinpoint, particularly with respiratory infections, because that is generally, almost universally, the mechanism of transmission for any serious pandemic. So somebody has a respiratory infection. Is it one of the, significantly large handful of rhinoviruses, coronaviruses, and other things that cause common cold? Or is it influenza? If it's influenza, is it influenza A versus B? Or is it, a small handful of other more exotic, but nonetheless sort of common respiratory infections that are out there? Developing a diagnostic panel to pinpoint all of that stuff, that's something that's well within our capabilities. That's much less a lift than creating mRNA vaccines, which obviously we proved capable of when we put our minds to it. So do that on a global basis. And I don't think that's irrational, because the best prototype for this that I'm aware of isn't currently rolling out in Atherton, California, or Fairfield County, Connecticut, or some other wealthy place. The best prototype that I'm aware of this is rolling out right now in Nigeria. And it's a project that came out of the Broad Institute, which is, as I'm sure you know, but some listeners may not, is kind of like an academic joint venture between Harvard and MIT. The program is called Sentinel, and their objective and their plan, and it's a very well-conceived plan, a methodical plan, is to do just that in areas of Nigeria that are particularly vulnerable to zoonotic diseases making the jump from animals to humans. But also there's just an unbelievable public health benefit from that. And it's sort of a three-tier system where clinicians in the field could very rapidly determine, do you have one of the infections of acute interest here, either because it's very common in this region, so we want to diagnose as many things as we can at the front line, or because it's uncommon but unbelievably threatening, like Ebola. So frontline worker can make that determination very, very rapidly. If it comes up as a we don't know, they bump it up to a level that's more like at a fully configured doctor's office or local hospital. And if it's still at a we don't know, it gets bumped up to a national level. And it gets bumped very, very rapidly. So if this can be done in Nigeria, and it seems that it can be, there shouldn't be any inhibition for it to happen in most other places. And it should be affordable from a budgetary standpoint. And based on Sentinel's budget and adjusting things for things like, very different cost of living, larger population, et cetera, I did a back of the envelope calculation that doing something like Sentinel in the US would be in the low billions of dollars. And, wealthy countries, middle income countries can't afford such a thing. Lower income countries should certainly be helped with that, but start with that level of detection. And then layer on top of that other interesting things like, monitoring search engine traffic, search engine queries for evidence that strange clusters of symptoms are starting to rise in different places. There's been a lot of work done with that. Most of it kind of academic and experimental, but some of it has been powerful enough to suggest that this could be a very powerful early warning system. There's a guy named Bill Lampos at University College London who basically did a very rigorous analysis that showed that symptom searches reliably predicted COVID outbreaks in the early days of the pandemic in given countries by as much as 16 days before the evidence started to accrue at a public health level. 16 days of forewarning can be monumentally important in the early days of an outbreak. And this is, a very, very talented, but nonetheless very resource constrained academic project. Imagine if that was something that was done with a NORAD-like budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, starting with detection, that's something we could do radically, radically better.
So aggregating multiple data sources in order to create something. This is really exciting to me, the possibility that I've heard inklings of creating almost like a weather map of pathogens, like basically aggregating all of these data sources, scaling many orders of magnitude up at home testing and all kinds of testing that doesn't just try to test for the particular pathogen of worry now, but everything, like a full spectrum of things that could be dangerous to the human body, and thereby be able to create these maps like that are dynamically updated on an hourly basis of how viruses travel throughout the world. And so you can respond, like you can then integrate, just like you do when you check your weather map and it's raining or not. Of course, not perfect, but it's very good predictor of whether it's going to rain or not. And use that to then make decisions about your own life. Ultimately, give the power information to individuals to respond. And if it's a super dangerous, like if it's acid rain versus regular rain, you might want to really stay inside as opposed to risking it. That, just like you said, I think it's not very expensive relative to all the things that we do in this world, but it does require bold leadership.
Yeah.
But back to the destruction of human civilization. If humans destroy ourselves in the next 100 years, what will be the most likely source, the most likely reason that we destroy ourselves?
Well, let's see. 100 years, it's hard for me to comfortably predict out that far. And it's something I give a lot more thought to, I think, than normal folks, simply because I'm a science fiction writer.
Yeah.
And, I feel with the acceleration of technological progress, it's really hard to foresee out more than just a few decades. Comparing today's world to that of 1921, where we are right now, a century later, it would have been so unforeseeable. And I just don't know what's going to happen, particularly with exponential technologies. Our intuitions reliably defeat ourselves with exponential technologies like computing and synthetic biology. And, how we might destroy ourselves in the 100-year time frame might have everything to do with breakthroughs in nanotechnology 40 years from now, and then how rapidly those breakthroughs accelerate. But in the nearer term that I'm comfortable predicting, let's say 30 years, I would say the most likely route to self-destruction would be synthetic biology. And I always say that with the gigantic caveat, and very important one, that I find, and I'll abbreviate synthetic biology to SynBio, just to save us some syllables. I believe SynBio offers us simply stunning promise that we would be fools to deny ourselves. So I'm not an anti-SynBio person by any stretch. SynBio has unbelievable odds of helping us beat cancer, helping us rescue the environment, helping us do things that we would currently find imponderable. So it's electrifying the field. But in the wrong hands, those hands either being incompetent or being malevolent. In the wrong hands, synthetic biology to me has much, much greater odds of leading to our self-destruction than something running amok with super AI, which I believe is a real possibility and one we need to be concerned about. But in the 30-year time frame, I think it's a lesser one, or nuclear weapons or anything else that I can think of.
Can you explain that a little bit further? So your concern is on the man-made versus the natural side of the pandemic front here. So we humans engineering pathogens, engineering viruses is the concern here.
Yeah.
And maybe how do you see the possible trajectories happening here in terms of, is it malevolent or is it accidents, oops, little mistakes, or unintended consequences of particular actions that are ultimately lead to unexpected mistakes?
Well, both of them are a danger. And I think the question of which is more likely has to do with two things. One, do we take a lot of methodical, affordable, foresighted steps that we are absolutely capable of taking right now to forestall the risk of a bad actor infecting us with something that could have annihilating impacts. And in the episode you referenced with Sam, we talked a great deal about that. So do we take those steps? And if we take those steps, I think the danger of malevolent rogue actors doing us in with SynBio could plummet. But, it's always a question of if, and we have a bad, and very long track record of hitting the snooze bar after different natural pandemics have attacked us. So that's variable number one. Variable number two is how much experimentation and pathogen development do we as a society decide is acceptable in the realms of academia, government, or private industry? And if we decide as a society that it's perfectly okay for people with varying research agendas to create pathogens that, if released, could wipe out humanity, if we think that's fine, and if that kind of work starts happening in, 1 lab, 5 labs, 50 labs, 500 labs in one country, then 10 countries, then 70 countries or whatever, that risk of a boo-boo starts rising astronomically. And this won't be a spoiler alert based on the way that I presented those two things, but I think it's unbelievably important to manage both of those risks. The easier one to manage, although it wouldn't be simple by any stretch because it would have to be something that all nations agree on, but the easier risk to manage is that of, hey guys, let's not develop pathogens that if they escape from a lab could annihilate us. There's no line of research that justifies that. And in my view, that's the point of perspective we need to have. We'd have to collectively agree that there's no line of research that justifies that. The reason why I believe that would be a highly rational conclusion is even the highest level of biosafety lab in the world, biosafety lab level 4, and there are not a lot of BSL-4 labs in the world. Mm-hmm. There are things can and have leaked out of BSL-4 labs. And some of the work that's been done with potentially annihilating pathogens, which we can talk about, is actually done at BSL-3. And so fundamentally, any lab can leak. We have proven ourselves to be incapable of creating a lab that is utterly impervious to leaks. So why in the world would we create something where, if God forbid it leaked, could annihilate us all? And by the way, almost all of the measures that are taken in biosafety level anything labs are designed to prevent accidental leaks. What happens if you have a malevolent insider? And we could talk about the psychology and the motivations of what would make a malevolent insider who wants to release something annihilating in a bit. I'm sure that we will. But what if you have a malevolent insider? Virtually none of the standards that go into biosafety level 1, 2, 3, and 4 are about preventing somebody hijacking the process. Some of them are, but they're mainly designed against accidents. They're imperfect against accidents. And if this kind of work starts happening in lots and lots of labs, with every lab you add, the odds of there being a malevolent insider naturally increase arithmetically as the number of labs goes up. Now, on the front of somebody outside of a government, academic, or scientific, traditional government, academic, scientific environment, creating something malevolent. Again, there's protections that we can take both at the level of SynBio architecture, hardening the entire SynBio ecosystem against terrible things being made that we don't want to have out there by rogue actors, to early detection, to lots and lots of other things that we can do to dramatically mitigate that risk. Mm-hmm. And I think we do both of those things, decide that no, we're not going to experimentally make annihilating pathogens in leaky labs, and B, yes, we are going to take countermeasures that are going to cost a fraction of our annual defense budget to preclude their creation. Then I think both risks get managed down. But if you take one set of precautions and not the other, then the thing that you have not taken precautions against immediately becomes the more likely.
Let me ask you about something that's sort of more in the AI space that mm-hmm. I think about, that kind of goes along this thread that you've spoken about democratizing the technology that could destroy human civilization, mm-hmm. is from amazing work from DeepMind, AlphaFold 2, which achieved incredible performance on the protein folding problem, single protein folding problem. Do you think about the use of AI in the synbio space of I think the gain of function in the virus space research that you referred to, I think, is natural mutations and sort of aggressively mutating the virus until you get one that that's both contagious and deadly. But what about then using AI to, through simulation, be able to compute deadly viruses or any kind of biological systems? Is this something you're worried about? Or again, is this something you're more excited about?
I think computational biology is an unbelievably exciting and promising field. And I think when you're doing things in silico as opposed to in vivo, the dangers plummet. You don't have a critter that can leak from a leaky lab.
Yes.
So I don't see any problem with that, except I do worry about the data security dimension of it. Because if you were doing really, really interesting in silico gain of function research and you hit upon, through a level of sophistication we don't currently have, but, synthetic biology is an exponential technology. So capabilities that are utterly out of reach today will be attainable in 5 or 6 years. I think if you conjured up worst case genomes of viruses that don't exist in vivo anywhere, they're just in the computer space, but like, hey guys, this is the genetic sequence that would end the world, let's say. Then you have to worry about the utter hackability of every computer network we can imagine. I mean, data leaks from the least likely places on the grandest possible scales have happened and continue to happen and will probably always continue to happen. And so that would be the danger of doing the work in silico. If you end up with a list of like, boy, these are things we never want to see, that list leaks. And after the passage of some time, certainly couldn't be done today, but after the passage of some time, lots and lots of people in academic labs going all the way down to the high school level are in a position to, to make it overly simplistic, hit print on a genome and have the virus bearing that genome pop out on the other end, then you got something to worry about. But in general, computational biology, I think, is incredibly important, particularly because the crushing majority of work that people are doing with the protein folding problem and other things are about creating therapeutics, about creating things that will help us, live better, live longer, thrive, be more well, and so forth. And the protein folding problem is a monstrous computational challenge that we seem to make just the most glacial progress on for years and years. But I think there's a biannual competition, I think, for at which people tackle the protein folding problem. And DeepMind's entrant both 2 years ago, like in 2018 and 2020, ruled the field. Mm-hmm. And so, protein folding is an unbelievably important thing if you want to start thinking about therapeutics, because, it's the folding of the protein that tells us where the channels and the receptors and everything else are on that protein. And it's from that precise model, if we can get to a precise model, that you can start barraging it again in silico with, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of potential therapeutics and see what resolves the problems, the shortcomings that a misshapen protein, for instance, somebody with cystic fibrosis, how might we treat that? So I see nothing but good in that.
Well, on the engineering side, maybe a dark question, but do you think it's possible to use these machine learning methods to start to engineer proteins? And the next question is something quite a few biologists are against, some are for study purposes, is to engineer viruses. Do you think machine learning, like something like AlphaFold, could be used to engineer viruses?
So to answering the first question, it has been, a part of the research in the protein science. The protein design is a very prominent areas of research. Of course, one of the pioneers is David Baker and Rosetta algorithm that, essentially was doing the de novo design and was used to design new proteins,
And design of proteins means design of function. So like when you design a protein, you can control, the whole point of a protein, with the protein structure comes a function, like correct, it's doing something.
Correct.
So you can design different things that
so you can you can look at the proteins from the functional perspective. You can also look at the proteins from the structural perspective, right? So the structural building blocks. So if you want to have a building block of a certain shape, you can try to achieve it by introducing a new protein sequence and predicting how it will fold.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, I mean, it's a natural one of the natural applications of these algorithms. Now, talking about engineering a virus
with machine learning.
With machine learning, right? So luckily for us, I mean, we don't have that much data. Right?
Yeah.
We actually, right now, one of the projects that we are carrying on in the lab is we're trying to develop a machine learning algorithm that determines whether or not the current strain is pathogenic. And
the current strain of the coronavirus.
Of the virus. I mean, so there are applications to coronaviruses because we have strains of SARS-CoV-2, also SARS-CoV, MERS that are pathogenic, but we also have strains of other coronaviruses that are, not pathogenic. I mean, the common cold viruses and some other ones, right? So
pathogenic meaning spreading.
Pathogenic means actually inflicting damage. Correct. There are also some, seasonal versus pandemic strains of influenza, right? And to determining what are the molecular determinant, right? So that are built into the protein sequence, into the gene sequence, right? So, and whether or not the machine learning can determine those components, right?
Oh, interesting. So like using machine learning that's really interesting to give the input is like what the
protein
entire
sequence,
the protein sequence, and then determine if this thing is going to be able to do damage to a biological system.
Yeah. So I mean,
good machine learning. You're saying we don't have enough data for that?
For this specific one, we do. We might actually, have to back up on this because we're still in the process. There was one work that appeared in bioRxiv by Eugene Koonin, who is one of these, pioneers in evolutionary genomics, and they tried to look at this, but the methods were sort of standard, supervised learning methods, and now the question is, can you, advance it further by using, not so standard methods, so there's obviously a lot of hope in transfer learning, where you can actually try to transfer the information that the machine learning learns about the proper protein sequences, right? And, so there is some promise in going this direction. But if we have this, it would be extremely useful because then we could essentially forecast the potential mutations that would make a current strain more or less pathogenic.
Anticipate them from a vaccine development for the treatment, antiviral drug development.
That would be a very crucial task.
But you could also use that system to then say, how would we potentially modify this virus to make it more pathogenic?
That's true. That's true. I mean, the hope is, several things, right? So one is that, it's even if you design a sequence, right? So to carry out the actual experimental biology to ensure that all the components working, is a completely different matter.
Difficult process.
Yes. Then we've seen in the past there could be some regulation of the moment the scientific community recognizes that it's now becoming no longer a sort of a fun puzzle to for machine learning.
Could be a weapon.
Yeah. So then there might be some regulation. So I think back in 2015 there was there was an issue on regulating the the research on influenza strains, right? That where several groups use sort of the mutation analysis to determine whether or not this strain will jump from one species to another. And I think there was like a half a year moratorium on the research on the paper published until scientists analyzed it and decided that it's actually safe.
I forgot what that's called. Something of function, test of function.
Gain of function, loss of function.
Gain of function, yeah. Gain of function, loss of function. That's right. Sorry. It's like, let's watch this thing mutate for a while to see what kind of things we can observe. I guess I'm not so much worried about that kind of research if there's a lot of regulation and if it's done very well and with competence and seriously. I am more worried about kind of this. The underlying aspect of this question is more like 50 years from now. Speaking to the Drake equation, one of the parameters in the Drake equation is how long civilizations last. And that seems to be the most important value actually for calculating if there's other alien intelligent civilizations out there. That's where there's most variability. Assuming like if that percentage that life can emerge is like not zero, like if we're like super unique, then it's the how long we last is basically the most important thing. So from a selfish perspective, but also from a Drake equation perspective, I'm worried about our civilization lasting. And you kind of think about all the ways in which machine learning can be used to design greater weapons of destruction, right? And I mean, one way to ask that, if you look sort of 50 years from now, 100 years from now, would you be more worried about natural pandemics or engineered pandemics? Like who's the better designer of viruses, nature or humans, if we look down the line?
I think in my view, I would still be worried about the natural pandemics, simply because, I mean, the capacity of the nature producing this.
It does pretty good job, right?
Yes.
And the motivation for using engineering viruses for as a weapon is a weird one, because maybe you can correct me on this, but it seems very difficult to target a virus, right? The whole point of a weapon, the way a rocket works, you have a starting point, you have an end point, and you're trying to hit a target. To hit a target with a virus is very difficult. It's basically just, right? It's the target would be the human species. Oh man,
yep.
Yeah. I have a hope in us. I'm forever optimistic that we will not. There's insufficient evil in the world to lead to that kind of destruction.
Well, I also hope that, I mean, that's what we see. I mean, with the way we are getting connected, the world is getting connected. I think it helps for the world to become more transparent.
Yeah.
So the information spread is, I think it's one of the key things for the society to become more balanced.
Yeah,
one way or another.
This is something that people disagree with me on, but I do think that the kind of secrecy that governments have. So you're kind of speaking more to the other aspects, like research community being more open, companies are being more open. Government is still like we're talking about like military secrets.
Yeah,
I think military secrets of the kind that could destroy the world will become also a thing of the 20th century. It'll become more and more open.
Yeah.
Like I think nations will lose power in the 21st century, like lose sufficient power to where transparency is more beneficial than secrecy. But of course, that's not obvious.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. That the governments will become more transparent.
So we last talked, I think, in March or April. What have you learned? How has your philosophical, psychological, biological worldview changed since then? Or you've been studying it nonstop from a computational biology perspective, how has your understanding and thoughts about this virus changed over those months, from the beginning to today?
One thing that I was really amazed at how efficient the scientific community was. I mean, and even just judging on this very narrow domain of protein structure, understanding the structural characterization of this virus from the components point of view, whole virus point of view. If you look at SARS, right, the something that happened, less than 20, but close enough 20 years ago, and you see what when it happened, what was sort of the response to by the scientific community. You see that the structural characterizations did occur, but it took several years, right? Now, the things that took several years, it's a matter of months, right? So we see that the research pop up. We are at the unprecedented level in terms of the sequencing, right? Never before we had a single virus sequenced so many times, so which allows us to actually to trace very precisely the sort of the evolutionary nature of this virus, what happens. And it's not just this virus independently of everything. It's the sequence of this virus linked, anchored to the specific geographic place, to specific people, because our genotype influences also the evolution of this. It's always a host pathogen co-evolution that occurs.
It'd be cool if we also had a lot more data about the spread of this virus. It'd be nice if we had it for like contact tracing purposes for this virus, but it would be also nice if we had it for the study for future viruses to be able to respond and so on. But it's already nice that we have geographical data and like basic data from individual humans. Yeah,
exactly. I think contact tracing is obviously a key component in understanding the spread of this virus. There is a number of challenges, right? So X prize is one of them. We just recently took a part of this competition. It's the prediction of the number of infections in different regions.
Oh, sure.
Obviously the AI is the main topic in those predictions.
Yeah, but it's still the data. I mean, that's a competition, but the data is weak on the training. Like it's great. It's much more than probably before, but like it would be nice if it was like really rich. Like I talked to Michael Mina from Harvard. I mean, he dreams that the community comes together with like a weather map of viruses, right? Like really high resolution sensors on like how from person to person the viruses that travel, all the different kinds of viruses, right? Yeah. Because there's a ton of them. And then you'd be able to tell the story that you've spoken about of the evolution of these viruses, like day-to-day mutations that are occurring. I mean, that would be fascinating, just from a perspective of study and from the perspective of being able to respond to future pandemics. That's ultimately what I'm worried about.
To give you a brief overview, there are 4 structural proteins. These are the proteins that made up a structure of the virus. So spike, S protein, that acts as a trimer, so it needs 3 copies. E, envelope protein, that acts as a pentamer, so it needs 5 copies to act properly. M is a membrane protein, it forms dimers, and actually it forms beautiful lattice. And this is something that we've been studying, and we are seeing it in simulations. It actually forms a very nice grid, or threads, of different dimers attached next to each other.
There's a bunch of copies of each other, and they naturally, when you have a bunch of copies of each other, they form an interesting lattice.
Exactly, and if you think about it, right? So this complex, the viral shape needs to be organized somehow, self-organized somehow, right? So it if it was a completely random process, you probably wouldn't have the envelope shell of the ellipsoid shape. You would have something, pre-random, right, shape. So there is some, regularity in how this, how these M dimers get to attach to each other in a very specific directed way.
Is that understood at all?
It's not understood. We are now, we've been working in the past 6 months since, we met. Actually, this is where we started working on trying to understand the overall structure of the envelope and the key components that made up this, structure.
Wait, does the envelope also have the lattice structure or no?
So the envelope is essentially the outer shell of the viral particle. The N, the nucleocapsid protein, is something that is inside.
Got it.
But get that, the N is likely to interact with M.
Does it go M and E? Like, where's the E and the
So E, those different proteins, they occur in different copies on the viral particle. So E, this pentamer complex, we only have 2 or 3 maybe per each particle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have 1,000 or so of M dimers that essentially makes up the entire, outer shell.
So most of the outer shell is the M
dimer and
the
lipids.
M protein. When you say particle, that's the viron, the virus, the individual
it's a
virus. Single element of the virus. It's
exactly.
a single virus.
Single virus.
Yeah.
Right. And we have about, roughly 50 to 90 spike trimers. Right. So when you show a
per virus particle.
Per virus particle.
Sorry, what did you say? 50 to 90?
50 to 90.
Cool.
Right. So this is how this thing is organized. And so now typically, right, so you see these the antibodies that target, spike protein, certain parts of the spike protein, but there could be some also some treatments, right? So these are small molecules that bind strategic parts of these proteins, disrupting its functioning. So one of the promising directions, it's one of the newest directions, is actually targeting the M dimer of the protein, targeting the proteins that make up this outer shell. Because if you're able to destroy the outer shell, you're essentially destroying the viral particle itself. So preventing it from functioning at all.
So that's, you think, is from a sort of cybersecurity perspective, virus security perspective, that's the best attack vector? That's a promising attack vector?
I would say yes. So I mean, there's still tons of research needs to be done. But yes, I think, so
there's more attack surface, I guess.
More attack surface, but from our analysis, from other evolutionary analysis, this protein is evolutionarily more stable compared to the spike protein.
And stable means a more static target.
Well, yeah. So it doesn't change. It doesn't evolve from the evolutionary perspective so drastically as, for example, the spike protein.
There's a bunch of stuff in the news about mutations of the virus in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
I also saw in South Africa something, maybe that was yesterday. You just kind of mentioned about stability and so on. Which aspects of this are mutatable and which aspects, if mutated, become more dangerous? And maybe even zooming out, what are your thoughts and knowledge and ideas about the way it's mutated, all the news that we've been hearing? Are you worried about it from a biological perspective? Are you worried about it from a human perspective?
So, I mean, mutations are sort of a general way for these viruses to evolve, right? So it's, it's essentially, this is the way they evolved. This is the way they were able to jump from, one species to another. We also see, some recent jumps. There were some incidents of this virus jumping from human to dogs. So there is some danger in those jumps, because every time it jumps, it also mutates, right? So it, when it jumps to the species and jumps back, right? So it acquires some mutations that are sort of driven by the environment of a new host, right? And it's different from the human environment. And so we don't know whether the mutations that are acquired in the new species are neutral with respect to the human host, or maybe damaging.
Yeah, change is always scary. But so are you worried about, I mean, it seems like because the spread is during winter now seems to be exceptionally high, and especially with a vaccine just around the corner already being actually deployed, there's some worry that this puts evolutionary pressure, selective pressure on the virus for it to mutate. Is that a source of worry?
Well, I mean, there is always this thought, in the scientist's mind, what will happen, right? So I know there've been discussions about sort of the arms race between the ability of the humanity to get vaccinated faster than the virus, essentially, becomes, resistant to the vaccine. I mean, I don't worry that much, simply because, there is not that much evidence to that.
To aggressive mutation around a vaccine.
Exactly. Obviously there are mutations around the vaccine, there are vaccines. So the reason we get vaccinated every year against the seasonal flu,
there's mutations,
right? But I think it's important to study it, no doubts, right? So I think one of the, to me, and again, I might be biased because we've been trying to do that as well. But one of the critical directions in understanding the virus is to understand its evolution, in order to sort of understand the key mechanisms that lead the virus to jump, the Nordic viruses to jump from species to another, that the mechanisms that lead the virus to become resistant to vaccines, also to treatments, right? And hopefully that knowledge will enable us to sort of forecast the evolutionary traces, the future evolutionary traces of this virus.
I mean, what, from a biological perspective, this might be a dumb question, but is there parts of the virus that if souped up, like through mutation, could make it more effective at doing its job? We're talking about this specific coronavirus, because we were talking about the different, like the membrane, the M protein, the E protein, the N, and the S, the spike. Is there some?
And there are 20 or so more in addition to that.
But is that a dumb way to look at it? Like, which of these, if mutated, could have the greatest impact, potentially damaging impact on the effectiveness of the virus?
So it's actually it's a very good question, because and the short answer is we don't know yet, but of course there is capacity of this virus to become more efficient. The reason for that is so if you look at the virus, I mean, it's a machine, right? So it's a machine that does a lot of different functions, and many of these functions are sort of nearly perfect, but they are not perfect. And those mutations can make those functions more perfect. For example, the attachment to ACE2 receptor, right, of the spike, right? So, has this virus reached the efficiency in which the attachment is carried out, or there are some mutations that still to be discovered, right, that will make this attachment stronger, or something more, in a way, more efficient from the point of view of this virus functioning. That's sort of the obvious example. But if you look at each of these proteins, I mean, it's there for a reason. It performs certain function. And it could be that certain mutations will, enhance this function. It could be that some mutations will make this function much less efficient, right? So that's also the case.
Do you see a connection between World War II and the crisis we're living through right now?
Sure. The need for collective action, reminding ourselves of the fact that all of these abstractions, like everyone should just do exactly what he or she wants to do for himself and leave everyone else alone. None of these abstractions work in a global crisis. And this is just a reminder that we didn't somehow put all that behind us.
When I hear stories about my grandfather who was in the army, and so the Soviet Union, where most people die when you're in the army, there's a brotherhood that happens. There's a love that happens. Do you think that's something we're going to see here?
We're not there. I mean, what the Soviet Union went through. I mean, the enormity of the war on the Russian doorstep.
This is different. What we're going through now is not.
We can't talk about Stalingrad and COVID in the same breath yet. We're not ready. And the sort of, just the sense of like the great patriotic war and the way in which I was very moved by the Soviet custom of newlyweds going and visiting war memorials on their wedding day. It's like the happiest day of your life. You have to say thank you to the people who made it possible. We're not there. We're just restarting history. I've called this on the Rogan program. I called it the Great Nap.
Yeah.
The 75 years with very little by historical standards in terms of really profound disruptions. And so
when you call it the Great Nap, meaning lack of deep global tragedy.
Well, lack of realized global tragedy. So I think that the development, for example, of the hydrogen bomb, was something that happened during the Great Nap. And that doesn't mean that people who lived during that time didn't feel fear, didn't know anxiety, but it was to say that most of the violent potential of the human species was not realized. It was in the form of potential energy. And this is the thing that I've sort of taken issue with the description of Steven Pinker's optimism, is that if you look at the realized kinetic variables, things have been getting much better for a long time, which is the Great Nap. But it's not as if our fragility has not grown, our dependence on electronic systems, our vulnerability to disruption. And so all sorts of things have gotten much better. Other things have gotten much worse, and the destructive potential has skyrocketed.
Is tragedy the only way we wake up from the big nap?
Well, no, you could also have, jubilation about positive things, but it's harder to get people's attention.
Can you give an example of a big global positive thing that could happen?
I think that when, for example, just historically speaking, HIV went from being a death sentence to something that people could live with for a very long period of time, it would be great if that had happened on a Wednesday, right? Like all at once, like you knew that things had changed. And so the bleed in somewhat kills the sort of the Wednesday effect, where it all happens on a particular day at a particular moment. I think if you look at the stock market here, there's a very clear moment where you can see that the market absorbs the idea of the coronavirus. I think that with respect to positives, the moon landing was the best example of a positive that happened at a particular time. Or recapitulating the Soviet-American link up in terms of Skylab and Soyuz, right? Like that was a huge moment when you actually had these two nations connecting in orbit. And so, yeah, there are great moments where something beautiful and wonderful and amazing happens, but it's just, there are fewer. That's why as much as I can't imagine proposing to somebody at a sporting event, when you have like 30,000 people waiting and, like she says, yes, it's pretty exciting. So I think that we shouldn't discount that.
So how bad do you think it's going to get in terms of the global suffering that we're going to experience with this crisis?
I can't figure this one out. I'm just not smart enough. Something is going weirdly wrong. They're almost like two separate storylines. In one storyline, we aren't taking things nearly seriously enough. We see people using food packaging lids as masks who are doctors or nurses. We hear horrible stories about people dying needlessly due to triage. And that's a very terrifying story. On the other hand, there's this other story which says there are tons of ventilators someplace. We've got lots of masks, but they haven't been released. We've got hospital ships where none of the beds are being used. And it's very confusing to me that somehow these two stories give me the feeling that they both must be true simultaneously, and they can't both be true in any kind of standard way. I don't know whether it's just that I'm dumb, but I can't get one or the other story to quiet down. So I think weirdly, this is much more serious than we had understood it, and it's not nearly as serious as some people are making it out to be at the same time, and that we're not being given the tools to actually understand, here's how to interpret the data, or here the issue with the personal protective equipment is actually a jurisdictional battle or a question of who pays for it rather than a question of whether it's present or absent. I don't understand the details of it, but something is wildly off in our ability to understand where we are.
So that's policy, that's institutions. What about, do you think about the quiet suffering of millions of people that have lost their job? Is this a temporary thing? I mean, my ears nod to the suffering of those people who have lost their job, or the 50% possibly of small businesses that are going to go bankrupt. Do you think about that quiet suffering?
Well,
and how that might arise itself?
Could be not quiet too. I mean,
right. Could
be a depression. This could go from recession to depression, and depression could go to armed conflict and then to war. So it's not a very abstract causal chain that gets us to the point where we can begin with quiet suffering and anxiety and all of these sorts of things, and people losing their jobs and people dying from stress and all sorts of things. But look, anything powerful enough to put us all indoors think about this as an incredible experiment. Imagine that you proposed, hey, I want to do a bunch of research. Let's figure out what changes in our emissions profiles for our carbon footprints when we're all indoors, or what happens to traffic patterns, or what happens to the vulnerability of retail sales as Amazon gets stronger, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that in many of those situations, we're running an incredible experiment. And am I worried for us all? Yes, there are some bright spots, one of which is that when you're ordered to stay indoors, people are going to feel entitled. And the usual thing that people are going to hit when they hear that they've lost your job, there's this kind of tough love attitude that you see, particularly in the United States. Like, oh, you lost your job, poor baby. Well, go retrain, get another one. I think there's going to be a lot less appetite for that. Because we've been asked to sacrifice, to risk, to act collectively. And that's the interesting thing. What does that reawaken in us? Maybe the idea that we actually are nations, and that your fellow countrymen may start to mean something to more people. It certainly means something to people in the military. But I wonder how many people who aren't in the military start to think about this as like, oh yeah, we are kind of running separate experiments, and we are not China.
So you think this is kind of a period that might be studied for years to come? From my perspective, we are a part of the experiment, but I don't feel like we have access to the full data. the full data of the experiment. We're just like little mice
Yeah.
in a large.
Does this one make sense to you, Lex?
I'm romanticizing it, and I keep connecting it to World War II. So I keep connecting to historical events and making sense of them through that way, or reading The Plague by Camus, like almost kind of telling narratives and stories. But I'm not hearing the suffering that people are going through, because I think that's quiet. Everybody's numb currently. They're not realizing what it means to have lost your job and to have lost your business. There's kind of I'm afraid how that fear will materialize itself once the numbness wears out. And especially if this lasts for many months, and if it's connected to the incompetence of the CDC and the WHO and our government, and perhaps the election process. You know, my biggest fear is that the elections get delayed or something like that. So the basic mechanisms of our democracy get slowed or damaged in some way that then mixes with the fear that people have, that turns to panic, that turns to anger. That anger.
Can I just play with that for a little bit?
Sure.
What if, in fact, all of that structure that you grew up thinking about, and again, you grew up in two places, right? So when you were inside the US, we tend to look at all of these things as museum pieces. Like, how often do we amend the Constitution anymore? And in some sense, if you think about the Jewish tradition of Simchat Torah, you've got this beautiful scroll that has been lovingly hand drawn in calligraphy that's very valuable. And it's very important that you not treat it as a relic to be revered. And so one day a year, we dance with the Torah and we hold this incredibly vulnerable document up and we treat it as if, it was Ginger Rogers being led by Fred Astaire. Well, that is how you become part of your country. In fact, maybe the election will be delayed. Maybe extraordinary powers will be used. Maybe any one of a number of things will indicate that you're actually living through history. This isn't a museum piece that you were handed by your great-great-grandparents.
But you're kind of suggesting that there might be a community thing that pops up, as opposed to an angry revolution. It might have a positive effect of.
Well, for example,
in 2014, U.S. put a hold on gain-of-function research in response to a number of laboratory biosecurity incidents, including anthrax, smallpox, and influenza. In December 2017, NIH lifted this ban because, quote, gain-of-function research is important in helping us identify, understand, and develop strategies and effective countermeasures against rapidly evolving pathogens that pose a threat to public health. All difficult questions have arguments on both sides. Yes. Can you argue the pros and cons of gain-of-function research with viruses?
I can. And first, let me say this term, gain of function, is causing such confusion that I need to take a minute and just sort of talk about what the common scientific use of that term is and where it is very different when we're talking about the current oversight of potentially dangerous human pathogens. As you know, in science, we're doing gain-of-function experiments all the time. We support a lot of cancer immunotherapy at NIH. Right here in our clinical center, there are trials going on where people's immune cells are taken out of their body, treated with a genetic therapy that revs up their ability to discover the cancer that patient currently has, maybe even at stage 4, and then give them back as those little ninja warriors go after the cancer. And it sometimes works dramatically. That's a gain of function. You gave that patient a gain in their immune function that may have saved their life. So we've got to be careful not to say, oh, gain of function is bad. Most of what we do in science that's good involves quite a bit of that. And we are all living with gains of function every day. I have a gain of function because I'm wearing these eyeglasses. Otherwise, I would not be seeing you as clearly. I'm happy for that gain of function. So That's where a lot of confusion has happened. The kind of gain of function, which is now subject to very rigorous and very carefully defined oversight, is when you are working with an established human pathogen that is known to be potentially causing a pandemic, and you are enhancing or potentially enhancing its transmissibility or its virulence. We call that EPPP, enhanced potential pandemic pathogen. That requires this very stringent oversight worked out over 3 years by the National Science Advisory Board on Biosecurity that needs to be looked at by a panel that goes well beyond NIH to decide, are the benefits worth the risks in that situation? Most of the time, it's not worth the risk. Only 3 times in the last 3 or 4 years have experiments been given permission to go forward. They were all on influenza. So I will argue that if you're worried about the next pandemic, the more you know about the coming enemy, the better chance you have to recognize when trouble is starting. And so if you can do it safely, studying influenza or coronaviruses like SARS, MERS, and SARS-CoV-2 would be a good thing to be able to know about. But you have to be able to do it safely because we all know lab accidents can happen. And, I mean, look at SARS, where there have been lab accidents and people have gotten sick as a result. We don't want to take that chance unless there's a compelling scientific reason. That's why we have this very stringent oversight. The experiments being done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology as a subaward to our grant to EcoHealth in New York did not meet that standard of requiring that kind of stringent oversight. I want to be really clear about that because there's been so much thrown around about it. Was it gain of function? Well, in the standard use of that term that you would use in science in general, you might say it was. But in the use of that term that applies to this very specific example of a potential pandemic pathogen, absolutely not. So nothing went on there that should not have happened based upon the oversight. There was an instance where the grantee institution failed to notify us about the result of an experiment that they were supposed to tell us, where they mixed and matched some viral genomes and got a somewhat larger viral load as a result. But it was not EPPP. It was not getting into that zone that would have required this higher level of scrutiny. It was all bat viruses. These were not human pathogens.
So they didn't cross a threshold within that gray area that makes for an EPPP.
They did not. And anybody who's willing to take the time to look at what EPP means and what those experiments were would have to agree with what I just said.
What is the biggest reason it didn't cross that threshold? Is it because it wasn't jumping to humans? Is it because it did not have a sufficient increase in virulence and transmissibility? What's your sense?
EPPP only applies to agents that are known human pathogens of pandemic potential. These were all bat viruses derived in the wild, not shown to be infectious to humans. Just looking at what happened if you took 4 different bat viruses and you tried moving the spike protein gene from one into one of the others to see whether it would bind better to the ACE2 receptor. That doesn't get across that threshold. And let me also say, for those who are trying to connect the dots here, which is the most troubling part of this, and say, well, this is how SARS-CoV-2 got started, that is absolutely demonstrably false. These bat viruses that were being studied had only about 80% similarity in their genomes to SARS-CoV-2. They were like decades away in evolutionary terms. And it is really irresponsible for people to claim otherwise.
Speaking of people who claim otherwise, Rand Paul. What do you make of the battle of words between Senator Rand Paul and Dr. Anthony Fauci over this particular point?
I don't want to talk about specific members of Congress, but I will say it's really unfortunate that Tony Fauci, who is the epitome of a dedicated public servant, has now somehow been targeted for political reasons as somebody that certain figures are trying to discredit. perhaps to try to distract from their own failings. This never should have happened. Here's a person who's dedicated his whole life to trying to prevent illnesses from infectious diseases, including HIV in the 1980s and 90s, and now probably the most knowledgeable infectious disease physician in the world, and also a really good communicator, is out there telling the truth about where we are with SARS-CoV-2 to certain political figures who don't want to hear it and who are therefore determined to discredit him. And that is disgraceful.
So with politicians, they often play games with black and white. They try to sort of use the gray areas of science and then paint their own picture. But I have a question about the gray areas of science. So like you mentioned, gain of function is a term that has very specific scientific meaning, but it also has a more general term. And it's very possible to argue that not the way politicians argue, but just as human beings and scientists, that there was a gain of function achieved at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, but it didn't cross a threshold. I mean, but it could have too. So here's the thing: when you do these kinds of experiments, unexpected results may be achieved. And that's the gray area of science. You're taking risks with such experiments. And I am very uncomfortable that we can't discuss the uncertainty in the gray area of this.
Oh, I'm comfortable discussing the gray area. What I'm uncomfortable with is people deciding to define for themselves what that threshold is based on sort of some political argument. The threshold was very explicitly laid out. Mm-hmm. Everybody agreed to that in the basis of this 3 years of deliberation. So that's what it is. If that threshold needs to be reconsidered, let's reconsider it. But let's not try to take an experiment that's already been done and decide that the threshold isn't what it was, because that really is doing a disservice to the whole process.
I wish there was a discussion, even in response to Rand Paul. I know we're not talking about specific senators, but just that particular case, I'm saying stuff here. I wish there was an opportunity to talk about, given the current threshold, this is not gain of function, but maybe we need to reconsider the threshold and have that's an opportunity for discussion about the ethics of gain of function. You said that there was 3 studies that passed that threshold with influenza. That's a fascinating human question, scientific question about ethics, because you're playing, like you said, there's pros and cons. You're taking risks here to prevent horribly destructive viruses in the future, but you also are risking creating such viruses in the future. With nuclear weapons and nuclear energy, nuclear energy promises a lot of positive effects, and yet you're taking risks here. With mutually assured destruction, nations possessing nuclear weapons.
Oh my!
You're a lot.
I
of
hope
people,
we're not going there.
Well, we're not. But a lot of people argue that that's the reason nuclear weapons is the reason we've prevented world wars, and yet they also have the risk of starting world wars. And this is what we have to be honest about with the benefits and risks of science. That you have to make that calculation of what are the pros and what are the cons.
I'm totally with you, but I want to reassure you, Lex, that this is not an issue that's been ignored.
Yes.
That this issue about the kind of gain of function that might result in a serious human pathogen has been front and center in many deliberations for a decade or more, involved a lot of my time along the way, by the way, and has been discussed publicly on multiple occasions, including 2 major meetings of the National Academy of Sciences, getting input from everybody and ultimately arriving at our current framework. Now, we actually, back in January of 2020, just before COVID-19 changed everything, had planned and even charged that same National Science Advisory Board on Biosecurity to reconvene and look at the current framework and say, do we have it right? Let's look at the experience over those 3 years and say, is the threshold too easy, too hard? Do we need to reconsider it? Let's look at the experience. COVID came along, the members of the board said, please, we're all infectious disease experts. We don't have time for this right now. But I think the time is right to do this. I'm totally supportive of that. And that should be just as public a discussion as you can imagine about what are the benefits and the risks. And if somebody decided ultimately this came together and said, we just shouldn't be doing these experiments under any circumstances, if that was the conclusion, well, that would be the conclusion. But it hasn't been so far.
Religious in the Christian community, there was some hesitancy with the vaccine.
Still is.
Still is. There's a lot of data showing high efficacy and safety of vaccines, of COVID vaccines, but still they are far from perfect, as all vaccines are. Can you empathize with people who are hesitant to take the COVID vaccine or to have their children take the COVID vaccine?
I can totally empathize, especially when people are barraged by conflicting information coming at them from all kinds of directions. I've spent a lot of my time in the last year trying to figure out how to do a better job of listening, because I think we have all got the risk of assuming we know the basis for somebody's hesitancy, and that often doesn't turn out to be what you thought. And the variety of reasons is quite broad. I think a big concern is just this sense of uncertainty about whether this was done too fast and that corners were cut. And there are good answers to that. Along with that, a sense that maybe this vaccine will have long-term effects that we won't know about for years to come. And one can say that hasn't been seen with other vaccines, and there's no particular reason to think this one's going to be different than the dozens of others that we have experience with. But you can't absolutely say, no, there's no chance of that. So it does come down to listening and then trying in a fashion that doesn't convey a message that you're smarter than the person you're talking to, because that isn't going to help, to really address what the substance is of the concerns. But my heart goes out to so many people who are fearful about this because of all the information that has been dumped on them. Some of it by politicians, a lot of it by the internet, some of it by parts of the media that seem to take pleasure in stirring up this kind of fear for their own reasons. And that is shameful. I'm really sympathetic with the people who are confused and fearful. I am not sympathetic with people who are distributing information that's demonstrably false and continue to do so. They're taking lives. I didn't realize how strong that sector of disinformation would be. And it's been, in many ways, more effective than the means of spreading the truth. This is going to take us into another place. But, Lex, if there's something I'm really worried about in this country, and it's not just this country, but it's the one I live in, is that we have another epidemic besides COVID-19. And it's an epidemic of the loss of the anchor of truth. The truth as a means of making decisions. Truth as a means of figuring out how to wrestle with a question like, should I get this vaccine for myself or my children, seems to have lost its primacy. And instead, it's an opinion of somebody who expressed it very strongly, or some Facebook post that I read 2 hours ago. And for those to become substitutes for objective truth, not just, of course, for vaccines, but for many other issues, like, was the 2020 election actually fair? This worries me deeply. It's bad enough to have polarization and divisions, but to have no way of resolving those by actually saying, okay, what's true here, makes me very worried about the path we're on. And I'm usually an optimist.
Well, to give you an optimistic angle on this, I actually think that this sense that there's no one place for truth is just a thing that will inspire leaders and science communicators to speak not from a place of authority, but from a place of humility. I think it's just challenging people to communicate in a new way, to be listeners first. Mm-hmm. I think the problem isn't that there's a lot of misinformation. I think that people, the internet and the world are distrustful of people who speak as if they possess the truth with an authoritarian kind of tone, which was, I think, defining for what science was in the 20th century. I just think it has to sound different in the 21st. In the battle of ideas, I think humility and love wins. And that's how science wins, not through having quote unquote truth. Because now everybody can just say, I have the truth. I think you have to speak, like I said, from humility, not authority. And so it just challenges our leaders to go back and learn to be, pardon my French, less assholes and more kind. And like you said, to listen to the experiences of people that are good people, not the ones who are trying to manipulate the system or play a game and so on, but real people who are just afraid of uncertainty, of hurting those they loved, and so on. So I think it's just an opportunity for leaders to go back and take a class on effective communication.
I'm with you on shifting more from where we are to humility and love. That's got to be the right answer. That's very biblical, by the way.
We'll get there. Speaking of balance, that's complicated. I wonder, because we're living through one of the more important moments in human history with this particular virus, it seems like pandemics have at least the ability to kill off most of the human population at their worst. Mm-hmm. And they're just fascinating because there's so many viruses in this world. There's so many, viruses basically run the world in the sense that they've been around a very long time. They're everywhere. Mm-hmm. They seem to be extremely powerful in a distributed kind of way, but at the same time, they're not intelligent and they're not even living. Do you have high level thoughts about this virus that, in terms of you being fascinated or terrified or somewhere in between?
So I believe in frameworks, right? So one of them is the evolution. Uh-huh. We're evolved creatures, right?
Yes.
And one of the things about evolution is it's hyper competitive. And it's not competitive out of a sense of evil. It's competitive in a sense of there's endless variation, and variations that work better win. And then over time, there's so many levels of that competition. Multicellular life partly exists because of, the competition between, different kinds of life forms. And we know sex partly exists to scramble our genes so that we have, genetic variation against the invasion of the bacteria and the viruses, and it's endless. I read some funny statistic, the density of viruses and bacteria in the ocean is really high, and 1/3 of the bacteria die every day because a virus has invaded them. 1/3 of them.
Wow.
I don't know if that number is true, but it was there's the amount of competition and what's going on is stunning. And there's a theory, as we age, we slowly accumulate bacteria and viruses, and as our immune system kind of goes down, that's what slowly kills us. And
it just feels so peaceful from a human perspective when we sit back and are able to have a relaxed conversation. And there's wars going on out there.
Right now, you're harboring how many bacteria? And the ones. Many of them are parasites on you, and some of them are helpful, and some of them are modifying your behavior, and some of them are, it's really wild. But, this particular manifestation is unusual, in the demographic, how it hit, and the political, response that it engendered, and, the healthcare response it engendered, and the technology it engendered. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, the communication on Twitter that it led
every
to,
level,
all that kind of stuff at every single level. Yeah.
But what usually kills life, the big extinctions are caused by meteors and volcanoes.
That's the one you're worried about, as opposed to human-created bombs that we launch.
Solar flares are another good one. Occasionally solar flares hit the planet.
So it's nature.
It's all.
So we're living through a pandemic right now, globally in the United States. Mm-hmm. From an economics perspective, how do you think this pandemic will change the world?
It's been remarkable. And, it's horrible how many people have suffered, the amount of death, the economic destruction. It's also striking just the amount of change in work that I've seen. In the last 20 weeks, I've seen more change than there were in the previous 20 years. There's been nothing like it since probably the World War II mobilization in terms of reorganizing our economy. The most obvious one is the shift to remote work. And I and many other people stopped, going into the office and teaching my students in person. I did a study on this with a bunch of colleagues at MIT and elsewhere. And what we found was that before the pandemic, in the beginning of 2020, about 1 in 6, a little over 15% of Americans were working remotely. When the pandemic hit, that grew steadily and hit 50%, roughly half of Americans working at home. So a complete transformation. And of course, it wasn't even. It wasn't like everybody did it. If you're an information worker, a professional, if you work mainly with data, then you're much more likely to work at home. If you're a manufacturing worker, working with other people or physical things, then it wasn't so easy to work at home. And instead, those people were much more likely to become laid off or unemployed. So it's been something that's had very disparate effects on different parts of the workforce.
Do you think it's going to be sticky in a sense that after vaccine comes out and the economy reopens, do you think remote work will continue?
That's a great question. My hypothesis is yes, a lot of it will. Of course, some of it will go back, but a surprising amount of it will stay. I personally, for instance, I moved my seminars, my academic seminars to Zoom. And I was surprised how well it worked.
So it works.
Yeah. Obviously, we were able to reach a much broader audience. So we have people tuning in from Europe and other countries, just all over the United States for that matter. I also actually found that it in many ways was more egalitarian. We use the chat feature and other tools. And grad students and others who might have been a little shy about speaking up, we now kind of have more of ability for lots of voices. And they're answering each other's questions. So you kind of get parallel. Like if someone had a question about, some of the data or a reference or whatever, then someone else in the chat would answer it. And the whole thing just became like a higher bandwidth, higher quality thing. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I think a lot of people are discovering that these tools that, thanks to technologists have been developed over the past decade, they're a lot more powerful than we thought. Of all the terrible things we've seen with COVID and the real failure of many of our institutions that I thought would work better. One area that's been a bright spot is our technologies. Bandwidth has held up pretty well, and all of our email and other tools have just, scaled up kind of gracefully. So that's been a plus. Economists call this question of whether it'll go back hysteresis. Mm-hmm. The question is like when you boil an egg, after it gets cold again, it stays hard. And I think that we're going to have a fair amount of hysteresis in the economy. We're going to move to we have moved to a new remote work system, and it's not going to snap all the way back to where it was before.
One of the things that worries me is that the people with lots of followers on Twitter and people with voices that can be magnified by reporters and all that kind of stuff are the people that fall into this category that we were referring to just now, where they can still function and be successful with remote work. Mm-hmm. And then there is a kind of quiet suffering of what feels like millions of people whose jobs are disturbed profoundly by this pandemic, but they don't have many followers on Twitter. Mm-hmm. What do we, and again, I apologize, but I've been reading The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and there's a connection to the depression on the American side. There's a deep, complicated connection to how suffering can turn into forces that potentially change the world in destructive ways. Right. So it's something I worry about is what is this suffering going to materialize itself in 5-10 years?
Yeah.
Is that something you worry about, think about?
It's like the center of what I worry about. And let me break it down to two parts. There's a moral and ethical aspect to it. We need to relieve this suffering. I share the values of, I think, most Americans. We like to see shared prosperity, or most people on the planet. And we would like to see people not falling behind, and they have fallen behind, not just due to COVID, but in the previous couple of decades, median income has barely moved, depending on how you measure it. And the incomes of the top 1% have skyrocketed. And part of that is due to the ways technology has been used. Part of it's been due to, frankly, our political system has continually shifted more wealth into those people who have the powerful interest. So there's just I think a moral imperative to do a better job. And ultimately, we're all going to be wealthier if more people can contribute, more people have the wherewithal. But the second thing is that there's a real political risk. I'm not a political scientist, but you don't have to be one, I think, to see how a lot of people are really upset with they're getting a raw deal, and they are going to, they want to smash the system in different ways. In 2016 and 2018 and now, I think there are a lot of people who are looking at the political system and they feel like it's not working for them, and they just want to do something radical. Unfortunately, demagogues have harnessed that in a way that is pretty destructive to the country. And an analogy I see is what happened with trade. Almost every economist thinks that free trade is a good thing, that when two people voluntarily exchange, almost by definition, they're both better off if it's voluntary. And so generally trade is a good thing, but they also recognize that trade can lead to uneven effects, that there can be winners and losers in some of the people who didn't have the skills to compete with somebody else or didn't have other assets. And so trade can shift prices in ways that are averse to some people. So there's a formula that economists have, which is that you have free trade, but then you compensate the people who were hurt. And free trade makes the pie bigger. And since the pie is bigger, it's possible for everyone to be better off. You can make the winners better off, but you can also compensate those who don't win. And so they end up being better off as well. What happened was that we didn't fulfill that promise. We did have some more increased free trade in the 80s and 90s, but we didn't compensate the people who were hurt. And so they felt like the people in power reneged on the bargain. And I think they did. And so then there's a backlash against trade. And now both political parties, but especially Trump and company, have really pushed back against free trade. Ultimately, that's bad for the country. Ultimately, that's bad for living standards. But in a way, I can understand that people felt they were betrayed. Technology has a lot of similar characteristics. Technology can make us all better off. It makes the pie bigger. It creates wealth and health. But it can also be uneven. Not everyone automatically benefits. It's possible for some people, even a majority of people, to get left behind while a small group benefits. What most economists would say, well, let's make the pie bigger, but let's make sure we adjust the system so we compensate the people who are hurt. And since the pie is bigger, we can make the rich richer, we can make the middle class richer, we can make the poor richer. Mathematically, everyone could be better off. But again, we're not doing that. And again, people are saying, this isn't working for us. And again, instead of fixing the distribution, a lot of people are beginning to say, hey, technology sucks. We've got to stop it. Let's throw rocks at the Google bus.
Let's blow it up.
Let's blow it up. And, there were the Luddites almost exactly 200 years ago who smashed the looms and the spinning machines because they felt like those machines weren't helping them. We have a real imperative, not just to do the morally right thing, but to do the thing that is going to save the country, which is make sure that we create not just prosperity, but shared prosperity.
We spoke a year ago about rapid at-home testing, and you think it still should be a big part of the solution to COVID. So let's recap. Where do things stand today in terms of rapid at-home testing?
Well, it's certainly something that you're right. I do think we should have them today. We've now had almost 20 months of living in anxiety, uncertainty, being afraid for our health, for our family's health, for our friends, shutdowns, economic instability. Everything has been uncertain because of this virus. And then there's this little test. And it's the first time for many people that they're using it and they're feeling empowered. They're feeling like they can control their little slice of this pandemic. So as these tests have come out and more Americans have had an opportunity to go and buy them from, CVS or Walgreens or wherever they're at, I think that it's really shifting the tenor of the discussion. For a long time, all of 2020, it was like, I often felt like it was me and a few other people against the world. These tests should be public health tools. These tests are infectiousness indicators. They shouldn't be compared to PCR. All of these different things, and we could of course go through and recap what the benefits and the metrics are that we should be looking at. But the point is, last year and most of this year was about educating scientists, educating public health leaders, educating physicians, to get them to understand that there is a different reason to test in a pandemic than purely diagnostics, and transmission blockade and severing transmission chains is a big one. So now I think we're at a point where people are now understanding, and they're understanding because they are feeling it. They're holding it and they're doing it, and they're feeling the delight of seeing a negative and saying, I feel more comfortable. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn close to perfect, to allowing me to go and see my mom without mistakenly infecting her. Or whatever the story might be. And now that that's happening, I think all of a sudden we're seeing a massive change politically for these tests. Biden just came out with the COVID-19 action plan the other day, and one of the main pillars of it was testing, and in particular bringing rapid tests, scaling them up. So on that front, I think finally there is success. People are actually understanding, and I haven't stopped beating this drum for far too long, and I hate rapid tests now.
So maybe it's good to step back. Would you say most Americans have not taken a rapid at-home test?
Absolutely. Most have definitely not taken a rapid test.
So many of them probably don't know. They kind of probably say testing, they have memories of testing, like PCR testing. They have to go into somewhere and they have to a swab deep in their nose, and that's the experience. Or maybe if you have to travel, like Canada or something like that, you have to get tested, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So what are rapid at-home tests?
Yeah, so the rapid at-home tests are, I like to call them paper strip tests. They're simple tests that, I wish I brought some today, but I didn't. They're simple tests that you swab. At the moment, most of them use a swab that you just swab the front of your nose. So it's not one of the deep swabs that goes into your brain, and so it's not very uncomfortable. It's just like picking your nose, if you will, and you put that swab in. Yeah, you put that swab into a little tube, and the tube has some liquid in it, and then you put a few drops of that liquid onto a paper strip, or you drop the paper strip into the tube, just like one of those indicators for the pool. And if you, just like a pregnancy test, then if you get 2 lines, you're positive, 1 line, you're negative. It's super simple. It takes 30 seconds once you know how to do it of hands-on time, and you wait around 10 minutes, and then you read the result. They are extraordinarily effective to answer one question: am I infectious? And that is the public health question that we need to answer and consistently ask during this pandemic. Are you infectious? Am I infectious? Because it's only when we know that we're infectious that we can be empowered to not mistakenly infect others. The PCR test is a little different, and we can go into the pros and cons, but one of the major differences is that a PCR test gets a lot of people talking about the PCR test say it's much more sensitive. Mm-hmm. And at an analytical level, it is. It can detect 1 molecule instead of 100,000. But for public health, we don't want a test that can detect 1 molecule. In fact, that has created a net negative for public health. We just want to know, am I infectious? And to know that question, to know if I'm infectious, I only need a test that is going to be positive if I have a high viral load, like 1 million. And the virus grows so fast, it will grow from 0 to 1 billion in a day. So you don't really need, even on the front end of an infection, you don't need better sensitivity if the trade-off is that you don't get the result for 1, 2, or 3 days. You absolutely want a rapid result that can tell you, yes, you're infectious, you're transmitting to others right now, and I'm going to give you the result right now. So it is a much more effective tool because it's fast, because it's accessible. We can use them in the home. And there's some issues with using them at home. We can talk a little bit about what those issues are, like reporting and is everything on the honor system if you have a test that you're taking at home and you use it to go to work. But they can be accessible. PCR has to go into a lab. It takes a lot of time for somebody to get a PCR test. They either have to go online and order it. It takes the next day for it to come back. Mm-hmm. They swab themselves, they ship it out the next day, and then they get a result 2 days later. That's 4 days minimum for the most part. And, at that point, you're not even infectious, even if you did happen to be infectious when you first ordered the test. Right. So it's really of the speed of these tests and the accessibility and distribution of them that makes them so immensely powerful.
So you have this amazing graphic you tweeted. It's exactly what you're saying, which is a rapid antigen test answers the question, am I currently infectious? And you have, I think, a comparison of 7 different tests based on the viral load. And based on the viral load across these different tests, you look at the likelihood of infectiousness. So what does this graphic show? We can overlay that for people. It's just, I think it's just really nice and really clear.
Yeah, so what that's showing is that we can never ask what's the sensitivity of a test and just let that be the answer. That's what the FDA does currently. Mm-hmm. And that question doesn't mean anything. We have to say, what is the sensitivity of the test to detect what?
Right.
And so we can have different viral loads. For example, you can have a viral load of 1, or you can have a viral load of 1 trillion. And a PCR test will tell you that you are positive, regardless of whether it's 1 or 1 trillion. Now, so we can't ask the question, how sensitive is a rapid test compared to PCR? Because that covers the whole gamut. What we really want to say is, how sensitive is the rapid test to detect me if I am infectious? Mm-hmm. And that gets to about 97% or so sensitive. If the question is, how likely is it to detect me if I'm a super spreader? That's a really important one to be able to detect. They're all about 100% sensitive. So if you have extraordinarily high viral loads to the point where you might be a super spreader, these simple rapid tests will essentially always catch you and tell you you're positive. And then as you go down the line, if you're no longer infectious at all, then these rapid tests might have a 0% sensitivity compared to PCR. But that's actually a good thing. The FDA and others look at it as though it's a bad thing because they average it all together and say, oh, this is only a 40% sensitive test compared to PCR. But that's not the right way to look at it. You want to say, well, out of all of the samples, how many of them were not transmissible? How many were mid, moderate, high, extremely high, super spreader? And you should, at the very least, create a weighted average based on transmissibility potential. We don't do that. And that's why nobody in America has these tests, or that's why they're very rare, because we have slowed down their authorization because of that misunderstanding that they don't have to be 80 or 90% sensitive compared to anytime PCR positivity. They need to be 80 or 90% or more if you're infectious. And for that question, they're like 95 up to 100% sensitive when you're most infectious.
So when you have a lot of virion particles in you, that's what it means when you say viral load. That means you're going to be very infectious. The more you have, the more infectious you are. And this test is basically very good at detecting when you're very infectious.
Could have done it.
The most unpleasant thing about COVID is the uncertainty. And that's what leads to fear on both the vaccine hesitant. It's the uncertainty about the vaccine, and people who have taken the vaccine, the uncertainty around, am I in danger walking around? Can I walk down the hall? This fear of the world around you. And I think testing allows you to remove a lot of that uncertainty. You gain back confidence that you can operate in this world and not get infected. And you become a nicer person. Mm-hmm. I find myself, every time I get tested, I become a nicer person to others because I know I'm not
putting them in danger.
I'm not putting people in danger.
It's a heavy burden to carry, to worry am I infectious? Like, I was out last night, but I do want to go see my mom today, you know? Like, am I infectious? I don't know. And this has created massive anxiety. And I completely agree that it's a relieving feeling. And it's an amazing feeling to be in a room and I did this in the middle of the pandemic when everyone was supposed to be wearing a mask indoors. I had everyone rapid test, and I said, everyone should rapid test before you walk into this room. Mm-hmm. And it was a wonderful experiment because everyone was just so relaxed.
Yeah.
The alternative is nobody tests and everyone wears a mask. You have a mask that maybe gives you 20% maybe protection if you're all in the same room together, if that. Or you have a rapid test program where everyone rapid tests before, and that gives you like 95% to 100% protection, not 100%, but close. And all of a sudden that allows everyone to take a big sigh and be like, wow, this is the first time I've seen people without masks indoors in a long time, and I feel pretty good. And restaurants are scary right now because you just don't know who might be infectious and nobody's masked. And like, wouldn't it be great to just go into a restaurant where you know that everyone just tested negative that day? It just really reduces anxiety. It makes individuals feel empowered. And I mean, at the end of the day, COVID and our response to COVID it's truly an information problem. Mm-hmm. Why do we quarantine anyone? Why did we ever close anything down? We didn't close things down because everyone is positive. We closed things down because we didn't know if anyone was positive. We quarantine a whole classroom of kids, not because they're all positive, but because we don't know if one of them are positive. And so we just quarantine everyone. When there's a positive in the case, in the classroom, like one day, we'll then ask the whole classroom not to come to school for 10 days. That's not a biological problem. That's an information problem. And the crazy thing is we have the tool to solve that information problem. It's literally our eyes on the virus. It's how we see this virus. And if everyone glowed green when they were infectious, we would have never had to close down any society, and we would have never had the outbreaks because we would have been able to stay away from the green people. And
yeah, I like what you said. The quarantine is an information problem. That's absolutely right. Is there something you can say to what people can do, like listening to this, individuals? Do you just complain like loudly, like, why can't we do this? Can you speak with your money somehow? What can people do to help?
God, it's amazing to think you're asking me this question, and this video will go out to the web and all the people that watch you. And last year in July, maybe something like that, June, I forget exactly when it was, I was on TWIV, This Week in Virology.
Shout out to TWIV. Those guys are awesome.
They are awesome. I love TWIV. And they asked me the exact same question towards the end. They said, this makes so much sense. Why wouldn't we do this? What can people do? And so I said, oh, just send me an email, like write to me. I'm sure you could find my email somewhere online, mm-hmm. and get in touch, and I will, and we can try to figure out how to make something happen.
Yeah, that was
bad
smart.
Idea.
Very smart.
Way too many emails. I feel bad because I didn't end up getting back to anyone because I just got inundated. But it did lead to the development of rapidtest.org, where we did automate the process of writing letters to congressional members and elected representatives. So that helps. Fast forward to today. What can people do? I honestly don't know. Like, what can the average person at this point do? We have tried everything. The FDA is immutable on this. They will not change, and we shouldn't ask them to change because they have decided that this is how they regulate medical devices, and they're going to stick to it. So what we need to do, and maybe this is something to do, is if you know people who have sway over politicians, lobbyists, whatever it might be, let people know to request that the president, literally the president of the United States, uses executive powers to just do something as simple as designating these powerful public health tools as public health tools. Allow the CDC and the NIH or whomever it must be, or academic centers of excellence designated by the CDC, to evaluate the tests in a very fast fashion with the appropriate metrics that these tests need to achieve for public health. And within 2 days, we can have 10 new tests authorized. This doesn't have to be a 6 to 12 month endeavor. This could be a 2-day endeavor. We actually did it. I judged the Rapid Test X Prize. And it went great. We actually got incredible metrics about how well does each test work. And no clinical trials, just a couple days worth of work in the lab, and boom. And if we actually systematized it, it would be an hour or so in the lab. So simple. So I don't know. I don't know how to really impact change. Thankfully, I have a platform, and I've been able to start talking with people who are very close with the president and the White House. And I do think that some change is finally happening, because the silver bullet of the vaccine has not panned out to be the silver bullet. So now I think we're moving from a country that was a vaccine only approach to finally recognizing at the highest levels that there's other tools.
What about this Biden action plan? So it sounds like the guy agrees with you, vaccinate or test. So I think given that choice, a lot of people go with test in America, because there's like a division, it seems like. So what is this, just politics? Is this just words, or do you think this is actually going to lead to something? And maybe can you explain what the action plan is?
So there's a number of pillars to the action plan. The two that I've been most focused on, some of them are, we want to get everyone vaccinated, all these things. And one pillar is saying any company in the United States that has more than 100 employees is now required to ensure that any unvaccinated individuals in their workforce test weekly. Another pillar is that the president's going to reduce the cost of PCR tests by 35%, which is pretty moderate reduction, and is going to reduce the cost of antigen tests and scale them up and make 280 million tests and put $2 billion into it. So those are the two that I found most intriguing for the kind of mission that I've been on, which is to just educate people around, hey, we have really, really powerful public health tools we have yet to deploy. The issue at hand, though, is that now that the president has said vaccinate or test, there's a problem inherent in that. It's essentially to coerce people who are unvaccinated to get vaccinated, because vaccinate or test doesn't make sense when the vaccinated people can transmit the virus just fine.
Right. It should be vaccinate and test.
Exactly. It's the problem that I have with that vaccinate or test idea is it's great if you want to use it as a coercive effort to get people vaccinated. Like, I'm not going to wade into that argument. Do I agree with it or not? I'm just not going to even put my words under.
I disagree with it. Let me say that I disagree. As opposed to doing great science communication, this weird, like, people talking down to the populace as if they're children, trying to trick them. Here, have some candy. This kind of, like, everyone with common sense. Somebody told me, I was having a conversation, like, if the government is going to give you money to take the vaccine, people that were already hesitant about the vaccine are not going to trust whatever the heck you're doing. So don't trick people into taking the vaccine. Be honest and communicate transparently everything that's known about the vaccine. Communicate the data. Inspire people with transparency and, like, real communication of all the uncertainty around it and all the difficult decisions of risk and all those kinds of things, and as opposed to trying to trick them like children into taking the vaccine. Anyway, yes, but
okay, well, I didn't have to say it, so there we go.
But you're saying it should not be like vaccinate or test. That trade-off does not make sense.
Vaccinate, by saying vaccinate or test, is absolutely confusing. Because it implies, for anyone who's thinking about it, it is implying, and I've seen this because I have business leaders call me, Fortune 500 business leaders who call me and say, what do I do? Like, I have 8,000 employees, where am I going to get my tests? And a lot of people are saying, they're calling this a pandemic of the unvaccinated. These types of divisive this divisive language doesn't help. This isn't a pandemic of the unvaccinated. This is a pandemic of a fucking virus. Like, don't ever put it on the unvaccinated, who frankly are just scared. They don't know who to trust. And we haven't given them a lot of reason to trust public health, to be frank. So I agree. I mean, now that you've opened the door, I'll just say my piece. Like, absolutely, we need to be the most honest we can with all of this. This is confusing language to say vaccine or test. We need to be very upfront and say, look, vaccines aren't stopping transmission very well. Unfortunately, this is the world we have. We have Delta. We're going to have new mutants. We have a vaccine that wanes somewhat over time. This is biology. I'm sorry. This is just what it is. And then we say, but the vaccines are really protective for your personal health. They're going to keep you out of the hospital. This is what you should care about as an individual. And as a population, we need to figure out, okay, we have to stop transmission if that's our goal. So we should use the tools that are going to stop transmission if that's our goal. And saying vaccinate or test, if our goal is to actually stop transmission, that's confusing because vaccines are not stopping it. They're maybe mildly lowering the risk of transmission. So I'm just not a fan of that language. I think we should be being very, very clear, like you said, and upfront about what are the limitations of the test, of the vaccine, and of the test. And we should be very clear that, it can only help. The American public in aggregate is extremely intelligent. They will figure out when you say that vaccine breakthrough cases are rare, and then they start seeing story after story of whole parties of people who are vaccinated have outbreaks, and everyone knows more people now who are having breakthrough cases than they knew who had regular cases before the vaccine. People start to wonder, well, this is weird. They say that the vaccines are working, breakthrough cases are rare. Maybe the whole vaccine program is failing entirely. And so it ends up shooting ourselves in the foot if we try to create false expectations because we think it's going to be beneficial for one thing when it's not for the other. And so so to get back to the action plan,
Sure.
Vaccinate or test, I think, and the increase in rapid tests, I do think it was a bold move. I think I would say that it was the most prominent sort of encouraging display of the fact that rapid tests are indeed effective public health tools. My real concern now with is that 280 million tests, that's less than one per person per year in the United States. So that's not the way that he said it and delivered it, and what most people think of when they hear the word 280 million. You don't usually put a lot of thought into what does that number mean. It sounds a big number. Most people are now going to be expecting that these tests are actually going to be staying in stock on the shelves at CVS and Walgreens and Amazon or whatever. So that's crisis number one, is now the expectation is set for having rapid tests, but they're not going to scale that well. We won't have them. And then there's vaccinate or test. And that's going to bring millions and millions of people who are not currently testing to have to start testing. So that's going to overwhelm our PCR labs. And it's going to create 5-day delays again with PCR, if not longer, because we'll have backlogs. And so the only real solution to this is to just scale up the tests that are actually scalable. And that's these simple rapid tests. And it's not even to scale them up through production and manufacturing here. It's to open the doors so that the companies that already exist here and can scale are allowed to do it, and to bring in the international market. Some of the biggest diagnostic companies in the world are not selling their millions and millions and millions of tests, in the billions of tests in the United States, because they don't want to play the game that the FDA is currently requiring of them. So we have an opportunity, and I am very encouraged that the president actually did put these into the action plan. And I do want to say for the record that I'm supportive of it in principle. But I think now we actually are the timer has been set, and we have to deal with the crisis before it happens. Otherwise, there could be some real political points taken off. I do worry that the president, if he doesn't pull through with this and really make the tests available, and we end up getting into this other test crisis this fall, there could be political consequences to that. And the reason is these rapid tests are so personal. They become emotional almost. They give people that empowerment that I was talking about earlier. And when people can't get that because the shelves are out of stock, they actually feel frustrated, and then that converts into like anger, like and blame. And so I do think that we have to be really smart about making a policy like this and then ensuring that we can carry through with what the average American is actually expecting.
And speaking of politics, one of the great things about testing, maybe you can correct me, but from my sense, it's one of the only solutions to COVID that has not yet been politicized. So masks and vaccines, whether you like it or not, have been heavily politicized, where there's literally a red-blue split on the use of those, or like proud use, effective use of those tools. And it seems like everybody I talk to about testing, everybody's on board, red or blue.
They are, which is why I am particularly concerned about the vaccinate or test policy.
Right.
Because all of a sudden we just politicized it. We just brought it with this thing that was fully bipartisan, really bipartisan. I mean, I've talked to the really right side of Congress and the super liberal side of Congress, the Senate, the same. Politicians, governors everywhere in this country have asked me for support around these rapid tests, because it just, you can have it reported or not. You can have it in the home, in the privacy of your own home, or not, or you do it at school. These tools are just so powerful to identify infectious people. They didn't have to be politicized. They still don't. I don't think that the action plan went so far that it's going to politicize them, but I do think already it's starting to conjure up emotion, saying, well, now I have to get tested.
Yeah, the have to part, right.
And that is where we go wrong. It's, I have to get tested or vaccinated, screw that. I am independent, whatever. And I do worry that this thing that was purely bipartisan, that we could have just scaled up months ago, we could have delivered it to every household, didn't even have to ask people to request it, just delivered packages to every home in America by now, easily, if we were smart about it. We
compare influenza, the flu, and COVID in the context of the discussion we just had, which is how deadly is COVID. So you mentioned COVID is a very particular kind of steepness, where the x-axis is age. So in that context, could you maybe compare influenza and COVID? Because a lot of people, outside the folks who suggest that the lizards who run the world have completely fabricated and invented COVID, outside of those folks, kind of the natural process by which you dismiss the threat of COVID is say, well, it's just like the flu. The flu is a very serious thing, actually. So in that comparison, where does COVID stand?
Yeah, the flu is a very serious thing. It kills, 50, 60,000 people a year, something like that in that order, depending on the particular strain that goes around. That's in the United States. The primary difference to me, there's lots of differences, but one of the most salient differences is the age gradient and mortality risk for the flu. So the flu is more deadly to children than COVID is. There's no controversy about that. Children, thank God, have much less severe reactions to COVID infection than they do to flu infections.
And rate of fatalities and
rate
stuff
of fatality,
like that.
all of that.
I think you mentioned, it's interesting to maybe also comment on, I think in another conversation you mentioned there's a U shape to the flu curve. So meaning like there's actually quite a large number of kids that die from flu.
Yeah. The 1918 flu, the H1N1 flu, the Spanish flu in the U.S. killed millions of younger people. And that is not the case with COVID. More than, I'm going to get the number wrong, but something like 70, 80% of the deaths are people over the age of 60.
Well, we've talking about the fear the whole time, really. But my interaction with folks, now I want to have a family, I want to have kids, but I don't have that real firsthand experience. But my interaction with folks is at the core of fear that folks had is for their children. Like that somehow, I don't want to get infected because of the kids. Like, because God forbid something happens to the kids. And I think that obviously that makes a lot of sense. This kind of the kids come first, no matter what. That's number one priority. But for this particular virus, that reasoning was not grounded in data. It seems like, or that emotion and feeling was not grounded.
It wasn't.
In data.
But at the same time, this is way more deadly than the flu, just overall, and especially to older people.
Yes.
Right. So
the numbers, when the story is all said and done, COVID would take many more lives.
Yeah. So, I mean, 0.2 sounds like a small number, but it's not a small number worldwide.
Yeah. What do you think that number will be by the, that's not like me, but would we cross, I think it's in the United States, it's the way the deaths are currently reported, it's like 800,000, something like that. Do you think we'll cross 1 million?
Seems likely. Yeah.
Do you think it's something that might continue with different variants?
Well, I think, so we can talk about the end state of COVID. The end state of COVID is it's here forever. I think that there is good evidence of immunity after infection, such that you're protected both against reinfection and also against severe disease upon reinfection. So the second time you get it, it's not true for everyone, but for many people, the second time you get it will be milder, much milder than the first time you get it.
With the long tail, like that lasts for a long time.
Yeah. So just there's studies that follow cohorts of people who were infected for a year, and the reinfection rate is something like somewhere between 0.3 and 1%.
Yeah.
And like a pretty fantastic study out of Italy found that there's one in Sweden, I think. There's a few studies that found this similar things. And the reinfections tend to produce much milder disease, much less likely to end up in the hospital, much less likely to die. So what the end state of COVID is, it's circulating the population forever, and you get it multiple times.
Yeah. And then there's, I think, studies and discussions like the best protection would be to get it and then also to get vaccinated. And then a lot of people push back against that for the obvious reasons from both sides, because somehow the discourse has become less scientific and more political.
Well, I think you want to, like, the first time you meet it is going to be the most deadly for you. Right. And so the first time you meet it, it's just wise to be vaccinated. The vaccine reduces severe disease.
Yeah. We'll talk about the vaccine because I want to make sure I address it carefully and properly and in full context. But yes, sort of to add to the context, a lot of the fascinating discussions we're having is in the early days of COVID and now for people who are unvaccinated. That's where the interesting story is. The policy story, the sociological story, and so on. But let me go to something really fascinating just because of the people involved, the human beings involved, and because of how deeply I care about science and also kindness, respect, and love and human things. To our best understanding today, how deadly is COVID? Do we have a good measure for this very question?
So the best evidence for COVID, the deadliness of COVID, comes from a whole series of seroprevalence studies. Seroprevalence studies are these studies of antibody prevalence in the population at large. I was part of the very first set of seroprevalence studies, one in Santa Clara County, one in LA County, and one in with Major League Baseball around the U.S.
If I may just pause you for a second, if people don't know what serology is and seroprevalence, it does sound like you say zero prevalence. It's not. It's sero, and serology is antibodies. So it's a survey that counts the number of antibodies
specific to COVID. Yes.
People that have antibodies specific to COVID, which perhaps shows an indication that they likely have had COVID, and therefore this is a way to study how many people in the population have been exposed to or have had COVID.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that we don't know exactly the number of people with COVID just by counting the people that present themselves with symptoms of COVID. COVID has, it turns out, a very wide range of symptoms possible, ranging from no symptoms at all to this deadly viral pneumonia that's killed so many people. And the problem is, if you just count the number of cases, the people who have very few symptoms often don't show up for testing. They're outside of the ken of public health. And so it's really hard to know the answer to your question without understanding how many people are infected, because you can probably tell the number of deaths. That's even though that there's some controversy over that. But so the numerator is possible, but the denominator is much harder.
How much controversy is there about the death? We're going to go on a million tangents. Is that, okay, I have a million questions. So one, I love data so much, but I like almost tuned out paying attention to COVID data because I feel like I'm walking on shaky ground. I don't know who to trust. Maybe you can comment on different sources of data, different kinds of data. The death one, that seems like a really important one. Can we trust the reported deaths associated with COVID, or is it just a giant messy thing that mixed up? And then there's this kind of stories about hospitals being incentivized to report a death as COVID death.
So there's some truth in some of that. Let me just talk about the incentive. So in the United States, we passed this CARES Act that was aimed at making sure hospital systems didn't go bankrupt in the early days of the pandemic. The couple of things they did. One was they provided incentives to treat COVID patients, tens of thousands of dollars extra per COVID patient. And the other thing they did is they gave a 20% bump to Medicare payments for elderly patients who are treated with COVID. The idea is that there's more expensive to treat them at, I guess, the early days. So that did provide an incentive to sort of have a lot of COVID patients in the hospital because your financial success of the hospital, or at least not the lack of financial ruin, depended on having many COVID patients. The other thing on the death certificates is that reporting of deaths is a separate issue. I don't know that there's a financial incentive there, but there is this sort of like complicated, when you fill out a death certificate for a patient with a lot of conditions, like let's say a patient has diabetes, that diabetes could lead to heart failure. You have a heart attack, heart failure, your lungs fill up, then you get COVID, and you die. So what do you write on the death certificate? Was it COVID that killed you? Was it the lungs filling up? Was it the heart failure? Was it the diabetes? It's really difficult to like disentangle. And I think a lot of times what's happened is people have like erred on the side of signing it as COVID. Now, what's the evidence of this? There's been a couple of audits of death certificates in places like Santa Clara County, where I live, in Alameda County, California, where they carefully went through the death certificate and said, okay, is this reasonable to say this was actually COVID, or was COVID incidental? Mm-hmm. And they found that about 25% of the deaths were more likely incidental than directly due to COVID. I personally don't get too excited about this. I mean, it's a philosophical question, right? Like, ultimately, what kills you? Which is an odd thing to say if you're not in medicine, but like really, it's almost always multifactorial. It's not always just the bus hits you. The bus hits you, that you get a brain bleed. Was the brain bleed that killed you? Would it have burst anyway? I mean, the bus hit you, killed you, right?
The way you die is a philosophical question, but it's also a sociological and psychological question, because it seems like every single person who's passed away over the past couple of years, kind of the first question that comes to mind, was it COVID? Not just because you're trying to be political, but just in your mind.
No, I think there's a psychological reason for this, right? So, we spent the better part of at least a half century in the United States not worried too much about infectious diseases. And the notion was we'd essentially conquered them. It was something that happens in faraway places to other people. And that's true for much of the developed world. Life expectancy were going up for decades and decades. And for the first time in living memory, we have a disease that can kill us. I mean, I think we're effectively evolved to fear that. Like the panic centers of our brain, the lizard part of our brain takes over. And our central focus has been avoiding this one risk. And so it's not surprising that people, when they're filling out death certificates or thinking about what led to the death, this most salient thing that's in the front of everyone's brain would jump to the top.
And we can't ignore this very deep psychological thing when we consider what people say on the internet, what people say to each other, what people write in scientific papers, everything. It feels like when COVID has been brought onto this world, everything changed in the way people feel about each other, just the way they communicate with each other. I think the level of emotion involved, I think in many people, it brought out the worst in them. for sometimes short periods of time, and sometimes it was always therapeutic. Like you were waiting to get out like the darkest parts of you, just to say, if you're angry at something in this world, I'm going to say it now. And I think that's probably talking to some deep primal thing that fear we have for maladies of all different kinds. And then when that fear is aroused and all the deepest emotions, it's like a Freudian psychotherapy session, but across the world.
It's something that psychologists are going to have a field day with for a generation, trying to understand. I think I think what you say is right, but piled on top of that is also this sort of this impetus to empathy, to empathize, compassion toward others, essentially militarized, right? So yeah. I'm protecting you by some actions, and those actions, if I don't do them, if you don't do them, well, that must mean you hate me. It's created this like social tension that I've never seen before, we looked at each other as if we were just simply sources of germs, rather than people to get to know, people to enjoy, people to get to learn from. It colored basically almost every human interaction for every human on the planet.
Yeah, the basic common humanity. It's like you can wear a mask, you can stand far away, but the love you have for each other when you look into each other's eyes, that was dissipating, and by region too. I've experienced, having traveled quite a bit throughout this time, it was really sad. Even people that are really close together, just the way they stood, the way they looked at each other, and it made me feel for a moment that the fabric that connects all of us is more fragile than I thought.
I mean, if you walk down the street, or if you did this during COVID, I'm sure you had this experience where you walk down the street, if you're not wearing a mask, or even if you are, people will jump off the sidewalk that you walk past them, mm-hmm. as if you're poison. Even though the data are that COVID spreads, indifferently outdoors, or if at all, really outdoors. But it's not simply a biological or infectious disease phenomenon, or epidemiologic phenomenon. It is a change in the way humans treated each other. I hope temporary.
I do want to say on the flip side of that, so I was mostly in Boston, Massachusetts when the pandemic broke out. I think that's where I was. Yeah. And then I came here to Austin, Texas to visit my now good friend, Joe Rogan. And he was the first person, without pause, this wasn't a political statement, this was anything, just walk toward me and give me a big hug and say, it's great to see you. And I can't tell you how great it felt, because I, in that moment, realized the absence of that connection back in Boston over just a couple of months. And, we'll talk about it more, but it's tragic to think about that distancing, that dissolution of common humanity at scale, what kind of impact it has on society, just across the board, political division, and just in the quiet of your own mind, in the privacy of your own home, the depression, the sadness, the loneliness that leads to suicide, and forget suicide, just low-key suffering.
Yeah. No, I think that's the suffering, that isolation. We're not meant to live alone. We're not meant to live apart from one another. I mean, that's, of course, the ideology of lockdown is to make people live apart, alone, isolated, so that we don't spread diseases to each other, right? But we're not actually designed as a species to live that way. And that, what you're describing, I think, if everyone's honest with themselves, have felt, especially in places where lockdowns have been sort of very militantly enforced, has felt deep into their core.
Well, if I could just return to the question of deaths, you said that the data isn't perfect because we need these kind of seroprevalence surveys to understand how many cases there were to determine the rate of deaths. And we need to have a strong footing in the number of deaths. But if we assume that the number of deaths is approximately correct, like what's your sense, what kind of statements can we say about the deadliness of COVID across different demographics? Maybe not in a political way or in the current way, but when history looks back at this moment of time, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the way we look at the pandemic 100 years ago, what will they say about the deadliness of COVID?
I mean, I think the deadliness of COVID depends on not just the virus itself, but who it infects. Probably the most important thing about it, about the deadliness of COVID, is this steep age gradient in the mortality rate. According to these seroprevalence studies that have been done, now hundreds of them, mostly from before vaccination, because vaccination also reduces the mortality risk of COVID. The seroprevalence studies suggest that the risk of death, if you're, say, over the age of 70, is very high. 5% if you get COVID. If you're under the age of 70, it's lower, 0.05. But there's not a single sharp cutoff. It's more like, I have a rule of thumb that I use. So if you're 50, say, the infection fatality rate from COVID is 0.2%, according to the seroprevalence data. That means 99.8% survival if you're 50. And for every 7 years of age above that, double it. Every 7 years of age below that, halve it. So a 57-year-old would have a 0.4% mortality. A 64-year-old would have a 0.8%, and so on. And if you have a severe chronic disease like diabetes, or if you're morbidly obese, it's like adding seven years to your life.
And this is for unvaccinated folks.
This is unvaccinated before Delta also.
Are there a lot of people that would be listening to this with PhDs at the end of their name that would disagree with the 99.8, would you say?
So I think there's some disagreement over this, and the disagreement is about the quality of the seroprevalence studies that were conducted. So as I said earlier, I was a senior investigator in 3 different seroprevalence studies very early in the epidemic. I view them as very high quality studies. We in Santa Clara County, what we did is we used a test kit that we obtained from someone who works in Major League Baseball. Actually, he ordered these test kits very early in March 2020 that very accurately measures antibody levels, antibodies in the bloodstream. These test kits were approved by had a EUA by the Emergency Use Authorization by the FDA, sort of shortly after we did this, and it had a very low false positive rate. False positive means if you don't have these COVID antibodies in your bloodstream, the kit shows up positive anyways. That turns out to happen about 0.5% of the time, and based on studies, a very large number of studies looking at blood from 2018, you try it against this kit, and 0.5% of the time, 2018, there shouldn't be antibodies there. So to COVID, so if it turns positive, it's a false positive. It's 0.5% of the time. And then like a false negative rate, about 10%, 12%, something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but the false positive rate is the important thing there, right? So you have a population in March 2020 or April 2020 with very low fraction of patients having been exposed to COVID. You don't know how much, but low. Even a small false positive rate could end up biasing your study quite a bit. Mm-hmm. But there's a formula to adjust for that. You can adjust for the false positive rate, false negative rate. We did that adjustment, and those studies found in a community population, so leaving aside people in nursing homes who have a higher death rate from COVID, the death rate was 0.2% in Santa Clara County and in LA County.
Across all age groups in the community meaning just like regular folks.
Yeah, so like that's actually a real important question too. So the Santa Clara study, we did this Facebook sampling scheme, which is, I mean, not the ideal thing, but it was very difficult to get a random sample during lockdown, mm-hmm. Where we put out an ad on Facebook soliciting people to volunteer for the study, a randomly selected set of people. We were hoping to get a random selection of people from Santa Clara County, but it tended to, the people who tended to volunteer were from the richer parts of the county. Like I had Stanford professors begging to be in the study because they wanted to know their antibody levels. So we did some adjustment for that. In LA County, we hired a firm that had a pre-existing representative sample of LA County. But it didn't include nursing homes. It didn't include people in jail, things like that. It didn't include the homeless populations. So it's representative of a community dwelling population, both of those. And there we found that both in LA County and Santa Clara County in April 2020, something like 40 to 50 times more infections than cases in both places. So for every case that had been reported to the public health authorities, we found 40 or 50 other infections, people with antibodies in their blood, that suggested that they'd had COVID and recovered.
So people were not reporting, or severe, at least in those days, underreporting.
Yeah, I mean, there was, there's testing problem. I mean, there weren't so many tests available. People didn't know. A lot of them. We asked a set of questions about the symptoms they'd faced, and most of them said they faced no symptoms, or the most 30-40% of them said faced no symptoms.
I mean, even these days, how many people report that they get COVID when they get COVID? Okay, have those numbers, that 0.2%, has that approximately held up over time?
That is. So if Professor John Ioannidis, who's a colleague of mine at Stanford, is a world expert in meta-analysis, probably the most cited scientist on earth, I think, at least living, he did a meta-analysis of now 100 or more of these seroprevalence studies. And what he found was that 0.2% is roughly the worldwide number. I mean, in fact, I think he cites a lower number, 0.15%, as the median infection fatality rate worldwide. So we did these studies, and it generated an enormous amount of blowback by people who thought that the infection fatality rate is much higher. And there's some controversy over the quality of some of the other studies that are done. And so there are some people who look at this same literature and say, well, the lower quality studies tend to have lower IFRs. The higher quality studies.
IFR?
Oh, infection fatality rate. I apologize. I do this in lectures too. I apologize.
And I'm going to rudely interrupt you and ask for the basics sometimes, if it's okay.
No, of course. So these higher quality studies, they say, are tend to produce higher. But the problem is that if you want a global infection fatality rate, you need to get seroprevalence studies from everywhere, even in places that don't necessarily have the infrastructure set up to produce very, very high quality studies. And in poor places in the world, like places like Africa, the infection fatality rate is incredibly low. And in some richer places, like New York City, the infection fatality rate is much higher. There's a range of IFRs, not a single number. This sometimes surprises people because they think, well, it's a virus; it should have the same properties no matter where it goes. But the virus kills or infects or hurts in interaction with the host, and the properties of both the host and the virus combine to produce the outcome.
But you also mentioned the environment too.
Well, I'm thinking mainly just about the person. Like if I'm going to think about it, like the most simplest way to think about it is age. Age is the single most important risk factor. So older places are going to have a higher IFR than younger places. Africa, 3% of Africa is over 65. So in some sense, it's not surprising that they have a low infection fatality rate.
So that's one way you would explain the difference between Africa and New York City in terms of the fatality rate is the age, the average age.
Yeah, and especially in the early days of the epidemic in New York City, the older populations living in nursing homes were differentially infected because of policies that were adopted, right, to send COVID-infected patients back to nursing homes to keep hospitals empty.
What do you mean by differentially infected?
The policy that you adopt determines who is most exposed.
Right. Okay.
So that's what I mean by differential.
The policy, it's the person that matters. I mean, it's not like the virus just kind of doesn't care. I mean, the policy determines the nature of the interaction. And there's also, I mean, there is some contribution from the environment. Different regions have different proximity, maybe, of people interacting or the dynamics of the way they interact.
The heterogeneity. Like if you have situations where there's lots of intergenerational interactions, then you have a very different risk profile than if you have societies that are where generations are more separated from one another. Okay, so let me just finish real fast about this. So you had in New York, you have a population that was infected in the early days that was very likely going to die, but had a much higher likelihood of dying if infected. And so New York City had a higher IFR, especially in the early days, than like Africa has had. The other thing is treatment, right? So the treatments that we adopted in the early days of the epidemic, I think actually may have exacerbated the risk of death.
Which
treatments? Like using ventilators, like the over reliance on ventilators is what I'm primarily thinking of, but I can think of other things. But that also we've learned over time how better to manage patients with the disease. So you have all those things combined. So that's where the controversy over this number is.
I mean, New York City also is a central hub for those who tweet and those who write powerful stories and narratives in article form. And I remember there was quite dramatic stories about sort of doctors in the hospitals and these kinds of things. I mean, there's very serious, very dramatic, very tragic deaths going on always in hospitals. Those stories, loved ones losing each other on a deathbed, that's always tragic. And you can always write a hell of a good story about that. And you should, about the loss of loved ones. But they were doing it pretty well, I would say, over this kind of dramatic deaths. And so in response to that, it's very unpleasant to hear, even to consider the possibility that the death rate is not as high as you might otherwise, as you might feel.
Yeah. I was surprised by the reaction, both by regular people and also the scientific community in response to those early studies in April of 2020. To me, they were studies. I mean, they're the kinds of, not exactly the kinds of work I've worked on all my life, but kind of like the kind of, that you write a paper and you get responses from your fellow scientists, and you change the paper to improve it. You hopefully learn something from it.
Well, but to push back, it's just a study. But there's some studies, and this is kind of interesting because I've received similar pushback on other topics. There's some studies that, if wrong, might have wide-ranging detrimental effects on society. So that's the way they would perceive the studies. If you say the death rate is lower, and you end up, as you often do in science, realizing that nope, there was a flaw in the way the study was conducted, or we're just not representative of a broader population, and then you realize the death rate is much higher, that might be very damaging in people's view. So that's probably where the scientific community sort of to steelman the kind of response is. That's where they felt like, there's some findings where you better be damn sure before you kind of report them.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty sure we were right, and it turns out we were right. So, like when we released the Santa Clara study via this open science process and this server called medRxiv. It's designed for releasing studies that have not yet been peer reviewed in order to garner comment from the scientists before peer review. The LA County study, we went through the traditional peer review process and got it published in the Journal of American Medical Association sometime in July, I think. I forget the date, of 2020. The Santa Clara study we released in April of 2020 in this sort of working paper archive. Mm-hmm. The reason was that we felt we had an obligation. We had a result that we thought was quite important, and we wanted to tell the scientific community about it and also tell the world about it. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to get feedback. I mean, that's part of the purpose of sending it to these kinds of places. I think a lot of the problem is that when people think about published science, they think of it as automatically true. And if it goes through peer review, it's automatically true. If it hasn't gone through peer review, it's not automatically true. And especially in medicine, when we're not used to having this access to pre-peer reviewed work. I mean, in economics, actually, that's quite normal. It takes years to get something published. So there's a very active debate over or discussion about papers before they're peer reviewed in this sort of working paper way. Much less normal or much newer in medicine. And so I think part of that, the perception about what what process happens in open science when you release a study, that got people confused. And you're right, it was a very important result because we had just locked the world down in middle of March with, I think, catastrophic results. And if that study was right, if our study was right, that meant we'd made a mistake. And not because the death rate was low. That's actually not the key thing there. The key thing is that we had adopted these policies, these test and trace policies, these lockdown policies aimed at suppressing the virus level to close to zero. That was essentially the idea. If we can just get the virus to go away, we won't have to ever worry about it again. The main problem with our result as far as that strategy was concerned wasn't the death rate. It was the 40 to 50 times more infections than cases. It was the 2.5% or 3% or 4% prevalence rate that we identified of the antibodies in the population. If that number is right, it's too late. The virus is not going to go to zero. And no matter how much we test and trace and isolate, we're not going to get the viral level down to zero.
So we're going to have to let the virus go through the entire population in some way.
No, well, we can talk about that in a bit. That's the Great Barrington Declaration. You don't have to let the virus go through the population. You can shield preferentially. The policy we chose was to shield preferentially the laptop class, the set of people who could work from home without losing their job.
Yeah.
And we did a very good job at protecting them.
Well, let me take a small tangent. We're going to jump around in time, which I think will be the best way to tell this story. So that was the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, can I go back one more thing for that? Because that's really important. And I should have started with this. What led me to do those studies was a paper that I had remembered seeing from the H1N1 flu epidemic in 2009. This is where I had been much less active in writing about that. I had written up like a paper or two about that when in 2009. There was actually this same debate over the mortality rate, except it unfolded over the course of 3 years, 2 or 3 years. The early studies of the mortality rate in H1N1 counted the number of cases in the denominator, counted the number of deaths in the numerator, cases meaning people identified as having H1N1 showing up the doctor, tested to have it. And the early estimates of the H1N1 mortality were like 4%, 3%, really, really high. Mm-hmm. Over the course of a couple of more years, a whole bunch of seroprevalence studies of H1N1 flu came out. And it turned out that there were 100 or more times of people infected per case. And so the mortality rate was actually something like 0.02% for H1N1, not the three, it was like 100-fold difference.
So this made you think, okay, it took us a couple of 2 to 3 years to discover the truth behind the actual infections for H1N1, and then what's the truth here, and can we get there faster?
Yeah, and it spreads in a similar way as the H1N1 flu did. I mean, it spreads via aerosolization, via so person-to-person breathing kind of contact. And maybe some by fomites, but it seems like that's less likely now. In any case, it seemed really important to me to speed up the process of having those seroprevalence studies, so that we can better understand who was at risk and what the right strategy ought to be.
This might be a good place to kind of...
So the virion has 50 to 100 spikes, trimer spikes. It has roughly 200 to 400 membrane protein dimers. And those are arranged in the very nice lattice. So you can actually see sort of it's like it's a carpet of
on the surface again.
Exactly, on the surface. And occasionally you also see this envelope protein inside. And
Is that the one we don't know what it does?
Exactly. The one that forms the pentamer, this very nice pentameric ring. And so, so this is what we're trying to, put now all our knowledge together and see whether we can actually generate this overall virion model with an idea to understand, first of all, to understand how it looks like, how far it is from those images that were generated. But I mean, the implications are, there is a potential for the, nanoparticle design that will mimic this virion particle.
Is the process of nanoparticle design meaning artificially designing something that looks similar?
Yes. So the one that can potentially compete with the actual virion particles and therefore reduce the effect of the infection.
So is this the idea of, like, what is a vaccine?
So vaccine Vaccine. So there are two ways of essentially treating, and in the case of vaccine, is preventing the infection. So vaccine is a way to train our immune system. So our immune system becomes aware of this new danger, and therefore is capable of generating the antibodies, then will essentially bind to the spike proteins, because that's the main target for the for the vaccine's design, and block its functioning. If you have the spike with the antibody on top, it can no longer interact with ACE2 receptor.
Mm-hmm. So the process of designing a vaccine then is you have to understand enough about the structure of the virus itself to be able to create an artificial particle.
Well, I mean, so the nanoparticle is a very exciting and new research. So there are already established ways to make vaccines, and there are several different ones, right? So there is one where essentially the virus gets through the cell culture multiple times, so it becomes essentially adjusted to the specific embryonic cell, and as a result becomes less compatible with the host human cells. So and therefore it's sort of the idea of the live vaccine, where the particles are there, but they are not so efficient, so they cannot replicate as rapidly as before the vaccine, and they can be introduced to the immune system. The immune system will learn, and the person who gets this vaccine won't get sick, or will have mild symptoms. So then there is sort of different types of the way to introduce the non-functional parts of this virus, or the virus where some of the information is stripped down. For example, the virus with no genetic material, so with no RNA genome. Exactly. So it cannot replicate. It cannot essentially perform most of its functions.
This is fascinating. But what is the biggest hurdle to design one of these, to arrive at one of these? Is it the work that you're doing in the fundamental understanding of this new virus, or is it from my perspective, complicated world of experimental validation and sort of showing that this, like going through the whole process of showing this is actually going to work with FDA approval, all that kind of stuff?
I think it's both. I mean, our understanding of the molecular mechanisms will allow us to design, to have more efficient designs of the vaccines. However, once you design a vaccine, it needs to be tested.
But when you look at the 18 months and the different projections, it seems like an exceptionally, from historically speaking, maybe you can correct me, but even 18 months seems like a very accelerated timeline.
It is. I mean, I remember reading about in a book about some previous vaccines, that it could take up to 10 years to design and properly test a vaccine before its mass production. So we everything is accelerated these days. I mean, for better, for worse, but we definitely need that.
Well, especially with the coronavirus, I mean, the scientific community is really stepping up and working together. The collaborative aspect is really interesting. You mentioned so vaccine is one, and then there's antiviral drugs.
So antiviral drugs, so where vaccines are typically needed to prevent the infection, right? But once you have an infection, so what we try to do, we try to stop it. So we try to stop virus from functioning. And so the antiviral drugs are designed to block some critical functioning of the of the proteins from the virus. So there are a number of interesting candidates, and I think if you ask me, I think remdesivir is perhaps the most promising. It has been shown to be an efficient and effective antiviral for SARS. Originally, it was the antiviral drug developed for a completely different virus, I think for Ebola and Marburg.
At a high level, do you know how it works?
So it tries to mimic one of the nucleotides in RNA, and essentially that stops the replication from.
So it messes. I mean, I guess that's what. So antiviral drugs mess with some aspect of this.
Yes.
Process.
So essentially we try to stop certain functions of the virus. There are some other ones, that are designed to inhibit the protease, the thing that clips protein sequences. There is one that was originally designed for malaria, which is a bacterial disease. So
this is so cool. So, but that's exactly where your work steps in, is you're figuring out the functional, the structure of these different, so like providing candidates for where drugs can plug in.
Exactly. Well, yes, because one thing that we don't know is whether or not. So let's say we have a perfect drug candidate that is efficient against SARS and against MERS. Now, is it going to be efficient against new SARS-CoV-2? We don't know that, and there are multiple aspects that can affect this efficiency. So, for instance, if the binding site, so the part of the protein where this ligand gets attached, if this site is mutated, then the ligand may not be attachable to this part any longer. And our work and the work of other bioinformatics groups, essentially are trying to understand whether or not that will be the case, and it looks like for the ligands that we looked at, the ligand binding sites are pretty much intact, which is very promising.
So if we can just zoom out for a second, what are you optimistic? So there's three possible ends to the coronavirus pandemic. So one is drugs or vaccines get figured out very quickly, probably drugs first. The other is the pandemic runs its course for this wave at least, and then the third is things go much worse in some dark, bad, very bad direction. Do you see? Let's focus on the first two. Do you see the anti-drugs, or the work you're doing, being relevant for us right now in stopping the pandemic, or do you hope that the pandemic will run its course? So the social distancing, things like wearing masks, all those discussions that people are having, will be the method with which we fight coronavirus in the short term? Or do you think that it'll have to be antiviral drugs?
I think antivirals would be. I would view that as at least the short-term solution. I see more and more cases in the news of those new drug candidates being administered in hospitals. And I mean, this is right now the best what we have.
But do we need it
in
order to reopen the economy?
I
What do
mean,
you think?
we definitely need it. I cannot sort of speculate on how that will affect reopening of the economy, because we are kind of deep into the pandemic, and it's not just the States, it's also worldwide. Of course, there is also the possibility of the second wave, as as you mentioned, and this is why we need to be super careful. We need to follow all the precautions that the doctors tell us to do.
Are you worried about the mutation of the virus? So
It's, of course, a real possibility. Now, to what extent this virus can mutate, it's an open question. I mean, we know that it is able to mutate, to jump from one species to another, and to become transmittable between humans, right? So will it, let's imagine that we have the new antiviral. Will this virus become eventually resistant to this antiviral? We don't know. I mean, this is what needs to be studied.
So it's such a beautiful and terrifying process that some viruses may be able to mutate to respond to mutate around the thing we've put before it. Can you explain that process? Like, how does that happen? Is that just the way of evolution?
I would say so, yes. I mean, it's the evolutionary mechanisms. There is nothing imprinted into this virus that makes it, it just the way it evolves, and actually it's the way it co-evolves with its host. Right?
It's just amazing. It's especially the evolutionary mechanisms, especially amazing given how simple the virus is. It's incredible that it's beautiful. It's beautiful because it's one of the cleanest examples of evolution working.
Well, I think, one of the sort of the reasons for its simplicity is because it does not require all the necessary functions to be stored, right? So it actually can hijack the majority of the necessary functions from the host cell. Right? So the ability to do so, in my view, reduces the complexity of this machine drastically. Although, if you look at the most recent discoveries, right? So the scientists discovered viruses that are as large as bacteria, right? So this Mimi viruses and Mama viruses. Those discoveries made scientists to reconsider the origins of the virus, and what are the mechanisms and how, what are the mechanisms, the evolutionary mechanisms that leads to the appearance of the virus. So
what makes a virus more contagious? Well, like I'm sure there's a lot of variables that come into play, but is it that whole discussion of aerosol and like the size of droplets, if it's airborne, or is there some other stuff that's more biology centered?
I mean, there are a lot of components, and there are biological components, that there are also social components. The ability of the virus to so the ways in which the virus is spread is definitely one. The ability to virus to stay on the surfaces to survive. The ability of the virus to replicate fast. So
once it's in the cell or whatever.
Once it's inside the host. And interestingly enough, something that I think we didn't pay that much attention to is the incubation period, where hosts are symptomatic. And now it turns out that another thing that one really needs to take into account, the percentage of the asymptomatic population, because those people still shed this virus and still are, they still are contagious.
So there's the Iceland study, which I think is probably the most impressive size-wise, shows 50% asymptomatic for this virus. I also recently learned the swine flu is just the number of people who got infected was in the billions. It was some crazy number. It was like 20% of the 30% of the population, something crazy like that. So the lucky thing there is the fatality rate is low. But the fact that a virus can just take over an entire population so quickly,
yes,
it's terrifying.
I think, this is, that's perhaps my favorite example of a butterfly effect. Because it's really, it's even tinier than a butterfly. And look at, and with, if you think about it, right? So it used to be in those bat species. And perhaps because of, a couple of small changes in the viral genome, it first had, become capable of jumping from bats to human, and then it became capable of jumping from human to human. Right. So this is, it's not even the size of a virus. It's the size of several, several atoms or a few atoms. And over a sudden, this change has such a major impact.
So is that a mutation like on a single virus? Is that like, so if we talk about those, the flap of a butterfly wing, like what's the first flap?
Well, I think this is the mutations that made this virus capable of jumping from bat species to human. And of course, there's the scientists are still trying to find. They're still even trying to find the who was the first infected, right? The patient 0,
the first human,
the first human infected, right? The fact that there are coronaviruses, different strains of coronaviruses in various bat species, we know that. So we, virologists observe them, they study them, they look at their genomic sequences. They're trying, of course, to understand what make these viruses to jump from bats to human. There was, similar to that in influenza. There was, I think, a few years ago, there was this, interesting story where several groups of scientists studying influenza virus essentially, made experiments to show that this virus can jump from one species to another, by changing, I think, just a couple of residues. And of course, it was very controversial. I think there was a moratorium on this study for a while, but then the study was released. It was published.
So why was there a moratorium? It's because it shows through engineering it, through modifying it, you can make it jump.
Yes. Yeah. I personally think it is important to study this. We should be informed. We should try to understand as much as possible in order to prevent it.
But so then the engineering aspect there is, can't you then just start searching, because there's so many strands of viruses out there? Can't you just search for the ones in bats that are the deadliest from the virologist perspective, and then just try to see how to. But see, that's there's a nice aspect to it. The really nice thing about engineering viruses is it has the same problem as nuclear weapons. Is it's hard for it to not to lead to mutual self-destruction. So you can't control a virus. It can't be used as a weapon, right?
Yeah, that's why I, in the beginning I said, I'm hopeful because the definitely regulations needed to be introduced. And I mean, as the scientific society we are in charge of, making the right actions, making the right decisions. But I think we will benefit tremendously by understanding the mechanisms by which the virus can jump, by which the virus can become more dangerous to humans, because all these answers would eventually lead to designing better vaccines, hopefully universal vaccines, right? And that would be a triumph of science.
So what's the universal vaccine? So is that something that,
well,
how universal is universal?
Well, I mean, so
what's the dream, I guess? Because you kind of mentioned the dream of this.
I would be extremely happy if, we designed the vaccine that is able, I mean, I'll give you an example, right? So every year we do a seasonal flu shot. The reason we do it is because, we are in the arms race. Our vaccines are in the arms race with constantly changing virus, right? Now, if the next pandemic, influenza pandemic, will occur, most likely this vaccine would not save us, right? Although it's the same virus, might be different strain. So if we're able to essentially design a vaccine against, influenza A virus, no matter what's the strain, no matter which species did it jump from, I think that would be a huge progress and advancement.
You mentioned smallpox until the 70s might have been something that you would be worried the most about. What about these days? Well, we're sitting here in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, but these days, nevertheless, what is your biggest worry virus-wise? What are you keeping your eye out on?
It looks like, and based on the past several years of the new viruses emerging, I think we're still dealing with different types of influenza. I mean, so the H7N9 avian flu that was that emerged, I think, a couple of years ago in China. I think the mortality rate was incredible. I mean, it was, I think above 30%, So this is huge. I mean, luckily for us, this strain was not pandemic, right? So it was jumping from birds to human, but I don't think it was actually transmittable between the humans. And, this is actually a very interesting question, which scientists try to understand, right? So the delicate balance between the virus being very contagious, right? So efficient in spreading, and virus to be very pathogenic, causing, harms, and deaths to their hosts. So it looks like that the more pathogenic the virus is, the less contagious it is.
Is that a property of biology, or what is it? What is
I don't have an answer to that, and I think this is still an open question. But if you look at with the coronavirus, for example, if you look at the deadlier relative MERS was never a pandemic virus,
right?
But the mortality rate from MERS is far above, I think 20 or 30%. So
whatever is making this all happen doesn't want us dead. because it's balancing out nicely. I mean, how do you explain that we're not dead yet? Like, because there's so many viruses and they're so good at what they do. Why do they keep us alive?
I mean, we also have, a lot of protection, right? So we do the immune system, and so, I mean, we do have, ways to fight against those viruses, and I think now we're much better equipped, right? So with the discoveries of vaccines, and there are vaccines against the viruses that maybe 200 years ago would wipe us out completely. But because of these vaccines, we are capable of eradicating pretty much fully, as is the case with smallpox.
So if we can we go to the basics a little bit of the biology of the virus? How does a virus infect the body?
So I think there are some key steps that the virus needs to perform. And of course, the first one, the viral particle needs to get attached to the host cell. In the case of coronavirus, there is a lot of evidence that it actually interacts in the same way as the SARS coronavirus. So it gets attached to AC2 human receptor. And so there is, as we speak, there is a growing number of papers suggesting it. Moreover, most recent results suggest that this virus attaches more efficiently to this human receptor than SARS.
So just to sort of back off, so there's a family of viruses, the coronaviruses, and SARS, whatever the heck, forgot this is respiratory, whatever that stands for.
So SARS actually stands for the disease that you get, is the syndrome of acute respiratory
syndrome. Yeah. So SARS is the first strand, and then there's MERS.
And there is family. Yes, but scientists actually know more than 3 strands. So there is the MHV strain, which is considered to be a canonical disease model in mice. And so there is a lot of work done on this virus because it's...
But it hasn't jumped to humans yet?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
That's fascinating. So, and then you mentioned AC2. So when you say attach, proteins are involved.
Yes.
On both sides.
Yes. So we have, we have this infamous spike protein on the surface of the virion particle, and it does look like a spike. And that's essentially because of this protein, we call the coronavirus. So that what makes corona on top of the surface. So this protein, it acts. So it doesn't act alone. It makes a 3 copies, and it makes so-called trimer. So this trimer is essentially a functional unit, a single functional unit that starts interacting with the AC2 receptor. So this is again another protein that now sits on the surface of a human cell, or a host cell, I would say. And that's essentially, in that way, the virus anchors itself to the host cell. Because then it needs to get inside, it fuses its membrane with the host membrane. It releases the key components. It releases its, RNA, and then essentially hijacks the machinery of the cell, because none of the viruses that we know of have ribosome, the machinery that allows us to print out proteins. So in order to print out proteins, that are necessary for functioning of this virus, it actually needs to hijack the host ribosomes.
So a virus is an RNA wrapped in a bunch of proteins, one of which is this functional mechanism of a spike protein that does the attachment and the.
So if you look at this virus, so there are several basic components, right? So we start with the spike protein. This is not the only surface protein, the protein that lives on the surface of the viral particle. So there is also perhaps the protein with the highest number of copies is the membrane protein. So it's essentially, it forms the the envelope of the protein of the viral particle, and essentially, helps to maintain a certain curvature, helps to make a certain curvature. Then there is another protein called envelope protein or E protein, and it actually occurs in far less quantities. And still there is ongoing research what exactly does this protein do. So these are sort of the three major surface proteins that make the viral envelope. And when we go inside, then we have another structural protein called nucleoprotein. And the purpose of this protein is to protect the viral RNA. So it actually binds to the viral RNA, creates a capsid. And so the rest of the viral information is inside of this RNA. And if you compare the amount of the genes or proteins that are made of these genes, it's it's significantly higher than of influenza virus, for example. Influenza virus has, I think, around 8 or 9 proteins, where this one has at least 29.
Wow. That has to do with the length of the RNA strand. I mean, what?
So it affects the length of the RNA strand, right? So because you essentially need to have sort of the minimum amount of information to encode those genes.
How many proteins did you say? Sorry again.
29.
29 proteins.
Yes. So this is something definitely interesting because believe it or not, we've been studying coronaviruses for over 2 decades. We've yet to uncover all functionalities of its protein.
So what do you attribute the incredible simplicity and the efficiency to? Is it the evolutionary process? So maybe another way to ask that, if you look at the next 100 years, are you more worried about the natural pandemics or the engineered pandemics? So how hard is it to build a virus?
Yes, it's a very, very interesting question because obviously there's a lot of conversations about the, whether we are capable of engineering an even worse virus. I personally expect and am mostly concerned with the naturally occurring viruses simply because we keep seeing that. We keep seeing new strains of influenza emerging, some of them becoming pandemic. We keep seeing new strains of coronaviruses emerging. This is a natural process, and I think this is why it's so powerful. If you ask me, I've read papers about scientists trying to study the capacity of the modern, biotechnology to alter the viruses. But I hope that it won't be our main concern in the near future.
What do you mean by hope?
Well, if you look back and look at the history of the most dangerous viruses, right? So the first thing that comes into mind is smallpox. So right now there is perhaps a handful of places where this, the strains of this virus are stored, right? So this is essentially the effort of the whole society to limit the access to those viruses.
You mean in the lab, in the controlled environment, in order to
Correct.
study? And then smallpox is one of the viruses for which should be stated there's a vaccine is developed.
Yes, and it's until 70s, in my opinion, it was perhaps the most dangerous thing that was there.
Is that a very different virus than the influenza and the coronaviruses?
It is. It is different in several aspects. Biologically, it's so-called double-stranded DNA virus, but also in the way that it is much more contagious. So the R naught so this is the
What's R naught?
R naught is essentially an average number as person infected by the virus can spread to other people. So then the average number of people that he or she can spread it to. And there is still some discussion about the estimates of the current virus. The estimations vary between 1.5 and 3. In case of smallpox, it was 5 to 7. And we're talking about the exponential growth, right?
Yeah.
So that's a very big difference. It's not the most contagious one. Measles, for example, it's I think 15 and up. So it's but it's definitely more contagious that the seasonal flu than the current coronavirus or SARS for that matter.
By the way, you did mention that viruses aren't. I think you mentioned that they're not living.
Yes, they're not living organisms.
But let me ask that question again. Why do you think they're not living organisms?
Well, because they are dependent. The majority of the functions of the virus are dependent on the host.
So let me do the devil's advocate. Let me be the philosophical devil's advocate here and say, well, humans, which we would say are living, need our host planet to survive. So you can basically take every living organism that we think of as definitively living. It's always going to have some aspects of it, of its host that it needs, of its environment. So is that really the key aspect of why a virus is that dependence? Because it seems to be very good at doing so many things that we consider to be intelligent. It's just that dependence part.
Well, it's difficult to answer in this way. The way I think about the virus is, in order for it to function, it needs to have the critical component, the critical tools that it doesn't have. So, that's in my way, it's not autonomous, right? And that's how I separate the idea of the living organism on a very high level.
Yes,
between the living organism and
you have some. We have. These are just terms, perhaps they don't mean much, but we have some kind of sense of what autonomous means and that humans are autonomous. Do you find viruses terrifying or fascinating?
When I think about viruses, I think about them, I imagine them as those villains that do their work so perfectly well. That is impossible not to be fascinated with them.
So what do you imagine when you think about a virus? Do you imagine the individual, sort of these 100 nanometer particle things? Or do you imagine the whole pandemic, like society level? When you say the efficiency at which they do their work, do you think of viruses as the millions that occupy a human body or a living organism, society level, like spreading as a pandemic, or do you think of the individual little guy?
Yes, I think this is a unique concept that allows you to move from micro scale to the macro scale, right? So the virus itself, it's not a living organism. It's a machine. To me, it's a machine, but it is perfected to the way that it essentially has a limited number of functions it needs to do, necessary functions. And it essentially has enough information just to do those functions, as well as the ability to modify itself. So, it's a machine. It's an intelligent machine.
So yeah, maybe on that point, you're in danger of reducing the power of this thing by calling it a machine, right? But you now mentioned that it's also possibly intelligent. It seems that there's these elements of brilliance that a virus has, of intelligence, of maximizing so many things about its behavior and to ensure its survival and its success. So do you see it as intelligent?
So, I think it's a different, I understand it differently than, I think about, intelligence of humankind or intelligence of the artificial intelligence mechanisms. I think the intelligence of a virus is in its simplicity, the ability to do so much with so little material and information. But also, I think it's interesting. It keeps me thinking. It keeps me wondering whether or not it's also an example of the basic swarm intelligence, where essentially the viruses act as the whole, and they're extremely efficient in that.
Beautifully put. So, like you said, we're living in the era of the COVID. This is 2020, one of the craziest years in recent history. So, if we zoom out and look at this pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, maybe let me ask you this kind of thing in viruses in general. When you look at viruses, do you see them as a kind of intelligence system?
I think the concept of intelligence is not that natural of a concept in the end. I mean, I think human minds and bodies are a kind of complex, self-organizing, adaptive system. And viruses certainly are that, right? They're a very complex, self-organizing, adaptive system. If you want to look at intelligence as Marcus Hutter defines it, as sort of optimizing computable reward functions over computable environments, for sure viruses are doing that, right? And I mean, in doing so, they're causing some harm to us, and so they're the human immune system is a very complex, self-organizing, adaptive system which has a lot of intelligence to it, and viruses are also adapting and dividing into new mutant strains and so forth. And ultimately, the solution is going to be nanotechnology, right? I mean, the solution is going to be making little nanobots that
Fight the viruses, or
well, people will use them to make nastier viruses, but hopefully we can also use them to just detect, combat, and kill the viruses. But I think now we're stuck with the biological mechanisms to combat these viruses. And AGI is not yet mature enough to use against COVID, but we've been using machine learning and also some machine reasoning in OpenCog to help some doctors to do personalized medicine against COVID. So the problem there is, given a person's genomics and given their clinical medical indicators, how do you figure out which combination of antivirals is going to be most effective against COVID for that person? And so that's something where machine learning is interesting, but also we're finding the abstraction we get in OpenCog with machine reasoning is interesting because it can help with transfer learning when you have not that many different cases to study and qualitative differences between different strains of a virus or people of different ages who may have COVID.
So there's a lot of different disparate data to work with, and it's small data sets, and somehow integrating them.
This is one of the shameful things. It's very hard to get that data. So, I mean, we're working with a couple groups doing clinical trials, and they're sharing data with us like under non-disclosure. But what should be the case is like every COVID clinical trial should be putting data online somewhere, like suitably encrypted to protect patient privacy, so that anyone with the right AI algorithms should be able to help analyze it, and any biologist should be able to analyze it by hand to understand what they can, right? Instead that data is like siloed inside whatever hospital is running the clinical trial, which is completely asinine and ridiculous. Like why the world works that way? I mean, we could all analyze why, but it's insane that it does. You look at this hydrochloroquine, right? Mm-hmm. All these clinical trials were reported by Surgisphere, some little company no one ever heard of. And everyone paid attention to this, so they were doing more clinical trials based on that. Then they stopped doing clinical trials based on that. Then they started again. And why isn't that data just out there so everyone can analyze it and see what's going on, right?
Do you have hope that we'll move, that data will be out there eventually for future pandemics? I mean, do you have hope that our society will move in the direction of...
Not in the immediate future, because the U.S. and China frictions are getting very high. So it's hard to see U.S. and China as moving in the direction of openly sharing data with each other, right? It's not... There's some sharing of data, but different groups are keeping their data private till they've milked the best results from it, and then they share it, right? So we're working with some data that we've managed to get our hands on, something we're doing to do good for the world, and it's a very cool playground for like putting deep neural nets and OpenCog together. So we have like a bioAtom space full of all sorts of knowledge from many different biology experiments about human longevity and from biology knowledge bases online, and we can do like graph to vector type embeddings where we take nodes from the hypergraph, embed them into vectors, which can then feed into neural nets for different types of analysis. And we were doing this in the context of a project called Rejuve that we spun off from SingularityNet to do longevity analytics, like understand why people live to 105 years or over and other people don't. And then we had this spin-off Singularity Studio where we're working with some healthcare companies on data analytics. But so there's bioAtom space that we built for these more commercial and longevity data analysis purposes. We're repurposing and feeding COVID data into the same bioAtom space and playing around with like graph embeddings from that graph into neural nets for bioinformatics. And so it's both being a cool testing ground for some of our bio AI learning and reasoning, and it seems we're able to discover things that people weren't seeing otherwise. Because the thing in this case is, for each combination of antivirals, you may have only a few patients who've tried that combination. And those few patients may have their particular characteristics. Like this combination of 3 was tried only on people age 80 or over. Mm-hmm. This other combination of 3, which has an overlap with the first combination, was tried more on young people. So how do you combine those different pieces of data? It's a very dodgy transfer learning problem, which is the kind of thing that the probabilistic reasoning algorithms we have inside OpenCog are better at than deep neural networks. On the other hand, you have gene expression data where you have 25,000 genes and the expression level of each gene in the peripheral blood of each person. So that sort of data, either deep neural nets or tools like XGBoost or CatBoost, these decision forest trees, are better at dealing with than OpenCog, because it's just these huge, messy floating point vectors that are annoying for a logic engine to deal with, but are perfect for a decision forest or a neural net. So it's a great playground for like hybrid AI methodology, and we can have Singularity Net, have OpenCog in one agent and XGBoost in a different agent, and they talk to each other. But at the same time, it's highly practical, right? Because we're working with, for example, some physicians on this project, physicians in the group called Nth Opinion, based out of Vancouver and Seattle, these guys are working every day, like in the hospital with patients dying of COVID. So it's quite cool to see like neural symbolic AI, like where the rubber hits the road, trying to save people's lives. I've been doing bio AI since 2001, but mostly human longevity research and fly longevity research, try to understand why some organisms really live a long time. This is the first time like race against the clock and try to use the AI to figure out stuff that, like, if we take 2 months longer to solve the AI problem, some more people will die because we don't know what combination of antivirals to give them.
Yeah. Quick tangent.
Yeah.
Is it fascinating to you that viruses are doing this? I mean, it feels like they're this intelligent organism. I mean, is it like, does it give you pause how incredible it is that they're the evolutionary dynamics that you're describing is actually happening, and they're figuring out how to jump from bats to humans all in this distributed fashion, and then most of us don't even say they're alive or intelligent, whatever. I mean,
so intelligence is in the eye of the beholder. Stupid is as stupid does. As Forrest Gump would say,
yes.
And intelligent is as intelligent does. So basically, if the virus is finding solutions that we think of as intelligent, yeah, it's probably intelligent. But that's, again, in the eye of the beholder.
Do you think viruses are intelligent?
Oh, of course not.
Really?
No.
It's because, so incredible.
So remember when I was talking about the two components of evolution? One is the stupid mutation, which is completely blind. And the other one is the super smart selection, which is ruthless. So it's not viruses who are smart. It's this component of evolution that's smart. So it's evolution that sort of appears smart. And how is that happening? By huge parallel search across thousands of, parallel infections throughout the world right now.
Yes, but so to push back on that, so then the intelligence is in the mechanism. But then by that argument, viruses would be more intelligent because there's just more of them. So the search, they're basically the brute force search that's happening with viruses, because there's so many more of them than humans, then they're taken as a whole are more intelligent. I mean, so you don't think it's possible that, I mean, who runs, would we even be here if viruses weren't, I mean, who runs this thing?
So
humans or viruses?
So let me answer your question. We would not be here if it wasn't for viruses.
Yes.
And part of the reason is that if you look at mammalian evolution, early on in this mammalian radiation that basically happened after the death of the dinosaurs, is that some of the viruses that we had in our genome spread throughout our genome and created binding sites for new classes of regulatory proteins. And these binding sites that landed all over our genome are now control elements that basically control our genes and sort of help the complexity of the circuitry of mammalian genomes. So, everything's coevolution.
That's and we're working together.
Yeah.
But and yet you say
we've
they're
co-opted
dumb.
them. Yeah, no, I never said they're dumb. They
not.
Just don't care. They don't care. Another thing, is the virus trying to kill us? No, it's not. The virus is not trying to kill you. It's actually actively trying to not kill you. So when you get infected, if you die, bummer, I killed him, is what the reaction of the virus will be. Why? Because that virus won't spread. Many people have a misconception of, oh, viruses are smart, or, oh, viruses are mean. They don't care. It like you have to clean yourself of any kind of anthropomorphism out there.
I don't know.
Oh, yes.
No, so there's a sense when taken as a whole that there's
it's in the eye of the beholder. Stupid is as stupid does. Intelligent is as stupid intelligent does.
Well,
so
then,
if you want to call them intelligent, that's fine.
Then
because the end result is that they're finding amazing solutions.
Right.
I mean, I am in
but
awe.
They're so dumb about it. They're just doing dumb.
They don't care. They're not dumb, and they're not. They just
don't care. They
exactly.
care. The care word is really interesting.
Exactly.
I mean, there could be an argument that they're conscious.
They're just dividing. They're not. They're just dividing. They're just a little entity which happens to be dividing and spreading. It doesn't want to kill us. In fact, it prefers not to kill us. It just wants to spread. And when I say wants, again, I'm anthropomorphizing, but it's just that if you have two versions of a virus, one acquires a mutation that spreads more, that's going to spread more. One acquires a mutation that spreads less, that's going to be lost.
Yes.
One acquires a mutation that enters faster, that's going to be kept. One acquires a mutation that kills you right away, it's going to be lost. So over evolutionary time, the viruses that spread super well but don't kill the host are the ones that are going to survive.
Yeah, but so you brilliantly described the basic mechanisms of how it all happens. But when you zoom out and you see the entirety of viruses, maybe across different strains of viruses, it seems like a living organism.
I am in awe of biology. I find biology amazingly beautiful. I find the design of the current coronavirus, however lethal it is, amazingly beautiful. The way that it is encoded, the way that it tricks your cells into making 30 proteins from a single RNA. Human cells don't do that. Human cells make one protein from each RNA molecule. They don't make two, they make one. We are hardwired to make only one protein from every RNA molecule. And yet this virus goes in, throws in a single messenger RNA. Just like any messenger RNA, we have tens of thousands of messenger RNAs in our cells in any one time, in every one of our cells. It throws in one RNA, and that RNA is so, I'm going to use your word here, not my word, intelligent, that it hijacks the entire machinery of your human cell.
Yeah.
It basically has at the beginning a giant open reading frame. That's a giant protein that gets translated. 2/3 of that RNA make a single giant protein. That single protein is basically what a human cell would make. It's like, oh, here's a start codon. I'm going to start translating here. Human cells are kind of dumb. I'm sorry. Again, this is not the words that we normally use. But the human cell basically says, oh, this is an RNA. It must be mine. Let me translate it. And it starts translating it. And then you're in trouble. Why? Because that one protein, as it's growing, gets cleaved into about 20 different peptides. The first peptide and the second peptide start interacting, and the third one and the fourth one, and they shut off the ribosome of the host cell to not translate human RNAs anymore. So the virus basically hijacks your cells, and it cleaves every one of your human RNAs to basically say to the ribosome, don't translate this one, junk. Don't look at this one, junk. And it only spares its own RNAs because they have a particular mark that it spares. Then all of the ribosomes that normally make protein in your human cells are now only able to translate viral RNAs. And they make more and more and more and more of them. That's the first 20 proteins. In fact, halfway down, about protein 11, between 11 and 12, you basically have a translational slippage where the ribosome skips reading frame. And it translates from one reading frame to another reading frame. That means that about half of them are going to be translated from 1 to 11, and the other half are going to be translated from 12 to 16.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. And then you're done. Then that mRNA will never translate the last 10 proteins. But spike is the one right after that one. So how does spike even get translated? This positive strand RNA virus has a reverse transcriptase, which is an RNA-based reverse transcriptase. So from the RNA on the positive strand, it makes an RNA on the negative strand. And in between every single one of these genes, these open reading frames, there's a little signal, AACGCA or something like that basically loops over to the beginning of the RNA. And basically, instead of sort of having a single full negative strand RNA, it basically has a partial negative strand RNA that ends right before the beginning of that gene. And another one that ends right before the beginning of that gene. These negative strand RNAs now make positive strand RNAs that then look to the human host cell just like any other human mRNA. It's like, oh, great, I'm going to translate that one because it doesn't have the cleaving that the virus has now put on all your human genes. And then you've lost the battle. That cell is now only making proteins for the virus that will then create the spike protein, the envelope protein, the membrane protein, the nucleocapsid protein that will package up the RNA and then sort of create new viral envelopes. And these will then be secreted out of that cell in new little packages that will then infect the rest of the cells.
Repeat the whole process again.
Beautiful, right? It's mind-boggling.
Hard not to anthropomorphize it.
I know, but it's so gorgeous.
Function.
Yeah, so you now have this mapping between all of the set of functions that could all encode the same, all of the set of sequences that can all encode the same function. What evolutionary signatures does is that it basically looks at the shape of that distribution of sequences that all encode the same thing. And based on that shape, you can basically say, ooh, proteins have a very different shape than RNA structures, than regulatory motifs, etc. So just by scanning a sequence, ignoring the sequence, and just looking at the patterns of change, I'm like, wow, this thing is evolving like a protein, and that thing is evolving like a motif, and that thing is evolving. So that's exactly what we just did for COVID. So our paper that we posted in bioRxiv about coronavirus basically took this concept of evolutionary signatures and applied it on the SARS-CoV-2 genome that is responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic.
And comparing it to
44 sarbecovirus species. So this is the beta.
What word did you just use?
Sarbecovirus. So SARS-related beta coronavirus. It's a portmanteau.
So that whole family of viruses.
Yeah.
How big is that family, by the way?
We have 44 species that...
44 species in the family?
Yeah.
Virus is a clever bunch.
No, but there's just 44, and again, we don't call them species in viruses, we call them strains. But anyway, there's 44 strains, and that's a tiny little subset of, maybe another 50 strains that are just far too distantly related. Most of those only infect bats as the host, and a subset of only 4 or 5 have ever infected humans. And we basically took all of those and we aligned them in the same exact way that we've aligned mammals. And then we looked at what proteins are, which of the currently hypothesized genes for the coronavirus genome are in fact evolving like proteins and which ones are not. And what we found is that ORF10, the last little open reading frame, the last little gene in the genome, is bogus. That's not a protein at all.
What is it?
It's an RNA structure.
That doesn't have
it doesn't get translated into amino acids.
And so it's important to narrow down to basically discover what's useful and what's not.
Exactly. Basically, what is even the set of genes? The other thing that these evolutionary signatures showed is that within ORF3A lies a tiny little additional gene encoded within the other gene. So you can translate a DNA sequence in 3 different reading frames. If you start in the first one, it's, A, T, G, etc. If you start on the second one, it's T, G, C, etc. And there's a gene within a gene. So there's a whole other protein that we didn't know about that might be super important. So we don't even know the building blocks of SARS-CoV-2. So if we want to understand coronavirus biology and eventually fight it successfully, we need to even have the set of genes. And these evolutionary signatures that I developed in my PhD work, we just recently used.
You know what? Let's run with that tangent for a little bit, if it's okay. Can we talk about the COVID-19 a little bit more? Like, what's your sense about the genome, the proteins, the functions that we understand about COVID-19? Where do we stand in your sense? What are the big open problems? And also, you kind of said it's important to understand what are the important proteins and like why is that important?
So what else does the comparison of these species tell us? What it tells us is how fast are things evolving. It tells us about at what level is the acceleration or deceleration pedal set for every one of these proteins. So the genome has, 30 some genes. Some genes evolve super, super fast. Others evolve super, super slow. If you look at the polymerase gene that basically replicates the genome, that's a super slow evolving one. If you look at the nucleocapsid protein, that's also super slow evolving. If you look at the spike 1 protein, this is the part of the spike protein that actually touches the ACE2 receptor and then enables the virus to attach to your cells.
That's the thing that gives it that visual...
Yeah, the corona look, basically.
The corona look,
Yeah. So basically, the spike protein sticks out of the virus, and there's a first part of the protein, S1, which basically attaches to the ACE2 receptor, and then S2 is the latch that sort of pushes and channels the fusion of the membranes and then the incorporation of the viral RNA inside our cells, which then gets translated into all of these 30 proteins. So the S1 protein is evolving ridiculously fast. So if you look at the stop versus gas pedal, the gas pedal is all the way down. ORF8 is also evolving super fast, and ORF6 is evolving super fast. We have no idea what they do. We have some idea, but nowhere near what S1 is. So
Isn't that terrifying that S1 is evolving? That means that's a really useful function. And if it's evolving fast, doesn't that mean new strains could be created or it does something?
That means that it's searching for how to best match the host. So basically anything in general in evolution, if you look at genomes, anything that's contacting the environment is evolving much faster than anything that's internal. And the reason is that the environment changes. So if you look at the evolution of these herbicoviruses, the S1 protein has evolved very rapidly because it's attaching to different hosts each time. We think of them as bats, but there's thousands of species of bats. And to go from one species of bat to another species of bat, you have to adjust S1 to the new ACE2 receptor that you're going to be facing in that new species.
Sorry. So there is a beauty to it.
Of course.
Is it terrifying to you?
So this is something that has happened throughout history. Humans have been nearly wiped out over and over and over again, and yet never fully wiped out. So I'm not concerned about the human race. I'm not even concerned about, the impact on sort of our survival as a species. This is absolutely something, human life is so invaluable and every one of us is so invaluable. But if you think of it as sort of, is this the end of our species? By no means, basically. So let me explain. The Black Death killed what, 30% of Europe? That has left a tremendous imprint, a huge hole, a horrendous hole in the genetic makeup of humans. There's been series of wiping out of huge fractions of entire species or just entire species altogether. And that has a consequence on the human immune repertoire. If you look at how Europe was shaped and how Africa was shaped by malaria, for example, all the individuals that carry a mutation that protects you from malaria were able to survive much more. And if you look at the frequency of sickle cell disease and the frequency of malaria, the maps are actually showing the same pattern, the same imprint on Africa. And that basically led people to hypothesize that the reason why sickle cell disease is so much more frequent in Americans of African descent is because there was selection in Africa against malaria, leading to sickle cell, because when the cells sickle, malaria is not able to replicate inside your cells as well, and therefore you protect against that. So if you look at human disease, all of the genetic associations that we do with human disease, you basically see the imprint of these waves of selection killing off gazillions of humans. And there's so many immune processes that are coming up as associated with so many different diseases. The reason for that is similar to what I was describing earlier, where the outward-facing proteins evolve much more rapidly because the environment is always changing. But what's really interesting in the human genome is that we have co-opted many of these immune genes to carry out non-immune functions. For example, in our brain, we use immune cells to cleave off neuronal connections that don't get used. This whole use it or lose it, we know the mechanism. It's microglia that cleave off neuronal synaptic connections that are just not utilized. When you utilize them, you mark them in a particular way that basically when the microglia come, tell it, don't kill this one, it's used now. And the microglia will go off and kill the ones you don't use. This is an immune function, which is co-opted to do non-immune things. If you look at our adipocytes, M1 versus M2 macrophages inside our fat will basically determine whether you're obese or not. And these are, again, immune cells that are resident and living within these tissues. So many disease associations.
Fascinating, that we co-opt these kinds of things for incredibly complicated functions.
Exactly. Evolution works in so many different ways, which are all beautiful and mysterious.
But not intelligent.
Not intelligent. It's in the eye of the beholder. The point that I'm trying to make is that if you look at the imprint that COVID will have, hopefully it will not be big. Hopefully the US will get its act together and stop the virus from spreading further. But if it doesn't, it's having an imprint on individuals who have particular genetic repertoires. So if you look at now the genetic associations of blood type and immune function cells, etc., there's actually association, genetic variation that basically says how much more likely am I or you to die if we contact the virus. And it's through these rounds of shaping the human genome that humans have basically made it so far. And selection is ruthless and it's brutal, and it only comes with a lot of killing. But this is the way that viruses and environments have shaped the human genome. Basically, when you go through periods of famine, you select for particular genes. And what's left is not necessarily better, it's just whatever survived. And it may have been the surviving one back then, not because it was better. Maybe the ones that ran slower survived. I mean, again, not necessarily better. But the surviving ones are basically the ones that then are shaped for any kind of subsequent evolutionary condition and environmental condition. But if you look at, for example, obesity was selected for, basically the genes that now predispose us to obesity were at 2% frequency in Africa. They rose to 44% frequency in Europe.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Because you basically went through the ice ages and there was a scarcity of food. So, there was a selection to being able to store every single calorie you consume. Eventually, environment changes. So the better allele, which was the fat storing allele, became the worse allele because it's the fat storing allele. It still has the same function. So if you look at my genome, speaking of mom calling, mom gave me a bad copy of that gene, this FTO locus. Basically,
the
makes
one that
me
has to do with
obesity.
With obesity.
Yeah. I basically now have a bad copy from mom that makes me more likely to be obese. And I also have a bad copy from dad that makes me more likely to be obese. So I'm homozygous. And that's the allele. It's still the minor allele, but it's at 44% frequency in Southeast Asia, 42% frequency in Europe, even though it started at 2%. It was an awesome allele to have 100 years ago. Right now, it's a pretty terrible allele. So the other concept is that diversity matters. If we had 100 million nuclear physicists living the Earth right now, we'd be in trouble. You need diversity. You need artists, and you need musicians, and you need mathematicians, and you need, politicians. Yes, even those. And you need
Well, let's not get crazy now. But because then if a virus comes along or whatever.
Exactly. So no, there's two reasons. Number one, you want diversity in the immune repertoire, and we have built-in diversity. So basically, they are the most diverse. Basically, if you look at our immune system, there's layers and layers of diversity. Like the way that you create your cells generates diversity because of the selection for the VDJ recombination that basically eventually leads to a huge number of repertoires. But that's only one small component of diversity. The blood type is another one. The major histocompatibility complex, the HLA alleles are, another source of diversity. So the immune system of humans is by nature incredibly diverse. And that basically leads to resilience. So basically when I'm saying that I don't worry for the human species, because we are so diverse immunologically, we are likely to be very resilient against so many different attacks like this.
How well do we understand how COVID is transmitted? There's droplets of different sizes, aerosols, tiny droplets. Mm-hmm. It seems like that's a very difficult thing to understand thoroughly. So it seems like it's transmitted like both ways. It's unclear how exactly. So how much do we understand, and why is it so difficult to understand it fully?
I think it's clear that it's transmitted through the air, mostly. It's not touching. We thought initially it would be a lot of touch, but very little of that. It's through the air. And when you talk, mainly when you talk, you expel a lot of droplets, right? Even the plosives that your foam thing here are meant to pee, right? That you send out little sprays, and those have viruses in them. And the big drops fall to the ground, and the little ones can go 100 feet or more, right? But the little ones also have less virus in them. So I'm not sure. Well, we certainly do not know how much virus you need to be infected.
Right.
But it's probably at least several thousand particles, if not more. And it could be that for most people, the tiny droplets don't have enough virus to infect someone else. But there's one observation about this virus that's really interesting, and that is that 80% of transmissions are done by 20% of the people, of the infected people. Not every infected person transmits. That's been borne out in multiple studies. And in fact, there's a study at University of Colorado where they quantified the viral RNA loads in all the swabs that had been done of students for like a 6-month period. And most of the most of the RNA copies were found in 15 to 20% of the people. The rest had really low, and that's probably why they don't transmit. So those are the ones that might get enough virus in the tiny droplets to be able to infect someone at a distance. And I think that's entirely possible. Why is it hard to study? You can't do it in real life because you don't know who's infected. And if you do this, there's not a controlled environment to measure droplets and so forth. You'd have to do it in a laboratory situation. If you use an animal, you just don't know what the relevance of that is to people. You'd have to use human and do challenge experiments. And, we don't do that at this point, at least not for this virus. So that's why it's hard to know what's going on. So we have to make inferences from epidemiological associations where you're studying, say, transmission in a household where people are stuck in the same rooms together, and you can get an idea of what kind of droplets were involved in.
So that makes it much harder to, if you're leaning on epidemiological stuff as opposed to like biophysics or something like the mechanics.
Very hard.
So
very hard.
That makes it really hard to then develop solutions like masks. I was trying to figure. So I took 2 shots of the Pfizer vaccine. Right. I had 0 symptoms.
Wow.
So, and I was wondering, but that's my feelings, right? This is not, because I felt fine. I was waiting.
Did you have pain at the injection site?
No, it was kind of pleasant.
You felt nothing the next day? No?
Nothing.
Okay.
No tiredness, no exhaustion, no. But see, like I have an insane sleeping schedule. I already put myself through crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. That said, maybe I was expecting something really bad. Like I was and therefore didn't feel it. But I also got allergy shots, and those I was out all next day, like exhausted for some reason. So that gave me like a sense, like okay, at least sometimes I can feel shitty. That's good to know.
Sure.
And
sure.
then with the vaccine, it didn't. But the question is like, how much does my mind come into play there? Or the expectations of symptoms, the expectations of not feeling well, how does that affect the sort of the self-reporting of the symptoms?
I think it's definitely a variable there, but there's certainly many people that don't feel anything after the vaccines, and there's some that have a whole range of things like soreness and fever, etc. Yeah.
So okay, you were talking about the old school development side, the egg,
right?
What's better than that?
Then the next generation of vaccines, which arose in the 50s, were what we call replication competent, where the virus you take it, it's actually reproducing in you.
Yeah, that sounds safe.
And it can be somewhat problematic, yes, as you might imagine, because once you put that virus in you, you have no more control, right? It's not like you have a kill switch in it, which actually would be a great idea to put in
like nanobots. What can possibly?
No, you
go
could
wrong?
just put something in there. If you added a drug, you would shut it
interesting.
off, right? And people are thinking about that because now we're engineering viruses to treat cancers and other diseases, and we may want to put kill switches in them just to make sure they don't run away.
Oh, interesting. So you can like deploy a drug that binds to this virus that would shut it off in the body, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, that would be the idea. You'd have to engineer it in. Anyway, the first one was yellow fever vaccine. That was made because that was a big problem. And this virus, and the way you do this back in the old day was empirical. So Max Tyler, who did the yellow fever vaccine, he took the virus, which is a human virus, right? And he infected, I think he used chick embryos.
Mm-hmm.
And he went from one embryo to another and just kept passing. He did that hundreds of times. And every 10 passages, he would take the virus and put it in a mouse or a monkey, whatever his model was. And then eventually he got a virus that didn't cause any disease after 200 and some passages. And then that was tested in people, and it became the yellow fever vaccine that we use today. He selected for mutations that made the virus not cause disease, but still make an immune response.
Wow.
So those are called replication competent. We now have the polio vaccine, which was developed in the 50s after the yellow fever. Then we had measles, mumps, rubella. Those are all replication competent vaccines. And you mentioned that's a good idea. They are all safe vaccines. The only one that has had an issue is the polio replication competent vaccine. It was called Sabin vaccine or oral poliovirus vaccine, because you take it orally. It's a wonderful because you don't have to inject it. This is the perfect delivery. Either intranasal for a respiratory virus or orally for polio. It goes into your intestines, it reproduces, and it gives you wonderful protection against polio.
Mm-hmm.
However, you do shed virus out, and that virus is no longer a vaccine. It's reverted genetically in your intestine.
So you can infect others with polio.
You could take that virus and then put it into an animal and give it polio. And in fact, the parents of some kids in the 60s and 70s who were immunized got polio from the vaccine. The rate was about 1 in 1.5 million cases of polio. So it's called vaccine-associated polio. And I always argue that we may not have picked the right vaccine. There was a big fight in the U.S. and other countries between the inactivated polio and the infectious polio vaccines, which ones we should be using, because we found out that the infectious vaccine actually caused polio. And 8 to 10 kids a year in the U.S. alone got polio from the vaccine, which looking back is really not acceptable in my view, although the public health community said it was to get rid of polio. So now we're close to eradicating polio globally. But this vaccine-derived polio is a problem. So now we have to go back to the inactivated vaccine, which is tough because it's injected.
So, okay, so the basic high level, how vaccines work principle is you want to deploy something in the body that's as close to the actual virus as possible, but doesn't do nearly as much harm.
That's right.
And there's like a million,
that's right.
Not a million, but there's a bunch of ways you could possibly do that.
So those are 2 ways. And now, of course, we have modern ways. We can make mRNA vaccines, right? Right.
What would you say is the most fascinating, terrifying, surprising, beautiful virus to you? So of all the viruses you looked at, sometimes when you just sit late at night with a glass of wine looking over the sunset, which virus do you think about?
So fulfilling all of those adjectives is hard, right? Fascinating, exciting, terrifying.
Well, the terrifying is an optional one, I think, because maybe that puts a lot of pressure.
I see. Terrifying is, to me, I'm not terrified because I think we can handle as most viruses, as you see with this brand new one that emerged a year ago. We can handle it
from a virology perspective.
Yeah, I mean the human perspective is a different story, right? That's always an issue. But so I think there are a couple of different categories of virus. So we could do the terrifying. And I think rabies is a terrifying virus because unless you're vaccinated, 100% certainty you're going to die. So you get bitten by a rabid raccoon or bat or dog, whatever, and and there's still 70,000 deaths a year of rabies throughout the world because there are a lot of feral dogs running around that are infected. Unless you're vaccinated, you're going to die. There's nothing we can do. But we do have a vaccine which we can actually give you even after you've been bitten, which is the only vaccine that works that way. It's a therapeutic, right? It will treat your illness because the disease takes so long to develop. Eventually you get all kinds of neurological issues and paralysis and so forth. But it takes time, and you can be vaccinated, and it will prevent that in the meanwhile. So people always say, what's the most lethal virus? Is it Ebola? I said, no, it's actually rabies. Unless you're vaccinated, it will kill you.
But maybe it's good to linger, because we'll talk about vaccines a few times today. Sure. It's good to linger on cases where vaccines have clearly, undoubtedly helped human civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like rabies is a good example.
Oh, rabies is great because everyone knows what happens when somebody gets rabies, right? You have fear of water, hydrophobia. Your body becomes spastic and stiff and jerks around, and you lose consciousness. You can't, no more.
It's not a fun ride to death.
It's horrible. It's a horrible way to die. So I think most people know that. It's been popularized enough in media, right? So then nobody would probably object to getting, I was just bit by this raccoon and it ran off. Okay, well, we should assume it's rabid. We should immunize you. And most people are okay with that.
Yeah.
Because they know the consequences. And it's also pretty rare, right? It's not like something that you're trying to get into the arms of, 250, 300 million Americans. That's hard. But yeah. the few thousand every year, it's easy.
So the transmissibility is difficult, right? It has to. Oh, it's not airborne. So
it's not airborne. It's just you have to be bitten. Although some people claim you could walk into a cave, and the bats, breathing out rabies virus could infect you. But I don't really think that's well substantiated.
Yeah,
I think it's a bite.
How would you do a study on that?
Yeah, it's very hard to do. You'd have to collect the vapors in the cave and show that they're infectious, and by the way, someone emailed me the other day, you'll like this. They say, why can't we just immunize all the bats in the world against these viruses? And I said, well, how would you do that? There are caves everywhere, right?
Yeah.
He said, well, maybe you could just go and aerosolize that.
Yeah.
It's pretty dangerous.
And then all the bats should have vaccine passports to make sure that they're
and I said you have to get their consent before you do it. But we do immunize wildlife against rabies. We have rabies vaccines for wild animals. There are a whole bunch of them that get rabies. And we put it in bait and drop it from helicopters in the woods, and it drops down the incidence of rabies in people.
Wow.
People hiking get bitten and so forth. It drops the incidence, so we can do that.
I didn't know that. I always wondered how much medical care are we doing for animals in the wild, because I've recently become more and more aware that animals are living in extreme poverty.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, you don't know, you think like natural, it's great. Like when animals are living on a farm, it's terrible. But then you also have to compare to like what life is like or like the zoo. You have to compare what life is like in the wild.
Well, life in the wild is very tough, I think. I mean, most animals the carnivores anyway, they have to catch their food every day.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's the viruses there.
They have viruses as well. So the rabies immunization is the only one I'm aware of for wild animals. We do immunize lots of other animals. We immunize chickens and pigs and cows, even fish, farmed fish. You pick each fish up and give it an injection, when it's a small fish. But that's mostly so that the farmers get a good yield. We don't really care about the animals, right? We want a good yield for market. And then there's some examples where we immunize animals to prevent spillovers into people. So there's a disease called Hendra in Australia, which was discovered in the 90s. It turns out there are bats, fruit bats, that have this virus. And the bats are fine, but sometimes they fly into horse stalls, and the horses get infected. These are, in Australia, it was initially race horses, which are very expensive, right? The horses got infected and they died, and the humans who would take care of them would die also. So now they immunize the horses to prevent to save the horses. Probably that's the motivation, because these horses are hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And then the people don't get sick because the horses don't get sick. You don't want to immunize all the people because it's too rare, but that approach is called the One World Health approach, which means everything's connected on the planet, and we have to think of everything in the grander scheme, not just us.
Yeah, so you can immunize some things along the trajectory that a virus would take.
Exactly.
So not some living beings. Yeah.
In the Arabian Peninsula, they have a MERS coronavirus issue. Every month there are a couple of cases where a camel will infect a human, and the human can get very sick. It's a respiratory disease, very, very much like COVID. And so camels are very common there. They're raced, they're used as pets, they're eaten. So there's a lot of human-camel contact, but the number of cases are rare, two a month. So you don't want to immunize all the humans. So the idea would be to immunize the camels. Mm-hmm. So
I like it. So, okay, so you put rabies, but Ebola also is a famously deadly one.
Right.
What is it? It kills 50, 60% of its...
Could be 50 to 90, but that's in Africa where the healthcare isn't great. What you saw when cases of Ebola came to the U.S., we could take care of it. We knew how to take care of it. We had fancy hospitals and so forth, and now we have a vaccine. So we can, and the vaccine is really good, but there are many governments in Africa that are suspicious of us, and they don't want to use our vaccine. So
there's a vaccine for Ebola.
There is, yeah.
And the effectiveness and safety of it, how much is understood?
So this is difficult because there's not a lot of Ebola, right? It's not a continuous ongoing thing. There are sporadic outbreaks here and there.
Of a few thousand people.
At most, usually a few hundred. And the biggest ever, in fact, this is why we didn't for years have an Ebola vaccine. The U.S. military, together with Canada, developed an Ebola vaccine for service people, right? They wanted to say, well, we're sending people into these Ebola areas. We want a vaccine for them. So they had developed it through all the preclinical, which means before it goes into people. And that stopped because there was no money to do a phase 1 and a phase 2 and a phase 3. In fact, for a phase 2 and 3, you need to have infections going on because you're looking at how well the vaccine prevents infections, right? So then there was a West African outbreak in 2013, 2015. The most cases ever, 25,000. So they got to test the vaccine. But they only put it in a few thousand people. It's not like it's been in hundreds of thousands of people like the COVID vaccines has been. So it looks like it has high efficacy, but we'd like to have more data. Side effects are not so great. There are a couple of different available vaccines. Some have been tested more than others. I would say this would probably not be widely accepted in the U.S.
But then neither would be something over 50% deadliness of a virus.
No, I think if you were, in fact, many physicians work in countries that have Ebola, so they get vaccinated because they understand the choice.
Yeah, right. It's always about the choice. So
then one more thing to answer the interesting, what are some of the viruses you really are fascinated by? There are a number of viruses that have clearly been shown to alter host behavior, and that's how they spread. Mm-hmm. I think those are fascinating. For example, there's some viruses of plants that are spread by aphids. And the aphid bites the plant, the virus reproduces in the plant, and it somehow engineers the plant to give off volatile organics to attract more aphids, which will spread the virus. Wow. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So that's altering the behavior. Altering because somehow the virus infecting the plant cells gives off these organics and attracts aphids. And furthermore, somehow when the aphid bites, it tastes horrible. So they immediately leave with the virus they've just picked up and go to another plant to spread it. So they're attracted and then repulsed at the same time.
And obviously, you don't want to anthropomorphize this like a strategy they're taking on. Somehow this worked out.
It worked out this way. It just evolved. And, evolution is sometimes hard to trace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Darwin famously said, he could never figure out how an eye evolved from a single cell, right? But it did.
The more complicated, complex the holistic organism is that the virus invades, the less able it is to control that organism, right? So I wonder if there's viruses that can control human behavior, to induce more spread of the virus.
Well, I don't see why not.
There's not enough humans, I suppose, to evolve through.
Well, we can't do the experiment to test it, right? We have to observe, and that's always hard when you're observing because there's so many things that can confound what you're looking at.
Change human behavior, yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that impinge on our behavior, but I think it's possible. I think it's highly possible. If it does it in a plant, why not change some other organism's behavior? I think it's fine. Anyway, those fascinate me. There are lots of examples of those that are fascinating, and how they work, people are trying to figure out. But there's not a lot of money to work on, insect and plant viruses unless you're going to the USDA. So they don't get a lot of work moving forward.
Well, if you understand some of those viruses, is that transferable to human viruses, that understanding?
I think some of it could be, sure. I think the general principles, for example, how does the virus cause volatile organics to be made? It must be turning on some genes, and you could learn principles from that, how the virus might do that. Sure, I think everything is broadly applicable. So to say it's not useful to study viruses of insects and plants is just wrong, because in science, you probably know this, maybe in your field it's the same. If you're curious, you're going to run into interesting things that you never planned on, right?
That's why people, you can criticize, why do we want to go on Mars? Why do we want to colonize Mars? Well, it's like, why do you want to go to the moon? The reality is, when you do really difficult things, engineering things, like all these inventions along the way are created. It's kind of fascinating how basically just pick a thing that everyone can agree is kind of cool and is really hard, and do that, and then you'll have thousands of inventions that have nothing to do with the thing.
That's right. And I think you should let curious scientists just follow what they're interested in to a certain extent. You can't, in science we say we have translational research where we say, okay, here's some money, go cure cancer or diabetes or heart disease, whatever, right? And that's fine. But that often doesn't work out very well. What works better is to say, here you have a good lab, you have a good track record, here's some money, do something. And that's where PCR, CRISPR, recombinant DNA, all that stuff which has made the field explode, that's all it came from. Not from people saying, I want to cure genetic diseases by gene editing, but by saying, what are these repeated things in this bacterium doing? And
Can I ask you a big philosophical question? So there's these deadly viruses that are not very transmissible.
Mm-hmm.
Ebola, rabies. And then there's these less deadly viruses that are very transmissible. Like COVID is, I guess, kind of borderline. But why isn't there super transmissible, super deadly viruses?
I think if you compare SARS-1 and 2, you get somewhat of an answer, right? SARS-1 was more deadly. In fact, over half of the time when people were infected, they ended up in the hospital because they were that sick. And then the peak of virus shedding from them happened long after they went in the hospital. So it's easy to contain the infection when you're in a hospital, right? There was not much pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic shedding with SARS-1.
And shedding means you become infectious.
So in a respiratory virus, you inhale the droplets with the virus, and they reproduce in your upper respiratory tract, what we call the nasopharynx, right? Mm-hmm. The nose, and going back to that little cavity just above your mouth. So the virus reproduces really well. And then as you talk and sneeze and cough, you expel droplets, and then those are inhaled by other people. And then they reproduce. And for SARS-2, we now know there's a lot of reproduction just before you feel anything, if at all. So there's a lot of shedding and transmission before you get symptomatic. And many people don't ever get symptomatic. right? So they spread really easily. So that explains why some viruses can transmit a lot better than others. And if one happens to knock you out, then you're never going to transmit because you're in the hospital, like SARS-1.
But why can't you have both? Why can't you just wait a while before it knocks you out, but when it knocks you out, it really kills you?
That is a philosophical question, right? Because we could talk about why we haven't observed it. I mean, one issue is that if you're killed too quickly by a highly lethal virus, you're not going to transmit it very well, right? So Ebola can kill you quite rapidly, and most of the transmission occurs when people are being cared for at home or in hospitals. The doctors and nurses get virus, but people walking around, you're not walking around when you have Ebola. You're too sick. You know, you have black, bloody diarrhea, you're vomiting, you're bleeding from your skin and mucous membranes. You're not walking around. You're not going to parties. So I think that's part of it, that if the infection is too lethal, you're simply not a good transmitter. And I think transmission is probably one of the most powerful selection forces for viruses, because a virus always has to find a new host. If it doesn't, it's a startup that fails, right? If it doesn't find a new host, it's gone. And so anything that makes the virus transmit better is going to help it. And if killing you, being less lethal is part of that, that works too.
So there's a strong selection pressure against being lethal.
I think there's a strong selection pressure against being lethal and being more transmissible. Those two seem to work in opposite ways. And now we don't have a lot of data to support this. This is kind of a thought experiment, but there is one experiment done in Australia many years ago. I don't know if you know this, but in the 1800s, the hunters in Australia imported a rabbit from Europe so they could hunt it, because the native rabbit in Australia was too fast for them. They couldn't shoot them. So they brought in this European rabbit, and they reproduced out of control. Within a couple of years, they were everywhere, millions of rabbits in all the watering holes, and now they had a problem. So they decided to use a virus to get rid of these excess rabbits. And they used a virus, a pox virus called myxoma virus, which is a natural virus of a different kind of rabbit. But for these European rabbits, it was quite lethal, and it's spread by mosquitoes. So they said, okay, let's release this virus. And in the first year, 99.2% of the rabbits were killed. But that 0.8% that were left had some form of resistance. They were variants. You know, every organism, not just viruses, makes mutants. And there were some variants of the rabbits that could survive infection. And then in subsequent years, the virus became less lethal. And then the mosquitoes had a better shot of transmitting it from one rabbit to another if the rabbit lived longer. That's the selection, probably. And so in the end, the rabbits lived on. The virus was there. It evolved to be more transmissible and less lethal. So that's
amazing.
That's the only data.
Life is amazing.
It is. If you take the time to look at it and see what's happened, it is amazing.
It's also humbling that it just makes you realize humans are just a small part of the picture.
Of course. And we're wrecking it, aren't we?
Well, I mean, it's not really. I mean, viruses are wrecking it some way. It's part of this. We're not really wrecking anything. It's all part of it.
But you know, when the ways that human exist encourages viruses to infect us, right? When we were hunter-gatherers living in bands of 100 people, very few viruses, because it was hard for the virus to go from one band to another. And perhaps one of these humans would get an animal and bring a virus into camp, and some people would die, but it would never spread to another. And then when we started to congregate in cities, we figured out agriculture and so forth and how to harvest animals. Then we could get bigger and bigger populations, and the viruses went crazy. And they went from animals to us. So measles went from cows to humans when humans learned to domesticate cows and started gathering in big cities.
Yeah, but now that humans are able to communicate and travel globally, the viruses become more and more dangerous, transmissible. Thereby, if you look at Earth as an organism, thereby pushing humans to be more innovative, create alphafold 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, create better systems, and eventually there's rockets that keep flying from Earth, and eventually the virus is becoming super dangerous and threatening all of human civilization will force it to become a multiplanetary species, and this organism starts expanding. So I think it's a feature, not a bug. I don't know.
Well, I think that we have our early, probably most of we're studying viruses since 1900, right? Most of that time was because of diseases they caused. The first viruses discovered, yellow fever virus, smallpox, polio virus, influenza virus, those were all because people got sick and they said, oh, look, this is a virus that's associated with it. And so we got good at learning how to take care of these infections, making vaccines and so forth over the years. And it's only in the last 20 years that we recognize that there are more viruses out there that are far more interesting, perhaps. But we've learned how to deal with the bad ones, for sure.
What's the difference between the coronavirus family and the other popular family, influenza virus family? If I were, because you mentioned we should have done a lot more in terms of vaccine development, that kind of thing for coronaviruses. But if I were back then, from my understanding, the thing we should all be afraid of is influenza, like some strong variants coming out from that family. That seems like the one that will destroy human civilization or hurt us really badly. I don't know if you agree with this sense, but maybe you can also just clarify what to use is the difference between the families.
So it's an interesting difference. They both have membranes, right? So then they have spike proteins embedded in them and they're different spikes. In fact, for influenza, there are two main ones. They're called the HA and the NA. But what's inside is RNA, but it's very different RNA. And here we have to explain that. So viruses with RNA can have three different kinds of RNA. They can have what we call plus RNA. They can have minus RNA, or they could have plus minus, actually two strands hybridized together. The plus RNA simply means that if you put that plus RNA in a cell, your cell has ribosomes in it that make the proteins that you need. The ribosomes will immediately latch onto the plus RNA and begin to make proteins. A minus RNA is not the right strand to make proteins. So it has to be copied first. And then the plus minus is both together. So the SARS coronaviruses, all the coronaviruses have plus RNA. So as soon as that RNA gets in the cell, boom, it starts an infectious cycle. Same thing with poliovirus, by the way, which I worked on. Influenza viruses are negative stranded. So they cannot be translated when they get in the cell. So that's tough for the virus because the cell actually cannot make plus RNA from minus RNA. It doesn't have the enzyme to do it. So the virus has to carry it inside the virus particle. And then when the minus RNA is in the cell, the virus enzyme makes plus RNAs and those get translated. So it's a big difference. And then in the influenza viruses, not only is it minus RNA, but it's in pieces. It's in 8 pieces. We call that segmented, whereas the corona is in one long piece of RNA.
So what is that? Is it they're like floating separately?
Yeah, so the genes are on separate pieces. They're all packaged inside that virus particle of influenza virus, but they're in pieces. And why that's important is because if 2 different influenza viruses infect the same cell, the pieces as they reproduce can mix and out can come a virus with a new assortment of pieces. And that allows influenza virus to undergo extremely high frequency evolution. That's why we get pandemics. When we have a new flu pandemic, is because somewhere in some animal, 2 viruses have reassorted and made a new virus that we hadn't seen before.
So you're talking about kind of biological characteristics, but what am I incorrect in my intuition that, or from the things I've heard, that the influenza family of viruses is more dangerous? Like what makes it more dangerous to humans?
Well, it depends on there are many flavors or vintages of influenza virus. Some are dangerous and some are not, right? It depends on which one. Some, like the 1918 apparently was very lethal, killed a lot of people. but more contemporary viruses. We had a pandemic in 2009 of influenza. That wasn't such a lethal virus. We don't know exactly why, but it didn't kill that many people. It transmitted pretty well.
Was that the bird flu one?
They're all deriving. That one was called swine influenza.
Swine.
It seemed to have started in a pig, but it had RNAs from bird influenza viruses. These viruses are all reassortants of different viruses from pigs and birds and humans. But influenza can cause pneumonia and can kill you, as does SARS-CoV-2. So it depends on the virus. So there is another influenza virus that's currently circulating. So right now we have the 2009 pandemic virus that's still around. And then the 1968 pandemic virus, which was the one before 2009, that one is still around too. And that's more lethal. And depending on the season, some seasons the 2009 virus predominates, some seasons the 1968. And when the 68 is around, you get more lethality.
So we're living with the influenza family. We haven't exterminated them.
Right. We never will. Never exterminate them.
Why?
Well, because every shorebird in the world is infected with them. You know, gulls and terns and ducks and all sorts of things.
No, but why can't we develop strong vaccines that defend against?
Oh, we could do that, sure. But that would not eliminate them from humans. Even if you had the best vaccine, you would never get rid of it in people because there would always be someone who's not vaccinated or in which the vaccine didn't work. You know, no vaccine is 100%.
Right.
So.
Well, you just contradicted yourself. You said the perfect vaccine. So.
Imperfect.
But then you said, like, even if you had the perfect vaccine, some people wouldn't get vaccinated. But I understand what you mean. So, So on that topic, you've done a series of live streams called Lockdown Math, and you went live, which is different than you usually do. Maybe can you talk about how'd that feel? What's that experience like? Like in your own, when you look back, like is that an effective way? Did you find of being able to teach? And if so, is there lessons for this world where all of these educators are now trying to figure out how the heck do I teach remotely?
For me, it was very different. As different as you can get. I'm on camera, which I'm usually not. I'm doing it live, which is nerve-wracking. It was a slightly different level of topics, although realistically, I'm just talking about things I'm interested in no matter what. I think the reason I did that was this thought that a ton of people are looking to learn remotely. The rate at which I usually put out content is too slow to be actively helpful. Let me just do some bi-weekly lectures that if you're looking for a place to point your students, if you're a student looking for a place to be edified about math, just tune in at these times. And in that sense, I think it was, a success for those who followed with it. It was a really rewarding experience for me to see how people engaged with it. Part of the fun of the live interaction was to actually, I'd do these live quizzes and see how people would answer and try to shape the lesson based on that, or see what questions people were asking in the audience. I would love to, if I did more things like that in the future, kind of tighten that feedback loop even more. I think you ask about if this can be relevant to educators, 100% online teaching is basically a form of live streaming now. And usually it happens through Zoom. I think if teachers view what they're doing as a kind of performance and a kind of live stream performance, that would probably be pretty healthy because Zoom can be kind of awkward. And I wrote up this little blog post actually just on just what our setup looked like if you want to adopt it yourself and how to integrate the broadcasting software OBS with Zoom or things like that.
It was really, sorry to pause on that. I mean, maybe we could look at the blog post, but it looked really nice.
The thing is, I knew nothing about any of that stuff before I started. I had a friend who knew a fair bit, and so he kind of helped show me the ropes. One of the things that I realized is that you could, as a teacher, it doesn't take that much to make things look and feel pretty professional. One component of it is as soon as you hook things up with the broadcasting software, rather than just doing screen sharing, you can set up different scenes, and then you can have keyboard shortcuts to transition between those scenes. So you don't need a production studio with the director calling go to camera 3, go to camera 2, onto the screen capture. Instead, you can have control of that. And it took a little bit of practice, and I would mess it up now and then. But I think I had it decently smooth such that, I'm talking to the camera, and then we're doing something on the paper, then we're doing playing with a Desmos graph or something. And something that I think in the past would have required a production team, you can actually do as a solo operation, and in particular as a teacher. And I think it's worth it to try to do that because two reasons. One, you might get more engagement from the students. But the biggest reason, I think one of the best things that can come out of this pandemic education-wise is if we turn a bunch of teachers into content creators. And if we take lessons that are usually done in these one-off settings and start to get in the habit of, sometimes I'll use the phrase commoditizing explanation, where what you want is whatever a thing a student wants to learn, it just seems inefficient to me that lesson is taught millions of times over in parallel across many different classrooms in the world, year to year. You've got a given Algebra 1 lesson that's just taught literally millions of times by different people. What should happen is that there's the small handful of explanations online that exist so that when someone needs that explanation, they can go to it, that the time in classroom is spent on all of the parts of teaching and education that aren't explanation, which is most of it, right? And the way to get there is to basically have more people who are already explaining publish their explanations and have it in a publicized forum. So if during a pandemic, you can have people automatically creating online content because it has to be online, but getting in the habit of doing it in a way that doesn't just feel like a Zoom call that happened to be recorded, but it actually feels like a piece that was always going to be publicized to more people than just your students. That can be really powerful.
And there's an improvement process there, so being self-critical and growing, I guess YouTubers go through this process of putting out some content and nobody caring about it, and then trying to figure out basically improving, figure out why did nobody care, what can I, and they come up with all kinds of answers which may or may not be correct, but doesn't matter because the answer leads to improvement. So you're being constantly self-critical or self-analytical, it should be better to say. So you think of how can I make the audio better? All the basic things. Maybe one question to ask, because, by way of Russ Tedrick, he's a robotics professor at MIT, one of my favorite people. Big fan of yours. He watched our first conversation. I just interviewed him a couple weeks ago. He teaches this course in under-actuated robotics, which is robotic systems when you can't control everything. When you're we as humans, when we walk, we're always falling forward, which means it's gravity. You can't control it. You just hope you can catch yourself, but that's not all guaranteed. It depends on the surface. So that's under-actuated. You can't control everything. The number of actuators, the degrees of freedoms you have is not enough to fully control the system. So I don't know. It's a really, I think, beautiful, fascinating class. He puts it online. It's quite popular. He does an incredible job teaching. He puts it online every time. But he's kind of been interested in crisping it up, making it, innovating in different kinds of ways. And he was inspired by the work you do, because I think in his work, he can do similar kind of explanations as you're doing, revealing the beauty of it and spending months in preparing a single video. And he's interested in how to do that. That's why I listened to the conversation. He's playing with Manum. But he had this question of, in my apartment where we did the interview, I have curtains, for a black curtain, not this. This is a adjacent mansion that we're in that I also own. But you basically just I have a black curtain, whatever, that makes it really easy to set up a filming situation with cameras that we have here, these microphones. He was asking, what kind of equipment do you recommend? I guess your blog post is a good one. I said I don't recommend. This is excessive and actually really hard to work with. So I wonder, is there something you would recommend in terms of equipment? Is it, do you think lapel mics, USB mics? What do you...
For my narration, I use a USB mic. For the streams, I used a lapel mic. The narration, it's a Blue Yeti. I'm forgetting actually the name of the lapel mic, but it was probably a Rode of some kind. But
is it hard to figure out how to make the audio sound good?
Oh, listen to all the early videos on my channel, and clearly, I'm terrible at this. For some reason, I just couldn't get audio for a while. I think it's weird when you hear your own voice.
Yep.
So you hear it, you're like, this sounds weird. And it's hard to know, does it sound weird because you're not used to your own voice, or they're like actual audio artifacts at play? And
then video is just for the lockdown, just the camera. Like you said, it was probably streaming somehow through the.
Yeah, there were two GH5 cameras, one that was mounted overhead over a piece of paper. You could also use like an iPad or a Wacom tablet to do your writing electronically, but I just wanted the paper feel. One on the face, there's two. Again, I don't know. I'm like just not actually the one to ask this because I like animate stuff usually, but each of them like has a compressor object that makes it such that the camera output goes into the computer USB, but like gets compressed before it does that.
The live aspect of it, do you regret doing it live?
Not at all. I do think the content might be like much less sharp and tight than if it were something even that I just recorded like that and then edited later. But I do like something that I do to be out there to show like, hey, this is what it's like raw. This is what it's like when I make mistakes. This is like the pace of thinking. I like the live interaction of it. I think that made it better. I probably would do it on a different channel, I think, if I did a series like that in the future, just because it's a different style. It's probably a different target audience, and kind of keep clean what 3 Blue and Brown is about versus the benefits of like live lectures.
Do you suggest, like in this time of COVID, that people like Russ or other educators try to go like the shorter, like 20-minute videos that are like really well planned out or scripted? You really think through, you slowly design, so it's not live. Do you see like that being an important part of what they do?
Yeah, what I think teachers like Russ should do is choose the small handful of topics that they're going to do just really well. They want to create the best short explanation of it in the world that will be one of those handfuls in a world where you have commoditized explanation, right? Most of the lectures should be done just normally. Still put thought and planning into it. I'm sure he's a wonderful teacher and like knows all about that. But maybe choose those small handful of topics. Do what's beneficial for me sometimes is if I do sample lessons with people on that topic to get some sense of how other people think about it. Let that inform how you want to edit it or script it or whatever format you want to do. Some people are comfortable just explaining it and editing later. I'm more comfortable like writing it out and thinking in that setting.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Sorry to interrupt. It's a little bit sad to me to see how much knowledge is lost. Like just like you mentioned, there's professors, like we can take my dad, for example, to blow up his ego a little bit, but he's a great teacher and he knows plasma chemistry, plasma physics really well. So he can very simply explain some beautiful but otherwise complicated concepts. And it's sad that like if you Google plasma or like for plasma physics, like there's no videos.
And just imagine if every one of those excellent teachers like your father or like Russ, even if they just chose one topic this year, they're like, I'm going to make the best video that I can on this topic. If every one of the great teachers did that, the internet would be replete. Yeah. And it's already replete with great explanations, but it would be even more so with all the niche great explanations and like anything you want to learn.
And there's a self-interest to it in terms of teachers, in terms of even, so if you take Russ, for example, it's not that he's teaching something, like he teaches his main thing, his thing he's deeply passionate about. And from a selfish perspective, it's also just like, I mean, it's like publishing a paper in a really, like Nature has like letters, like accessible publication. It's just going to guarantee that your work, that your passion is seen by a huge number of people. Whatever the definition of huge is, doesn't matter. It's much more than it otherwise would be.
And it's those lectures that tell early students what to be interested in.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think students are disproportionately interested in the things that are well represented on YouTube. So to any educator out there, if you're wondering, hey, I want more like grad students in my department, like what's the best way to recruit grad students? It's like make the best video you can and then wait 8 years. And then you're going to have a pile of like excellent grad students for that department.
And one of the lessons I think your channel teaches is there's appeal of explaining just something beautiful, explaining it cleanly, technically, not doing a marketing video about why topology is great.
There's people interested in this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the greatest channels, like Matt it's not even a math channel, but the channel with greatest math content is Vsauce, who you've like interviewed. Imagine you were to propose making a video that explains the Banach-Tarski paradox substantively, right? Not shying around it, maybe not describing things in terms of like the group theoretic terminology that you'd usually see in a paper, but the actual results that went into this idea of like breaking apart a sphere, proposing that to like a network TV station, saying, yeah, I'm going to do this in-depth talk of the Banach-Tarski paradox. I'm pretty sure it's going to reach 20 million people. It's like, get out of here. Like, no one cares about that. No one's interested in anything even anywhere near that. But then you have Michael's quirky personality around it and just people that are actually hungry for that kind of depth. Then you don't need like the approval of some higher network. You can just do it and let the people speak for themselves. So I think, if your father was to make something on plasma physics, or if we were to have like underactualized robotics, underactuated. Yes, not underactualized. It's plenty actualized. Underactuated robotics.
Yeah, most robotics is underactualized currently.
That's true. So even if it's things that you might think are niche, I bet you'll be surprised by how many people actually engage with it really deeply.
Although I just psychologically watching him, I can't speak for a lot of people. I can speak for my dad. I think there's a little bit of a skill gap, but I think that could be overcome. That's pretty basic.
None of us know how to make videos when we start. The first stuff I made was terrible in a number of respects. Like, look at the earliest videos on any YouTube channel, except for Captain Disillusion. And they're all like terrible versions of whatever they are now.
But the thing I've noticed, especially like with world experts, is it's the same thing that I'm sure you went through, which is like fear of like embarrassment. Like they definitely... It's the same reason, like I feel that anytime I put out a video. I don't know if you still feel that, but like, I don't know, it's this imposter syndrome, like who am I to talk about this? And that's true for like even things that you've studied for like your whole life. I don't know, it's scary to post stuff on YouTube.
It is scary. I honestly wish that more of the people who had that modesty to say, who am I to post this, were the ones actually
posting it. That's right.
Because, I mean, the honest problem is like a lot of the educational content is posted by people who like were just starting to research it 2 weeks ago and are on a certain schedule, and who maybe should think like, who am I to explain, choose your favorite topic, quantum mechanics or something. And the people who have the self-awareness to not post are probably the people also best positioned to give a good, honest explanation of it.
That's why there's a lot of value in a channel like Numberphile, where they basically trap a really smart person and force them to explain stuff on a brown sheet of paper. So, but of course, that's not scalable. It's a single channel. If there's anything beautiful that it could be done, is people take it in their own hands, educators.
Which is, again, circling back, I do think the pandemic will serve to force a lot of people's hands. You're going to be making online content anyway. It's happening, right? Just hit that publish button and see how it goes.
Yeah, see how there's a recent really exciting breakthrough of AlphaFold 2 solving protein folding or achieving state-of-the-art performance on protein folding. And then I thought... proteins have a lot to do with viruses. It seems like being able to use machine learning to design proteins that achieve certain kinds of functions will naturally allow you to use, maybe down the line, not yet, but allow you to use machine learning to design basically viruses, maybe like measles, like for good, which is like to attack cancerous cells, but also for bad. Is that a crazy thought, or is this a natural place where this technology may go? I suppose as all technologies can, which is for good and for bad. Mm-hmm. Do you think about the role of machine learning in this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, AlphaFold is amazing. It's an amazing algorithm, series of algorithms, and it does demonstrate. To me, it demonstrates just how powerful, everything in the world has rules. We just don't know the rules. We often don't know them. But Our brain has rules, how it works. Everything is plus and minus. There's nothing in the world that's really not at its most basic level, positive, negative. It's all, obviously, it's all just charge. And that means everything, you can figure it out with enough computational power and enough. In this case, machine learning and AI is just one way to learn rules. It's an empirical way to learn rules, but it's a profoundly powerful way. And certainly now that we are getting to a point where we can take a protein and know how it folds, given its sequence, we can reverse engineer that, and we can say, okay, we want a protein to fold this way. What does the sequence need to be? We haven't done that yet so much, but it's just the next iteration of all of this. And so let's say somebody wants to develop a virus. It's going to start with somebody wanting to develop a virus to defeat cancer, something good, and so it will start with a lot of money from the federal government, for all the positives that will come out of it. But we have to be really careful because that will come about. There's no doubt in my mind that we will develop, we're already doing it. We engineer molecules all the time for specific uses. Oftentimes we take them from nature and then tweak them. But now we can supercharge it. We can accelerate the pace of discovery to not have it just be discovery. We have it be true ground-up engineering. Let's say you're trying to make a new molecule to stabilize somebody with some retinal disease, right? So we come up with some molecule that can improve the stability of somebody with retinal degeneration. Just a small tweak to that to say make a virus that causes the human race to become blind. Yeah. It sounds really conspiracy theory-ish, but it's not. We're learning so much about biology, and there's always nefarious reasons. Heck, look at how AI and just Google searches, those can be they are every single day being leveraged by nefarious actors to take advantage of people, to steal money, to do whatever it might be. Eventually, probably to create wars, or already to create wars. And I don't think there's any question at this point behind disinformation campaigns. And so it's being leveraged. This thing that could be wholly good, is always going to be leveraged for bad. And so how do you balance that as a species? I'm not quite sure.
Well, and the hope is, as you mentioned previously, that there's that we're able to also develop defense mechanisms. And there's something about the human species that seems to keep coming up with ways to just like on the deadline, just at the last moment, figuring out how to avoid destruction. I think I'm eternally optimistic about the human race not destroying ourselves, but you could do a lot of things that would be very painful.
Yes. Well, we're doing it already, we are seeing how our regulation today.
Right.
We did this thing. It started as a good thing, regulation of medical products, but now it is, unwillingly and unintentionally harming us. Our regulatory landscape, which was developed wholly for good in our country, is getting in the way of us deploying a tool that could stop our economies from having to be sort of sputteringly closed, that could stop deaths from happening at the rate that they are. And it's, I think we will come to a solution. Of course, now we're going to get the vaccine, and it's going to make people lose track of why we even bother testing, which is a bad idea. But we're already seeing that we have this amazing capacity to both do damage when we don't intend to do damage, and then also to pull up when we need to pull up and stop complete catastrophe. And so we are an interesting species in that way.
Can we discuss further the lay of the land here of the different tests before us?
Absolutely. So I talked about PCR tests, and those are done in the lab, or they're done essentially with a rapid test like this, the detect. And we can even try this in a moment. Mm-hmm. It goes into a little heater. So you might have one of these in a household, or one of these in a nursing home or something like that, or in an airport. Or you could have one that has 100 different outlets. This is just to heat the tube up. These are the rapid tests. They are super simple, no frills. You just swab your nose and you put the swab into a buffer and you put the buffer on the test. So we can use these right now if you want.
Yeah.
We can try it out.
And all the tests we're talking about, they're usually swabbing the nose. Like that's still the
main, yeah. There are some saliva tests coming about, and these can all work potentially with saliva. They just have to be recalibrated. But these swabs are really not bad. This isn't the deep swab that goes like way back into your nose or anything. This is just a swab that you do yourself, like right in the front of your nose. So if you want to do it,
yeah. Do you mind if I?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we start with this one? Because this is Abbott's Binex Now test, and it's pretty simple.
This is the swab from the Abbott test.
That's correct. That's the swab from the Abbott test. So what I'm going to do to start is I'm going to take this buffer here, which is, this is just the buffer that goes onto this test. So this is a brand new one. I just opened this test out. I'm going to just take 6 drops of this buffer and put it right onto this test here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. And now you're going to take that swab, open it up. Yep. And now just wipe it around into the front of your nose. Do a few circles on each nostril. That looks good.
This always makes me want to sneeze.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to have you do it yourself.
I'm getting emotional.
Hold it parallel to the test. So put the test down on the table. Yep. And then go into that bottom hole. Yep. And push forward so that you can start to see it in the other hole. There you go. Now turn. Once it hits up against the top, just turn it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And sort of, yep. And now you just close. So pull off that adhesive sticker there. And now you just close the whole thing.
And
that's it.
That's it.
Now what we will see is we will see a line form. What's happening now is the buffer that you put in there is now moving up onto the paper strip test. And it has the material from the swab in there. And so what we'll see is a line will form. And that's going to be the control line. And then we'll also see ideally we'll see no line for the actual test line. And that's because you should be negative. So 1 line will be positive and 2 lines will be negative.
It's very cool. There's this purple thing creeping up onto the control line.
That's perfect. That's what you want to be seeing. So you want to see that. So right now you essentially want to see that blue line turns pink or purpley color. There's a blue line that's already there, printed. It should turn sort of a purple pink color. And ideally, there will be no additional line for the sample.
And if there is, that's the 99% accuracy on. That means I'm contagious.
That would mean that you're likely contagious or you likely have infectious virus in you. What we can do, because one of the things that my plan calls for is because sometimes these tests can get false positive results. It's rare, maybe 1%, or in the case of this Binex Now, this Abbott test, 0.1%. So 1 in 1,000, 1 in 500, something like that can be falsely positive. What I recommend is that when somebody is positive on one of these, you turn around and you immediately test on a different test. You could either do it on the same, but for good measure, you want to use a separate test that is somewhat orthogonal, meaning that it shouldn't turn falsely positive for the same reason. This particular test here, this detect test, because it is looking for the RNA and not the antigen, this is an amazingly accurate test, and it's sort of a perfect gold standard or confirmatory test for any of these antigen tests. So one of the recommendations that I've had, especially if people start using antigen tests before you get onto a plane, or, as what I call entrance screening, if somebody's positive, you don't immediately tell them you're positive, go isolate for 10 days. You tell them, let's confirm on one of these, on a detect test. That is because it's completely orthogonal, it's looking for the RNA instead of the antigen. There's no reason, no biological reason that both of these should be falsely positive. So if one's falsely positive and the other one is negative, especially because this one's more sensitive, then I would trust this as a confirmatory test. If this one's negative, then the antigen test, would be considered falsely positive.
It does look like there's only a single line, so this is very exciting news.
That's right, yep. It says wait 15 minutes to see both lines. But in general, if somebody's really going to be positive, that line starts showing up within a minute or two. So you want to keep the whole, we'll keep watching it for the whole 15 minutes as it's sitting there. But I would say knowing that you've had PCR tests recently and all that,
the odds are pretty good.
The odds are very
good. The packaging, very iPhone-like. I'm digging the sexy packaging. I'm a sucker for good packaging. What is the most beautiful, mysterious, or surprising idea in the biology of humans or viruses that you've ever come across in your work? Sorry for the overly philosophical question.
Wow. Well, that's a great question. I love the pathogenesis of viruses. And one of the things that I've worked on a lot is trying to understand how viruses interact with each other. And so pre all this COVID stuff, I was really, really dedicated to understanding how viruses impact other pathogens. So how if somebody gets an infection with one thing or a vaccine, does it either benefit or harm you from other things that appear to be unrelated to most people? And so one system which is highly detrimental to humans, but what I think is just immensely fascinating, is measles. And measles gets into a kid's body. The immune system picks it up and essentially grabs the virus and does exactly what it's supposed to do, which is to take this virus and bring it into the immune system so that the immune system can learn from it, can develop an immune response to it. But instead, measles plays a trick. It gets into the immune system, serves almost as a Trojan horse, and instead of getting eaten by these cells, it just takes them over, and it ends up proliferating in the very cells that were supposed to kill it. And it just distributes throughout the entire body, gets into the bone marrow, kills off children's immune memories. And so it essentially, what I've found and what my research has found is that this one virus was responsible for as much as half of all of the infectious disease deaths in kids before we started vaccinating against it, because it was just wiping out children's immune memories to all different pathogens, which is, I think, just astounding. It's just amazing to watch it spread throughout bodies. We've done the studies in monkeys, and you can watch it just destroy and obliterate people's immune memories in the same way that, some parasite might destroy somebody's brain. And,
Is that a evolutionary just coincidence, or is there some kind of advantage to this kind of interactivity between pathogens?
Oh, I think in that sense, it's just coincidence. It probably is it's a good way for measles to, essentially be able to survive long enough to replicate in the body. It just replicates in the cells that are meant to destroy it. So it's utilizing our immune cells for its own replication. But in so doing, it's destroying the memories of all the other immunological memories. So, but there are other viruses. So a different system is influenza, and flu predisposes to severe bacterial infections. And that, I think, is another coincidence. But I also think that there are some evolutionary benefits that bacteria may hijack and sort of piggyback on viral infections. Viruses can they just grow so much quicker than bacteria. they replicate faster. And so there's this system with viruses, with flu and bacteria, where the influenza has these proteins that cleave certain receptors. And the bacteria want to cleave those same receptors, or want to cleave the same molecules that gave entrance to those receptors. So instead, the bacteria found out, like, hey, we could just piggyback on these viruses. They'll do it 100 or 1,000 times faster than we can. And so then they just piggyback on, and they let flu cleave all these sialic acids. And then the bacteria just glom on in the wake of it. So there's all different interactions between pathogens that are just remarkable.
Can we talk about the future of viruses that might be threatening our very existence?
Sure.
So do you think like a future natural virus can have an order of magnitude greater effect on human civilization than anything we've ever seen? So something that either kills all humans or kills, I don't know, 60, 70% of humans. So something we can't even imagine. Is that something that you think is possible? Because it seems to not have happened yet. So maybe like the entirety, whoever the programmer is of the simulation that sort of launched the evolution for the Big Bang seems to not want to destroy us humans. Or maybe that's a natural side effect of the evolutionary process that humans are useful. But do you think it's possible that the evolutionary process will produce a virus that will kill all humans?
I think it could. I don't think it's likely. And the reason I don't think it's likely is, well, on the one hand, it hasn't happened yet, in part because mobility is a recent phenomena. People weren't particularly mobile until fairly recently. Now, of course, now that we have people flying back and forth across the globe all the time, the chances of global pandemics has escalated exponentially, of course. And so on the one hand, that's part of why it hasn't happened yet. We can look at things like Ebola. Ebola, we haven't generally had major Ebola epidemics in the past, not because Ebola wasn't transmitting and infecting humans, but because it was largely affecting and infecting humans in disconnected communities. So you see out in rural parts of Africa, for example, in Western Africa, you might end up having isolated Ebola outbreaks, but there weren't connections that were fast enough that would allow people to then spread it into the cities. Of course, we saw back in 2014-15 a massive Ebola outbreak that wasn't because it was a new strain of Ebola, but it was because there's new inroads and connections between the communities, and people got it to the city. And so we saw it start to spread. So that should be a little bit foreshadowing of what's to come. And now we have this pandemic. We had 2009. We have this. There is a benefit, or there is sort of a natural check. And this is like kind of Latka-Voltaire predator-prey dynamic kind of systems, ecological systems in mathematics, that if you have something that's so deadly, people will respond more, maybe with a greater sense of panic, which alone could, destroy humanity. But at the same time, like we now know that we can lock down. We know that that's possible. And so if this was a worse virus that was actually killing 60% of people, as infecting, we would lock down very quickly. My biggest fear, though, is let's say that was happening. You need serious lockdowns if you're going to keep things going. So the only reason we were able to keep things going during our lockdowns is because it wasn't so bad that we were still able to have people work in the grocery stores, still have people work in the shipping to get the food onto the shelves. So on the one hand, we could probably figure out how to stop the virus, but can we stop the virus without starving? Right. And I'm not sure that if this was another acute respiratory virus that say it transmitted the same way, but say it actually did worse damage to your heart, but it was like a month later that people start having heart attacks en masse. It's like not just one-offs, but really severe. Well, that could be a serious problem for humanity. So in some ways, I think that there are lots of ways that we could end up dying at the hand of a virus. I mean, we're already seeing it. My fear is still, I think coronaviruses have demonstrated a keen ability to destroy or to create outbreaks that can potentially be deadly to large numbers of people. Flu strains, though, are still, by and large, my concern.
So you think the bad one might come from the flu, the influenza?
Yeah, their replication cycle, they're able to genetically recombine in a way that coronaviruses aren't. They have segmented genomes, which means that they can just swap out whole parts of their genomes, no problem, repackage them, and then boom, you have a whole antigenic shift, not a drift. What that means is that on any occasion, any day of the year, you can have, boom, a whole new virus that didn't exist yesterday. And now with farming and industrial livestock, we're seeing animals and humans come into contact much more. Just the opportunities for an influenza strain that is unique and deadly to humans increases, all the while transmission and mobility has increased. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion.
So does this whole system of viruses that interact with each other and so damn good at getting inside our bodies, does that fascinate you or terrify you?
I'm very much a scientist, and so it fascinates me much more than it terrifies me. But knowing enough, I know just how well, we get the wrong virus in our population, whether it's through some random mutation or whether it's this same COVID-19 virus. And these things are tricky. They're able to mutate quickly. They're able to find new hosts and rearrange in the case of influenza. So what terrifies me is just how easily this particular pandemic could have been so much worse. This could have been a virus that is much worse than it is. Same thing with H1N1 back in 2009. That terrifies me. If a virus like that was much more detrimental, it could be much more devastating. Although it's hard to say, the human species I hesitate to say that we're good at responding to things, because there are some aspects that this particular virus, SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, has found a sweet spot where it's not quite serious enough on an individual level that humans just we haven't seen much of a useful response by many humans. A lot of people even think it's a hoax. And so it's led us down this path of it's not quite serious enough to get everyone to respond immediately and with the most urgency, but it's bad enough that, it's caused our economies to shut down and collapse. And so I think I know enough about virus biology to be terrified for humans that, it just takes one virus, just takes the wrong one to just obliterate us or not obliterate us, but really do much more damage than we've seen.
It's fascinating to think that COVID-19 is a result of a virus evolving together with like Twitter.
Yeah.
Like figuring out how we can sneak past the defenses of the humans. So it's not bad enough. And then the misinformation, all that kind of stuff together is operating in such a way that the virus can spread effectively. I wonder, obviously a virus is not intelligent, but there's a rhyme and a rhythm to the way this whole evolutionary process works and creates these fascinating things that spread throughout the entire civilization.
Absolutely. It's I'm completely fascinated by this idea of social media in particular, how it replicates, how it grows. How it actually starts interacting with the biology of the virus, masks, who's going to get vaccinated, politics. Like, these seem so external to virus biology, but it's become so intertwined, and it's interesting. And I actually think we could find out that the virus actually becomes obviously not intentionally, but we could find that people choosing not to wear masks, choosing not to counter this virus in a regimented and sort of organized way, effectively gives the virus more opportunity.
What about from immunology perspective of the idea of engineering a virus? So not just the virus leaking from a lab or something, but actually being able to understand the protein, like everything about what makes a virus enough to be able to figure out ways to maybe targeted or untargeted attack biology
Subvert immunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that something, obviously that's somewhere on the list of concerns, but is that anywhere close of the top 10 highlights along with nuclear weapons and so on that we should be worried about? Or is the natural pandemic really the one that's much greater concern?
I would say that the former, that man-made viruses and genetically engineered viruses should be right up there with the greatest concerns for humanity right now. We know that the tools, for better or worse, the tools for creating a virus are there.
Yeah.
We can do it. Heck, the human species is no longer vaccinated against smallpox. I didn't get a smallpox vaccine. You didn't get a smallpox vaccine, at least I don't think. And, so if somebody wanted to make smallpox and distribute it to the world in some way, it could be exceedingly deadly and detrimental to humans. And that's not even sort of using your imagination to create a new virus. That's one that we already have. Unlike the past, when smallpox would circulate, you had large fractions of the community that was already immune to it. And so it wouldn't spread, or it would spread a little bit slower. But now we have, essentially, in a few years, we'll have a whole global population that is susceptible. Let's look at measles. We have measles. I have, there are some researchers in the world right now, which for various reasons are working on creating a measles strain that evades immunity. It's not for bioterrorism, at least that's not the expectation. It's for using measles as an oncolytic virus to kill cancer. And the only way you can really do that is if your immune system doesn't, if you take a measles virus, and we don't have to go into the details of why it would work, but it could work. Measles likes to target potentially cancerous cells. But to get your immune system not to kill off the virus, if you're trying to use the virus to target it, you maybe want to make it blind to the immune system. But now imagine we took some virus like measles, which has an R naught of 18, transmits extremely quickly, and now we have essentially, let's say we had a whole human race that is susceptible to measles, and this is a virus that spreads orders of magnitude easier than this current virus. Imagine if you were to plug something toxic or detrimental into that virus and release it to the world.
So it's possible to be both accidental and intentional.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, an accident. So Mark Lipsitch, who's a good colleague of mine at Harvard, we're both he's the director of the Center for Communicable Disease Dynamics, where I'm a faculty member. He's spoken very, very forcefully and he's very outspoken about the dangers of gain-of-function testing, where in the lab we are intentionally creating viruses that are exceedingly deadly under the auspices of trying to learn about them, so that if the idea is that if we kind of accelerate evolution and make these really deadly viruses in the lab, we can be prepared for if that virus ever comes about naturally or through unnatural means. The concern, though, is, okay, that's one thing, but what if that virus got out on somebody's shoe? Just what if? If the effects of an accident are potentially catastrophic, is it worth taking the chances just to be prepared a little bit for something that may or may not ever actually develop? And so it's a serious ethical quandary we're in, how to both be prepared but also not cause a catastrophic mistake.
As a small change, I wonder why somebody, I don't know if you were paying attention, but somebody like an Elon Musk type character. So he was really into doing some like obvious engineering solution. Like this at home rapid test seems like a very Elon Musk thing to do.
I don't know if you saw, but I had a little Twitter conversation with Elon Musk.
Does he not like what is he? Do you know what his thoughts are on rapid testing?
Well, he was using a slightly different one of these, but that requires an instrument called the BD Veritor. And he got a false positive. Or no, I shouldn't say he didn't necessarily get a false positive. He got discrepant results. He did this test 4 times.
Yes.
He got 2 positives, 2 negatives. But then he got a PCR test and it was a very low positive result. So I think what happened is he just tested himself at the tail end of it. This was actually right before he was about to send those. It was the day of, essentially, that he was sending the astronauts up to the space station the other day. So he was using these rapid tests because he wanted to make sure that he was good to go in, and he got discrepant results. Yes. Ultimately, they were correct, but 2 were negative, 2 were positive. But what really happened once he shared his PCR results, and they were very low positive. So really what was happening is, my guess is he found himself right at the edge of his positivity, of his infectiousness. And so, the test worked how it was supposed to work. It probably, had he used it 2 days earlier, it would have been screaming positive. He wouldn't have gotten discrepant results. But he found himself right at the edge by the time he used the test. So the PCR would always pick it up because it will still stay positive then for weeks potentially. But the rapid antigen test was starting to falter, not in a bad way, but just he probably was really no longer particularly infectious. And so it was kind of, when it gets to be a very low viral load, it becomes stochastic.
It's fascinating, this duality. So one, you can think from an individual perspective, it's unclear when you take 4 and half are positive, half are negative, like what are you supposed to do? But from a societal perspective, it seems like if just one of them is positive, just stay home for a couple of days, for a while. So if when you're a CEO of a company, you're launching astronauts to space, you may not want to rely absolutely on the antigen test as a thing by which you steer your decisions of like 10,000 plus people companies. But us individuals just living in the world, if it comes up positive, then you make decisions based on that, and then that scales really nicely to an entire society of hundreds of millions of people, and that's how you get that virus to stop spreading.
That's exactly right. Point. You don't have to catch every single one, and the nice thing is that these will catch the people who are most infectious. So with Elon Musk, it generally, that test, we don't have the counterfactual. We don't have his results from 3 days earlier when he was probably most infectious. But my guess is the fact that it was catching 2 out of the 4, even when he was down at a CT value of really, really very, very low viral load on the PCR test, suggests that it was doing its job. And you just want to, and the nice thing is, because these can be produced at such scale, getting one positive doesn't immediately have to mean 10 days of isolation. That's the CDC's more conservative stance, to say, if you're positive on any test, stay home for 10 days and isolate. But here, people would just have more tests. So the recommendation should be test daily. If you turn positive, test daily until you've been negative for 24, 48 hours, and then go back to work. And the nice thing there is, right now people just aren't testing because they don't want to take 10 days off. Yeah. They're not getting paid for it, so they can't take 10 days off.
Do you know what Elon thinks about this idea of rapid testing for everybody? So I understood. I need to look at that whole Twitter thread. So I understand his perhaps criticism of, he had like a conspiratorial tone from my vague look at it of like, what's going on here with these tests? But what does he actually think about this very practical, to me, engineering solution of just deploying rapid tests to everybody? It seems like that's a way to open up the economy in April.
Well, to be honest, I've been trying to get in touch with him again. I think, take somebody like Elon Musk with the engineering prowess within his ranks, to easily build these at the tens of millions a day. He could build the machines from scratch. A lot of the companies, they buy the machines from South Korea or Taiwan, I believe. We don't have to. Like, we can build these machines. They're simple to build. Put somebody like Elon Musk on it. Take some of his best engineers and say, look, the U.S. needs a solution in 2 weeks. Build these machines. Figure it out. He'll do it. He could do it. This is a guy who is literally He has started multiple entirely new industries. He has the capital to do it without the U.S. government if he wanted to. And you know what? The return on investment for him would be huge. But frankly, the return on investment in the country would be hundreds of billions of dollars, because it means we could get society open. So I know that his first experience with these rapid tests was confusing, which is how I ended up having this Twitter kind of conversation with him very briefly. But I think that if he understood sort of a little bit more, and I think he does, I really love to talk to him about it, because I think he could totally change the course of this pandemic in the United States single-handedly. You know, he loves grand things.
Yeah, I think out of all the solutions I've seen, this is the obvious, like, engineering solution to at least a pandemic of this scale.
I love that you say the engineering solution. So this is something I've been really trying to. I'm an engineer. My previous history was all engineering, and that's really how I think. I then went into medicine and PhD world, but I think that the world, like, one of the major catastrophes or one of the major problems is that we have physicians making the decisions about public health and a pandemic, when really we need engineers. This is an engineering problem. And so what I've been trying to do, I actually really want to, start a whole new field called public health engineering. And so I love that. Eventually I want to try to bring it to MIT and get MIT to want to start a new department or something.
That's a doubly awesome idea.
Yeah.
This is really okay. I love this. I love every aspect. I love everything you're talking about. What do you think? Sorry if I'm stuck on this. Your mention of MIT and public health engineering, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, it has a sense of, I talk to computational biology folks. Mm-hmm. It's always exciting to see computer scientists start entering the space of biology. And there's actually a lot of exciting things that happen because of that, trying to understand the fundamentals of biology. So from the engineering approach to public health, what kind of problems do you think can be tackled? What kind of disciplines are involved? Like, do you have ideas on this in this space?
Oh, yeah. I can speak to one of the major activities that I want to do. So what I normally do in my research lab is develop technologies that can take a drop of somebody's blood or some saliva and profile for hundreds of thousands of different antibodies against every single pathogen that somebody could be possibly exposed to.
That's awesome.
So this is all new technology that we've been developing more from a bioengineering perspective. But then I use a lot of the mathematics tools to interpret that. But what I really want to do, for example, to kind of kick off this new field of what I consider public health engineering, is to create, maybe it's a little ambitious, but create a weather system for viruses. I want us to be able to open up our iPhones, plug in our zip code, and get a better sense, get a probability of why my kid has a runny nose today. Is it COVID? Is it a rhinovirus, an adenovirus, or is it flu? And, we can do that. We can start building the rules of virus spread across the globe, both for pandemic preparedness, but also for just everyday use. In the same way that people used to think that predicting the weather was going to be impossible. Of course, we know that's not impossible now. Is it always perfect? No. But does it completely change the way that we go about our days? Absolutely. I envision, for example, right now, we open up our iPhone, we plug in a zip code, and if it tells us it's going to rain today, we bring an umbrella. Mm-hmm. So, in the future, it tells us, hey, there's a lot of SARS-CoV-2 in your community. Instead of grabbing your umbrella, you grab your mask. We don't have to have masks all the time. But if we know the rules of the game that these viruses play by, we can start preparing for those. And, every year, we go into every flu season blindfolded with our hands tied behind our back, just saying, I hope this isn't a bad flu season this year. This is, we're in the 21st century. It's becoming, we have the tools at our disposal now to not have that attitude. This isn't like 1920s. We can just say, hey, this is going to be a bad flu season this year. Let's act accordingly and with a targeted approach. We don't, for example, we don't just use our umbrellas all day long, every single day, in case it might rain. We don't board up our homes every single day in case there's a hurricane. We wait, and if we know that there's one coming, then we act for a small period of time accordingly, and then we go back and we've prepared ourselves in like these little bursts to not have it ruin our days.
I can't tell you how exciting that vision of the future is. I think that's incredible, and it seems like it should be within our reach. Just these like weather maps of viruses floating about the earth, and it seems obvious. It's one of those things where right now it seems like maybe impossible, and then looking back like 20 years from now, we'll wonder like why the hell this hasn't been done way earlier. The one difference between weather, maybe, I don't know if you have interesting ideas in this space. The difference between weather and viruses is it includes the collection of the data includes the human body, potentially. And that means that there is some, as with the contact tracing question, there's some concern about privacy.
Yep.
There seems to be this dance that's really complicated. With Facebook getting a lot of flack for basically misusing people's data, or, just whether it's perception or reality, there's certainly a lot of reality to it too, where they're not good stewards of our private data. So there's this weird place where it's like obvious that if we collect a lot of data about human beings and maintain privacy and maintain all like basic respect for that data, just like honestly common sense respect for the data, that we can do a lot of amazing things for the world, like a weather map for viruses. Is there a way forward to gain trust of people, or to do this well? Do you have ideas here? How big is this problem?
I think it's a central problem. There's a couple central problems that need to be solved. One, how do you get all the samples? That's not actually too difficult. I have a pilot project going right now with getting samples from across all the United States. Tens of thousands of samples every week are flowing into my lab, and we process them.
So it's taking like one of the basically there's biology here and chemistry and converting that into numbers.
That's exactly right. So what we're doing, for example, there's a lot of people who go to the hospital every day, a lot of people who donate blood, people who donate plasma. So one of the projects that I have, I'll get to the privacy question in a moment, but so what I want to do is the name that I've given this is a global immunological observatory.
Awesome.
There's no reason not to have that.
Good name.
I've said, instead of saying, well, how do we possibly get enough people on board to send in samples all the time? Well, just go to the source. So there's a company in Massachusetts that makes 80% of all the instruments that are used globally to collect plasma from plasma donors. So I went to this company, Hemonetics, and said, is there a way you have 80% of the global market on plasma donations? Can we start getting plasma samples from healthy people that use your machines? So that hooked me up with this company called Octapharma, and Octapharma has a huge reach and offices all over the country where they're just collecting people's plasma. They actually pay people for their plasma, and then that gets distributed to hospitals and all this stuff as anonymous plasma. So I've just been collecting anonymous samples. And we're processing them, in this case, for COVID antibodies to watch from January up through December. We're able to watch how the virus entered into the United States and how it's transmitting every day, across the U.S. So we're getting those results organized now, and we're going to start putting them publicly online soon to start making at least a very rough map of COVID. But that's the type of thinking that I have in terms of like, how do you actually capture huge numbers of specimens? You can't ask everyone to participate on sort of you maybe could if you have the right tools, and you can offer individuals something in return like 23andMe does. That's a great way to get people to give specimens and they get results back. So with these technologies that I've been building, along with some collaborators at Harvard, we can come up with tools that people might actually want. So I can offer you your immunological history. I can say, give me a drop of your blood on a filter paper, mail it in, and I will be able to tell you every infectious disease you've ever encountered, and maybe even when you encountered it roughly. I could tell you, do you have COVID antibodies right now? Do you have Lyme disease antibodies right now? Flu, triple E, all these different viruses. Also peanut allergies, milk allergies, anything. If your immune system makes a response to it, we can detect that response. So all of a sudden we have this very valuable technology that on the one hand gives people maybe information they might want to know about themselves, but on the other hand becomes this amazingly rich source of big data, to enter into this global immunological observatory sort of mathematical framework to start building these maps, these epidemiological tools. But you asked about privacy. And absolutely that's essential to keep in mind, first and foremost. So privacy can be, you can keep these samples 100% anonymous. They're just, when I get them, they show up with nothing. They're literally just tubes. I know a date that they were collected and a zip code that they're collected from, or even just sort of a county level ID. With an IRB and with ethical approval and with the people's consent, we can maybe collect more data, but that would require consent. Mm-hmm. But then there's this other approach, which I'm really excited about, which is certainly going to gain some scrutiny, I think. But we'll have to figure out where it comes into play. But I've been recognizing that we can take somebody's immunological profile and we can make a biological fingerprint out of it. Mm-hmm. And it's actually stable enough so that I could take your blood. Let's say I don't know who you are, but you sent me a drop of blood a year ago, and then you send me a drop of blood today. Mm-hmm. I don't know that those two blood spots are coming from the same person. They're just showing up in my lab. But I can run our technology over that, and it just gives me your immunological history. But your immunological history is so unique to you, and the way that your body responds to these pathogens is so unique to you that I can use that to tether your two samples. I don't know who you are. I know nothing about you. I only know when those samples came out of a person. But I can say, oh, these two samples a year apart actually belong to the same person.
Yeah, so there's sufficient information that immunological history to match the samples. From a privacy perspective, that's really exciting. Does that generally hold for humans? So you're saying there's enough uniqueness to match?
Yeah, because it's very stochastic, even twins. So this, I believe, we haven't published this yet. We will soon.
You have a twin too, right?
I do have a twin. I have an identical twin brother, which makes me interested in this. He looks very much like me.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah. And, DNA can't really tell us apart. But this tool is one of the only tools in the world that could tell twins apart from each other. Could still be accurate enough to say this blood, it's like 99.999% accurate to say that these two blood samples came from the same individual. And it's because it's a combination both of your immunological history, but also how your unique body responds to a pathogen, which is random. Mm-hmm. The way that we make antibodies is by and large, it's got an element of randomness to it. How the cells, when they make an antibody, they chop up the genetic code to say, okay, this is the antibody that I'm going to form for this pathogen. And you might form, if you get a coronavirus, for example, you might form hundreds of different antibodies, not just one antibody against the spike protein, but hundreds of different antibodies against all different parts of the virus. So that gives this really rich resolution of information that when I then do the same thing across hundreds of different pathogens, some of which you've seen, some of which you haven't, it gives you an exceedingly unique fingerprint that is sufficiently stable over years and years and years to essentially give you a barcode, and I don't have to know who you are, but I can know that these two specimens came from the same person somewhere out in the world.
It's so fascinating that there's this trace, your life story in the space of viruses, in the space of pathogens, like these, because there's this entire universe of these organisms that are trying to destroy each other. Mm-hmm. And then your little trajectory through that space leaves a trace.
Yep.
And then you can look at that trace. That's fascinating. And that data period is just fascinating. And the vision of making that data universally connected to where you can make like infer things, and just like with the weather is really fascinating. And there's probably artificial intelligence applications there. Start making predictions, start finding patterns.
Exactly. We're doing a lot of that already, and that's how had we had this going. You know, I've been trying to get this funded for years now, and I've spoken to governments. You know, everyone says, "Cool idea." Not going to do it. You know, why do we need it?
Oh, really? Why do you need it?
Why do you need it? And of course now, you know, I mean, I wrote in 2015 about this, why this would be useful. And of course now we're seeing why it would be useful. Had we had this up and running in 2019, had we had it going, we were drawing blood from, you know, or getting blood samples from hospitals and clinics and blood donors from New York City, let's just say. No, that could have, we didn't run the first PCR test for coronavirus until probably a month and a half or 2 months after the virus started transmitting in New York City.
So it's like with the rain, we didn't start wearing umbrellas or taking out umbrellas.
Exactly, for 2 months.
Getting wet.
But different than the rain, we couldn't actually see that it was spreading,
right.
You know? And so Andrew Cuomo had no choice but to leave the city open. You know, there were hints that maybe the virus was spreading in New York City, but, you know, he didn't have any data to back it up. No data. And so it was just week on week on week. And he didn't have any information to really go by to allow him to have the firepower to say, we're closing down the city. This is an emergency. We have to stop spread before it starts. And so they waited until the first PCR tests were coming about. And then the moment they started running PCR tests, they find out it's everywhere. You know, and so that was a disaster because, of course, New York City, you know, was just hit so bad because nobody was, you know, we were blind to it. We didn't have to be blind to it. And the nice thing about this technology is we wouldn't have, with the exact same technology we had in 2017, we could have detected this novel coronavirus spreading in New York City in 2020, not because we changed, not because we are actually actively looking for this novel coronavirus, but because we would have seen patterns in people's immune responses using AI or just frankly using just the raw data itself. We could have said, hey, it looks like there's something that looks like known coronavirus is spreading in New York, but there's gaps. You know, for some reason, people aren't developing an immune response to this coronavirus that seems to be spreading to these normal things that, you know, and it just the profile looks different. And we could have seen that, and immediately, especially since we had an idea that there was a novel coronavirus circulating in the world, we could have very quickly and easily seen, hey, clearly we're seeing a spike of something that looks like a known coronavirus, but people are responding weirdly to it. Our AI algorithms would have picked it up, and just our basic, heck, you could have put it in an Excel spreadsheet, we would have seen it.
Yeah.
So
some basic visualization would have shown
exactly. We would have seen spikes, and they would have been kind of like off, you know, immune responses that the shape of them just looked a little bit different, but they would have been growing, and we would have seen it, and it could have saved tens of thousands of lives in New York City.
So to me, the fascinating question, everything we've talked about, so both the huge collection of data at scale, just super exciting, and then the kind of obvious at scale solution to the current virus and future ones is the rapid testing.
To escape, we can look at vaccines. You know, we're about to have one of the most aggressive vaccination programs the world has ever seen. But we are unfortunately doing it right at the peak of viral transmission when millions and millions of people are still getting infected. And when we do that, that just gives this virus so many more opportunities. I mean, orders of magnitude more opportunity to mutate around our immune system. Now, if we were to vaccinate everyone when there's not a lot of virus, then there's just not a lot of virus. And so there's not going to be as many, you know, I don't even know how many zeros are at the end of however many viral particles there are in the world right now, you know, more than quadrillions, you know, probably. And so if you assume that at any given time, somebody might have trillions of virus in them on any given individual. So then, you know, multiply trillions by millions and, you know, you get a lot of viruses out there. And if you start applying pressure, ecological pressure to this virus that, you know, when it's that abundant, God, the opportunity for a virus to sneak around immunity, especially when all the vaccines are identical, essentially.
All it takes is one to mutate and then jumps.
Takes one in the whole world, and we have to not forget that this particular virus was one. It was one opportunity, and it has spread across the globe, and there's no reason that can't happen tomorrow. It's scary.
I have a million other questions in this direction.